If you're even remotely interested in video games, you've probably played or at least heard of the Jak and Daxter series. One of Sony's landmark franchises at the time and Naughty Dog's PS2 era series, it was an action platformer, shooter, vehicle series. It was a lot of different things, and all of them were pretty great, super high quality. Across the 6 games released for the series, it's amassed a pretty loving and large fan base, as a lot of those old mascot shooter series from the PS2 did, like Sly Cooper or Ratchet and Clank. Speaking of which, I'd never actually played the Jak and Daxter games before doing so for the channel. I was always more of a Sly Cooper or a Ratchet and Clank fan back in the PS2 era, so I didn't know a whole lot about them. I played a couple hours of the Precursor Legacy and a little bit of Jak 2, but that was it, and I still didn't really fully understand what the series was or why it was so popular, which is why I knew I needed to dive in for myself and experience what these games had to offer and bring you along for the journey. After all, I love the Uncharted series. I mean, those are some of my favorite video games in general, so I imagined I was probably going to like the Jak and Daxter games. And so I went in, I played each game in depth, taking notes and giving my full thoughts on everything from gameplay to level design, and especially the story across every single entry of the franchise. And before we get started, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and also leave a few comments as you're watching my coverage of the games, letting me know what you agree with, what you don't agree with, and just your own experiences with each individual game. Those 3 little things help keep the algorithm from vanquishing me, so make sure you do them, and also by subscribing, you're helping me on my road to 100K and getting to watch some cool retro video game content along the way. And of course, relying on the whims of the YouTube algorithm for whether or not I'm going to be able to pay my bills is a little bit sketchy, so if you like the content I do, you want to keep the channel going, and you want to see more retro video game coverage like I do, then consider becoming a member or signing up for my Patreon. I appreciate both you and your support. Now let's talk about one of the greatest games Sony and Naughty Dog ever made, Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy. Jak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy is a 3D adventure platformer developed by Naughty Dog and released for the Sony PlayStation 2 in December of 2001. It began development under the working title Project Y, with only 2 programmers being allocated to work on the game as the rest of the team was still working on Crash Team Racing. It wouldn't take long, however, for this new project to take priority as the team grew and the full potential for the game became more and more apparent. Now, I never played Jak and Daxter as a kid. Somehow I missed out on this series for a really long time, but I did end up playing a little bit of this specific one in my early 20s when going through a box of old PS2 games my roommate at the time brought back from his parents' house to play while we were revisiting some of our childhood titles. I think I got like an hour or 2 in before my attention got diverted, but I remembered having a pretty good time with it. A few years later, I ended up putting some hours into Jak 2 and really liking that one as well, but again, I got distracted by other things. Although I always wanted to go back and play the series proper. I mean, Jak and Daxter has a massive reputation for being one of the PS2's best franchises, and I've heard nothing but continuous praise for it anytime it's mentioned, with the first game being lauded as one of the greatest collectathon games ever made. But given my limited experience with it, I always wondered, is Jak and Daxter really that good?
Hey baby, what do you say you and I go cruising on this A-Grav Zoomer?
Some of you guys might not realize this given the type of content I normally do on this channel, but I do actually love collectathon platformers. So my interest in diving in and seeing what this game is all about has been growing more and more until finally I decided that it was time to dive in and see it all for myself. After playing through the whole game, I can readily tell you that yes, Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy really is that good. In fact, it's one of the highest quality platformers I've ever played. The sheer polish and refinement on this game is outstanding. I'd even call it something of a masterclass on game design and how to fulfill the potential of a vision. What's crazy is that there's nothing particularly special or hyper unique about the Precursor Legacy. So far as gameplay mechanics, setting, or story, I feel like it'd be easy to write it off at a glance as just another PS2 platformer. The thing about this game though is that it does everything to the highest level of quality it possibly could have. There wasn't a single time I I found myself thinking the game needed more time in the oven or additional polish. Even the final levels of the game are pristine and feel like they were designed with an intense consideration into every aspect of them. A lot of older games tend to suffer in the later levels where you can tell they started rushing the development, but not here. So far as my time with the game, everything about it was as good as it had any hope of being, but that's what makes Jak and Daxter so special. It really is just that good.
Nobody ever listens to old Samos.
What you're seeing here is footage of the PC port of the game. You guys know how much I love seeing these old games run at their peak potential, and thanks to the Open Goal project, you can now play a proper port of the Jak and Daxter games decompiled and running natively on your PC. Now, you will still need your own ROMs of the games, of course, but once you get the game up and running, it is so worth it. That isn't to say that the original PS2 version looked bad by any means. I played a chunk of that original iteration of the game too, and it still looked fantastic. Even a side-by-side comparison shows that the classic PS2 port still holds up really well, but there is a noticeable improvement in clarity and frame rate when running the PC decompilation port. The original author of the game's coding language even stated how impressed he was with the effort these fans put into this project, so as far as I can tell, this is all on the up and up. If Sony was smart, they'd pay these guys a sum of money for their work here and release this officially as a trilogy remaster. I mean, the work is already done. These guys did all 3 games. Just cut them a check and have one of your teams package it up and then release it.
Have you tried attacking him with your melodrama? Cause it's killing me!
Something that blew me away when I was playing it was that this game has no loading screens at all, ever. You can play through the whole thing start to finish and not see a single loading screen. I cannot emphasize how impressive that is for a game that came out in 2001. Not only that, they didn't even have to rely on fogging the distance to hide the lack of a loaded world. They just built the game's progression in such a way where everything could load in when it was needed without the player ever noticing it happen. There are multiple different areas for players to organically explore at their own pace, and each of them ranges from 3 to 6 million polygons at a time, which could often cause the team's applications to crash from not being able to handle it all. And it really paid off too, because look at how brilliant it all looks. This little world that Naughty Dog created is exploding with life, and it has aged remarkably well. The real star of the show, of course, are the animations. Naughty Dog have always been known for their extremely high quality animation work, and this game is no exception. If something in this game moves, then it moves smoothly and believably. According to game director Jason Rubin, the roughly 40 minutes of animations in the game required 6 full-time animators, 4 additional support animators, and in some cases, they even needed to hire out some animators from Disney and Nickelodeon to help. You can tell too because the quality of these animations is brilliant.
Yeah. That about sums it up.
It's not all about the animations though. A huge factor of why this game has aged so well visually is its creative cartoon-inspired art style. Every character is artistically distinct from one another and decorated in such exaggerative gear to hammer in those extra memorable qualities. There's only a handful of voiced characters that you'll be interacting with, but all of them are very unique with their own motivations and personalities, which is why their distinctive designs play such a role in communicating that fact to the player. Not to mention the world itself is bursting with creative enemies, objects, and environments to show the player the kind of new universe they're inhabiting. I particularly love our main ensemble's get-ups. Jak's outfit gives off this kind of plucky but capable vibe, and even the goggles on his head tie into this idea that all of these people are just surviving off the remnants of the ancient culture that came before them. Daxter is an animal now, but still wears his own goggles too, so he matches Jak. Kira has been brilliantly designed to look like she just walked off the set of a Fast and Furious movie, which fits well with her being a mechanic and a tinkerer. Even Samos pulls off the old quirky but wise sage outfit. So what's even going on in this crazy, colorful game? Spoilers ahead, by the way. Well, we the player take control of Jak, an adventurous young man tasked with saving the land that he and his friends call home from a rogue sage named Gaul and his sorceress sister Maya, who have become corrupted by a native energy source called Dark Eco. These two once served to protect the island's Dark Eco and learn about it so that they might better the lives of those on the island, but the corrupting properties of the Dark Eco twisted their minds until they formulated a plan to flood the world with it it, destroying it and reshaping it to their own liking. To achieve this goal, Gall and Maya enlisted the help of one of the races on the island called Lurkers. I don't think it's ever explicitly stated, but I'm pretty sure they've been corrupted by the Dark Eco as well. These Lurkers come in all kinds of different shapes and sizes, but are typically hostile to the human villagers that live on the island. As such, they will be our primary enemies of the game. Along for the ride is Jak's friend, Daxter, who was once a human like Jak before he got transformed into a small furry critter called an Otzel when he tripped and fell into a large vat of Dark Eco. Daxter also hopes that in the process of stopping Gall and Maya's plan to flood the world with Dark Eco, that they can find a way to turn him back into a human. Since Jak is a mute and can't speak, his talkative friend Daxter handles all of the talking for him. There are multiple different types of Eco, each with its own purpose, left over from the long-lost Precursor race. We've covered Dark Eco, of course, but there's also Green Eco, Blue Eco, Red Eco, Yellow Eco, and even Light Eco, which is the rarest form. These various energy sources are present all over the island and interact with Jak's DNA in different ways when he absorbs them. Green Eco heals him by restoring the player's health. Blue Eco energizes him, not only making him move faster, but also capable of charging up certain elements around the world for use. Yellow Eco powers him up with the ability to throw fireballs at his enemies, and Red supercharges his melee attacks to make him twice as strong. All of these power-ups only grant short temporary boosts, but are integral to the overall gameplay loop. They also each have a sage responsible for protecting their source, although they've all gone missing lately, and the only one seemingly left is Jak and Daxter's caretaker, Samos, the green sage who acts as our mentor and primary quest giver for the duration of the game.
Whoa! I don't think I'll ever get used to that teleporter tingling sensation.
Another major help in Jak's journey is Samos's daughter, Kira. A talented mechanic and dedicated worker, Kira plays a pivotal role in helping our young heroes accomplish their mission. She is also sort of an implied love interest for Jak throughout the game. The main objective is to attain a series of precursor power cells, which are what the native inhabitants use to power their technology. There's only so many on the island, and acquiring them will mean pulling off a series of different feats, from platforming to doing favors for certain locals, and sometimes just outright buying them with their local currency. Once they fight their way across the island and reach Gall's citadel, the missing red, yellow, and blue sages are found being held captive by Gall and Maya, along with their mentor Samos the green sage, who was kidnapped while Jak and Daxter were collecting power cells. So the two overcome a series of intense challenges to free each of the sages, who work together to try and delay Gall and Maya from reactivating an ancient precursor robot, which eventually of course they still manage to do, which means Jak and Daxter must take on the mechanical terror themselves. After enough damage is done to the machine, the sages work together and cause all of the various eco energy sources to fire into each other and create light eco. Daxter considers if that could be the key to turning him human again, before resolving that stopping Gall and Maya is more important than him.
Stay fuzzy. Save the world. Choices. Okay, fine. We'll save the world. But do it quickly before I change my mind.
And so Jak absorbs the light eco and acquires an immense amount of power, allowing him to destroy the robot as Gall and Maya sink into a vat of dark eco stored within the tower they were fighting on. The sages comment on Jak's incredible talent for channeling eco and Kira's ingenuity being crucial to the mission's success, before Samos expresses some uncertainty as to the final fate of Gall and Maya. It's all pretty much what you'd expect from a story in a game like this, and I kinda thought that's what made it great.
Wow! Put it on ice, big guy!
It was just a really fun and fitting story designed to elevate the experience rather than overshadow or subvert it. The key to said experience, however, comes from the gameplay. Like we've covered, Jak and Daxter is a collectathon action platformer, and that's what you'll be doing the whole time here. We already talked about how your primary goal is to get as many power cells as you can via various activities and challenges, but the other two items you'll be looking for are the Precursor Orbs and Scout Flies. Precursor Orbs are a series of ancient egg-shaped items left over from the so-called Precursors that humanity now simply uses as a currency to fuel their economy. They're very prevalent though, and you'll probably have as many as you need if you just grab every one of them that you can see. In total, we're talking 2,000 orbs across the game, which is more than you'll need unless you're going for a 100% completion run. They are pretty satisfying to collect too. The floating and spinning animation makes attaining them very appealing.
Keep collecting power cells. They're the key to continuing our journey north.
As for the scout flies, they're quite a bit less abundant, with 7 of them being spread across each of the game's areas, totaling out to 112 altogether. The scout flies are hidden in these red boxes that you need to dive attack to break open and collect. Every time you manage to get all 7 in a single area, you'll be rewarded with a power cell. The other boxes you see everywhere are filled with green eco, which can be absorbed once broken to refill Jak's health, making their placement around the map a crucial aspect of the game's level design. If your health depletes, however, you'll be treated to a fun game over screen where Daxter leans over your body and says a line of dialogue acknowledging that you perished.
Step 1, stay alive. Step 2, think about not doing something like that again!
Given that platforming is one of the key elements of this game's overall offering, you'll be doing a lot of it, so it's very good to say that it feels great. It's challenging in places, of course, and you'll need to get used to how Jak feels to control, but I don't think there was a single instance of me falling to my death or failing to reach an area that I could blame on the game in any way. Everything felt fair and totally dialed in, with a slow and steady escalation of the difficulty as you progress. As for the combat, it's similarly polished, although plays a significantly smaller role in the game overall. That's not to say you won't be doing any fighting or throwing any hands, because you definitely will. There's hundreds of lurkers and other beasts all gunning for your head, and you'll need to be fast to take them out before they send you to a Daxter game over screen.
That looks like it hurt. Should I call for backup?
Jak has 2 main moves he can use, one being a simple punch that thrusts him forward to deliver a powerful damaging blow, and a spin move similar to that of Naughty Dog's previous game, Crash Bandicoot. Then he has a few additional moves to utilize, like an aerial uppercut or a jumping dive. Although that spin move is pretty OP, you can pretty much just lean on that for most of the game if you really wanted to. In addition to everything we've talked about already, the game also features its very own vehicle sections, and they're honestly pretty fun. The main vehicle you'll be using is the A-Grav Zoomer, which I would assume is short for anti-gravity. It's really just a motorcycle hovercraft, but no less fun to play with and drive around. Not only is this the main vehicle Jak uses to cross through these transitional areas from hub to hub, but there's also an entire area made for players to just drive around on it and have fun. It interacts with eco as well, making it faster in some cases, or giving it a special ability to complete certain minor challenges, like killing off these weeds here, or shooting fireballs. It's a little strange to control though, but not in a bad way at all. It's very weighty and heavy and a little difficult to get used to, but I really like it. I looked forward to every chance I got to play with it. There's the other vehicle too. Well, a vehicle in function, but actually these little guys are called Flut-Fluts and can be ridden around like a Tauntaun from Star Wars. They're less common in the game than the Zoomer, but the fact that they can leap great distances makes them a fantastic addition for a bit of platforming. The whole flow of everything across this world is really rewarding, and there's so many different biomes and so much visual diversity across the different areas that I almost couldn't believe how much content is stuffed into this game as I was playing it. Did I mention the real-time day and night cycle? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how long a day is here. I'm pretty sure it takes about 10 minutes to get from sunrise to sunset, and then 10 more minutes to get from sunset back to sunrise again, so it's about a 20-minute day cycle, I think. The fact that the lighting is organic and advanced enough to carry through every cycle of a day, including dawn and dusk, is not only so immersive and impressive, but also makes for some incredible visuals throughout your gameplay. The presence of this mechanic does seem to vary though, as some areas feel permanently dark, like the boggy swamp. The full island is split up into 12 unique areas spread across 3 hub areas according to the colored sage who presides over that region. If you count the Geyser Rock tutorial area, that makes 13, but you'll really only see it once at the start, despite the fact that you can technically return to it whenever you want. Out of these 12 areas, 3 of them are shorter transitional vehicle sections that take you between both the hubs and the final level, which leaves 9 explorable areas to explore within the typical gameplay loop. Every area has a variety of different little tasks you can complete, from catching a critter and returning it to its master to defeating a series of specific lurker enemies. That said, most of these areas have a single major task to accomplish that it's all kind of built around. I'll briefly give an overview of each area here since they're all just so cool. The first hub area is called Sandover Village and is under the watch of Samos, the Green Sage. Within this hub are the first 3 gameplay areas, 2 of which you can access in any order you want. Depending on how the player wants to go about it, you can either make your way into the Sentinel Beach or the Forbidden Jungle, but I'd be willing to bet most players wind up at the Sentinel Beach first, just due to the level design seemingly ushering you in that direction. Which is honestly probably for the best, since I'd call this a brilliant starter level to further familiarize the player with how the game plays while showing off the game's various offerings in a controlled and beginner-friendly setting. It also sets a really strong aesthetic tone with its mix of the more primitive local buildings seeming to be the most notable landmarks, but the ancient Precursor robots buried into the cliffside, reminding us that there is something far more advanced hidden in the secrets of the Precursors. The main thing we need to do here is free up these green eco-harvesters as they've been clogged up with something. We can also see our third hub area in the distance that we can't access yet, but that I'm getting to. First, we'll need to make our way into the second area called Forbidden Jungle.
Yeah, that sounds like a good start.
In my opinion, Forbidden Jungle is a little bit more challenging to navigate than Sentinel Beach, making it better to seek it out after. The main thing we need to do here is align these towers to restore power to the island, which will take us all over the area in the process. The look of the area is different too, being less wide open than the beach and instead feeling densely packed with flora and fauna, much of which actively wants to harm you. Although the rickety old bridges further the feeling of a primitivist aesthetic, the enormous Precursor building with its giant spinning mechanism floating above it once again reminds us of the ancient sci-fi undertones of this game's look and feel. We can even go inside of that thing and fight our first boss, a massive overgrown plant thing. All of the boss battles in this game are pretty easy, but they're also so creative and visually gratifying to face off against. In the Forbidden Jungle, we can help a fisherman in a fish-catching minigame that literally only ever shows up this one time, and he gives us the keys to his boat, which we can then use to visit the third and final area of this first hub. Returning to the village, we can hop on the fisherman's boat and make our way to Misty Island. Again, the journey from the mainland to this little island is seamless and happens without a loading screen.
Look, old man, are you gonna keep yapping, or are you gonna help me out of this mess?
You may recognize this as the location from the very start of the game where Daxter fell into a vat of dark eco and was turned into the Otzel that he now is. We get a cool area dedicated to using the zoomer here, which I really enjoyed, and leads us up to this big cannon the lurkers are using to try and break open this dark eco silo so Maya and Gaul can exploit its power. It's easily the hardest of the 3 areas in Sandover Village, but the fact that it takes place off of the main land and we can even see the main hub out in the distance makes it feel especially unique when compared to other areas. Although players can technically skip Misty Island and move on to the second hub without having to come here, they'll probably end up needing to come back later before they can access the final area. Speaking of moving on to the second hub, the player will need to hop on their Agrav zoomer and fly through the hub transition area called Fire Canyon. All of these transitional areas are basically just little straight shot courses, but they're still plenty of fun nevertheless. Each one of them contains 7 scout flies, which means we can grab a Precursor orb in them.
Hey! It looks like the Blue Sage threw a party.
Oh my! Rock Village is on fire!
One heck of a party.
On the other side of Fire Canyon is our second hub area, Rock Village, which is an appropriate name since it's built around these giant rock structures. This is supposed to be under the Blue Sage's domain, but he and the other sages have all gone missing, and his hut has even been torn apart. The way further north to the third hub is being blocked by a giant lurker, and we'll need to collect enough power cells here in the various areas of Rock Village for Kira to use a leftover machine to lift this massive boulder out of the way.
It's not just a boulder, it's a rock.
From Rock Village, we can access 3 different unique areas, and I started with the Boggy Swamp. I'm not sure if you're expected to start with this one, but I did anyway, and out of every area in the game, I kind of found this one to be the most frustrating for some reason. The way it's laid out is lacking in the same verticality of other areas, but even the worst moments of this game are still brilliantly fun and leagues above the average. The goal here in the Boggy Swamp is to find the tethers holding that Zeppelin in the air, destroy them, and get that thing out of here. After this, I moved on to the Lost Precursor City, which, opposite to the last area, this one was one of my favorites of the game. Samos read in the Blue Sage's notes that they were attempting to get through the ancient city to a chamber deep within and raise it to the surface, but no one had managed to do so yet. So, Jak and Daxter head inside and brave the various dangers and challenges inside of the city, of which there are many.
Wait! I'll stay here and protect Kira. Jak, I think you're ready to handle that monster without me.
Oh, really heroic of you.
The design of this level leans into the tech prowess of the Precursor so much that it can make you forget sometimes how much the rest of the game leans into the primitivism look. There's a few fun surprises in this one that I won't spoil, but it's worth seeing for yourself. The third and final area of Rock Village is the Precursor Basin.
All right, my boy. You know what to do. Take the flea bag and go round up more power cells.
I already talked earlier about how we have to use our zoomer to distribute green eco over these dark eco-infected plants in this area, which is the main thing we're sent here to do. But in addition to that, we can chase these moles into their holes to keep them safe and even complete a racetrack. You'll be through this part of the game pretty quick, I think, but it's still cool that there's an entire area dedicated to just riding around on your zoomer. Once all is said and done, Kira can activate the levitation machine with the power cells and lift up the boulder. At the end of this path is a giant lurker named Claw, and we'll have to take him on in a boss battle. I mean, it's a pretty standard fare boss battle for a platformer and works really well for what it is. We have to dodge some attacks, wait for him to grab a giant rock, and throw a series of fireballs at him until he drops it on himself, then rinse and repeat a few times until he gives up. With Claw out of the way, we hop on our zoomer and blast through the mountain pass, which takes us from Rock Village to our third hub. The player has to chase these flying lurkers and beat them to the end of the canyon, or they'll detonate a massive dynamite charge and block off access to the third hub. Unlike the first transitional vehicle section, there's more to this one than just a lot of lava. We'll pass through lush, grassy hillsides and glowing crystal caves before grabbing the detonator and moving into the volcanic crater, which is the name of the third and smallest hub. Whereas a lot of the other areas are connected directly into their respective hubs, the volcanic crater hub is based inside of a mountain where the Red Sage's hut is suspended just above a river of lava.
Oh, don't look so upset, Samos. We've got big plans for you.
There's not quite as much exploration or as many characters to interact with in this hub, but to make up for the reduced size of the hub, the two playable areas we get to visit are enormous. Like how this gondola takes us seamlessly from the molten inside of this mountain all the way up the side of the mountain to the very top where we find a snow-laden environment awaiting us. This is another of my favorite areas from the game given how eclectic and unique so many of the things here are. I mean, you have to deal with the fact that Jak slides around on the ice, which makes it a new challenge to navigate handling it when it happens. Not to mention the glacial troops we're here to stop as they attempt to dislodge a series of dark eco canisters from the side of the mountain. Then there's an entire walled-in fort of the lurkers we have to infiltrate and clean out, and even some really interesting platforming areas to overcome.
Don't worry about me, baby. You know what they say. Big things come in small packages.
You guys don't know just how impressive this was for a PS2 game in 2001. Then, heading back down to the hub, the player pushes even deeper into the mountain's depths into Spider Cave, which is exactly what it sounds like, a cave littered in spiders among other dangerous creepy crawly fauna. There's also entire rivers flowing with pure dark eco that you're going to want to watch out for. Much like Snowy Mountain, this area is quite a bit bigger than a lot of the earlier ones, so you're going to want to pay close attention to where you're going to minimize the amount of times you get straight up lost. The primary goal of coming down here here was to find and destroy a series of dark eco crystals, which is harder than you might think at first because a few of these are hidden in really hard to find places. I was down here for a while. There's also a lot of digging and construction going on, which we can go in and put a stop to by clearing out these dig sites. Some of the game's most interesting platforming bits are down here too. It's a serious highlight. With all of the areas complete and all of the power cells we needed gathered, Jak and Daxter can make their way down into the lava tube, the final vehicle section to take us from the last hub into the final area of the game.
You've got to rescue my father before it's too late. And Jak, be careful.
Yeah, we will be.
In order to proceed through the lava tube, the player will need to have accumulated at least 72 power cells, but if you are playing each area appropriately, you should have them ready by the time you need to move on to this part. It's a bit harder than the previous transitional sections have been, and demands the player incorporate everything they've learned about how to play the game into navigating through this underground lava tunnel, but about halfway through is when you can see a serious shift in the look of everything. The final location of the game is called Gall and Maya's Citadel, but it was built on top of what used to be the Yellow Sage's hut, and you can see all of the intense mechanical additions Gall and Maya have been making to everything here, which results in a really cool blend of haphazard post-apocalyptic futurism aesthetic. It's hard to explain. Upon arriving to what used to be the Yellow Sage's hut, Jak is able to turn the teleporter on and let Kira join back up with us.
Relax, sweetheart. I got everything under control.
Under control? Lurker armies continue to grow across the land. The sages have been kidnapped. Gall and Maya have gathered enough eco to complete their terrible plan, and to stop them, you're going to have to fight your way through their citadel.
This final area is built around this ancient Precursor robot that Gall and Maya have heavily modified and are attempting to bring online as they siphon the energy from the 4 different sages to power it. Pretty much the whole thing here is an assortment of the most challenging platforming obstacles we've seen yet, standing between us and freeing each of the sages. I'm serious about the difficulty of some of these, man. There's a pretty intense difficulty spike between the last areas and this one. It almost tricks you into thinking this location is bigger than it actually is, because you'll need to replay certain parts over and over again so many times. Or at least I did. The futuristic technology of the Precursors is on full display now, to the point where it almost looks like a completely different game. But once you overcome the obstacles of this last level, you'll move on into the final boss battle that we talked about earlier. And that's every area of the game. Once you beat it, you're teased with a hidden ending for those dedicated enough to gather all 100, technically 101, power cells across the game to discover, but it's really not worth it, and the player isn't shown very much beyond a white glow from a teleporter they activate using the power cells.
Wow! What is it?
It's so beautiful.
By the precursors.
To score these incredible and creative areas is an enormous soundtrack composed by Josh Mansell that features a percussion-heavy series of tracks, each tailored for whatever the player is seeing on screen. I seriously can't believe how many different tracks and track variations there were for a game that winds up being no more than a 6 to 8 hour affair at most. Each area has slightly altered versions that fade in and out depending on what part of the map you're in at any given time. Like there's a track for the Forbidden Jungle, for instance, and a different version of the track with slightly different instruments and maybe a different melody added in or removed just for being near a certain character or object in the world. I mean, just have a look at how many versions of the Rock Village theme you'll encounter depending on where you are or who you're talking to. And they blend in so seamlessly that I didn't even realize it was happening until I looked at the track list of the OST after playing and connected the dots. When you're in game, it's all so seamless that you won't even notice when it happens. It's all really high quality and very well produced, but I don't think any of the tracks were discernibly stand out or even overtly iconic though. Sometimes too many unique tracks can rob a project of a reoccurring iconic leitmotif, and I kind of feel like that's what's going on here. There is a kind of main theme melody that plays in the main menu on a bass guitar, but the whole thing is just a pinch too low-key. I do feel like it's fitting for how the game presents itself in the earlier areas, but doesn't keep up with how intense the journey becomes throughout the game.
I'm Daxter. He's Jak. He's with me.
Good job, Daxter. You're a real hero.
The whole game is incredible even. Jak and Daxter the Precursor Legacy is legitimately one of the best PS2 games I've ever played. Games this good used to spoil us back then, I think, because we would get something like Jak and Daxter as a kid and not have much of a concept as to how insanely dialed in this game actually was. It would give us an unrealistic expectation of what a decent video game should look like, because the honest truth is that most video games simply do not measure up to this in terms of fulfilling their maximum amount of potential. It looks great, it plays great, it sounds great, it really is just great. The plot may be simple, but it manages to use its own simplicity as a strength to tie the experience together without feeling overbearing. The characters are all fun and unique, and the whole world feels meticulously cultivated with a great deal of passion and care. Even the weirdly unique visual aesthetic feels like it actually shouldn't work, but somehow does. I mean, on paper, primitivist sci-fi seems like it'd be pretty hard to pull off in a sincere way, but it was just executed so well here that they did. I'm really glad I decided to sit down, play through this game, and really see what it was all about, because it was honestly such a good time, and after really experiencing what it had to offer for the first time, I can happily say that Jak and Daxter the Precursor Legacy really was that good.
Say something! Just this once!
I'm gonna kill Praxis!
Jak 2, known as Jak 2 Renegade in PAL regions, is the sequel to Naughty Dog's Jak and Daxter the Precursor Legacy, and honestly seems in many ways more like a soft reboot than a direct sequel, despite very much carrying over the same characters directly after the events of the first game. This is because in a lot of ways, it is a kind of soft reboot for the series. The first Jak and Daxter game dropped in December of 2001, but you know what else came out a few months before it in October of that same year? Grand Theft Auto 3. Now, I tend to try and keep my videos as much about whatever game or games I'm covering as I can while avoiding comparisons unless warranted, but there's simply no way of talking about Jak 2 without bringing up GTA 3, because the entire structure and direction of Jak 2 was directly influenced by it. The Precursor Legacy featured some very impressive technology, like being able to traverse across the entire game's various areas with no loading screens, but after the majority of the development team had played through GTA 3, most of them realized that they could utilize what they had designed in the Precursor Legacy to a significantly larger extent and create a far more ambitious game. Not only were Naughty Dog themselves dissuaded from continuing down the direction of whimsical platformers, but even their own conducted focus groups informed them that audiences were increasingly preferring darker, more violent, and mature games. I mean, come on, this was the early 2000s after all. I like to imagine that half of Jak 2's dev team were taking breaks to crush some Mountain Dew Code Red while listening to Hybrid Theory and playing GTA 3. It would certainly help explain the hyper-edgy tone of the game, because Jak 2 cranks the edge factor up several notches, and I love every single second of it. Naughty Dog's desire to make a game with a darker direction was so strong, in fact, that they even considered whether or not they wanted to pursue a sequel to Jak and Daxter at all. But Sony's confidence in the characters and brand they'd established with the first game led the two parties to compromising on a darker, direct sequel being greenlit with a budget of around $15 million.
Whoa! I need one of those!
For a game that looks and plays like a slightly improved version of its predecessor, I can't properly explain just how much bigger it actually is. Jak 2 is overflowing with exciting new mechanics, locations, and elements to see and explore. I mean, it's kinda got everything. An open-world dystopian cyberpunk city setting, a plethora of cool vehicles to ride, multiple weapon types and shooter mechanics, platforming, exploring, collecting, hoverboarding, mech sections, mini-games, an arena-set hoverbike racing subplot, time travel, multiple different enemy factions, a dictator villain, a more powerful big monster villain. I mean, it's really got pretty much everything. It's also way longer than the first game, like more than double the length actually. The Precursor Legacy took me around 6.5 hours to get through the main story while really taking my time. comparatively, Jak 2 took me roughly 14.5 hours just to get through the story, and that's just playing it normally, and not counting going back in to collect the additional Precursor orbs hidden around the game to unlock the cheats and unlock the rest of the Dark Jak powers. It's honestly awe-inspiring how much content this game manages to deliver the player, given that it's a PS2 game released in October of 2003. I feel like a lot of people don't even understand how impressive this game is for its time. Now, speaking of being on the PS2, Jak 2 was originally only released for the PS2, although it did eventually receive ports to the PlayStations 3, 4, and Vita. That said, just like I did with my coverage of the Precursor Legacy, I opted to play through the unofficial fan-handled decompilation open goal PC port of Jak 2, and man, what a port it is.
I sing one of these songs for you.
From the mists of time, Mars light would shine.
Whoa there, Iron Lungs. Just tell us what we need to do.
As of this video's release, Jak 2's unofficial PC port is still in beta, and as such has a few glitches and errors, but I encountered such a small number of graphical glitches that it was basically negligible. I mean, I saw maybe 2 or 3 texture errors across my time in the game, and that was it. Although there was a glitch where sometimes booting the game up would launch 2 versions of the game at once for some reason, which confused me. But I'm not sure if that was a port problem or if I just accidentally did that somehow. But either way, it only happened like 3 times, and I just turned off the other launcher when it happened, so it was no big deal. Using the open goal port, I was able to play through the entire game start to finish while taking advantage of the improved graphical fidelity, high frame rate, and native widescreen support, so I really can't recommend it enough. Of course, I did put some time into the PS2 version as well, just to get a feel for both of them, and there are a few things you might notice being absent from the original PS2 version, such as pressure sensitivity. But really, after playing both the PS2 version and the PC version, I found the absence of such minor features to be totally acceptable personally. Like I said earlier, Naughty Dog brought over the incredible technology from the Precursor Legacy, which allowed them to create the massive explorable open world of Haven City that you're seeing now, and it works almost as if this is what they were striving towards the whole time when making the first game, even though I'm pretty sure that isn't the case. The seamless transitions are still present, and although we have a few what I think might be loading areas disguised as airlocks, there are absolutely 0 straight-up load screens, which means you're in the action from the start of the game straight to the end. Not to mention, it all looks fantastic. Of course, once again, this footage is on a PC running a native 2K resolution and buttery smooth high frame rate, but even comparing it to the PS2 Classic port, you'll see it still looked incredible there too. And the key factor in this is Jak 2's brilliant art style. All of the humanoid characters we see are called humans in-game, but of course, they all sport the distinctive pointy ears that give them an almost fantasy-like quality as though they're elven or something. Everything we see has a cartoon-adjacent execution to its design, which has allowed the game's visuals to age beautifully over time. A lot of the animations are still cartoonish and hyper-exaggerated, just like they were in the first game, and there's probably double the amount of animations in Jak 2 compared to the Precursor Legacy. Hell, there might actually be triple the amount across all of the things you'll be doing in this game. A lot of these animations come in the form of the game's cutscenes, of which there are, again, roughly double the amount. The Precursor Legacy had about 45 minutes of real animated cutscenes across its runtime, but Jak 2 boasts nearly 2 hours of cutscenes, most of which are significantly more involved and intense than anything we saw in the first game. The need for all of these additional cutscenes comes from Jak 2's far more involved story, which, in a lot of ways, almost feels like the real first game and makes the actual first game feel more like a prologue to show what Jak was doing as a child before he grew up into the Jak we play as in this game. Given the significantly larger and more complex storytelling of Jak 2 compared to its predecessor, I'll have to spend a lot more time on it than I did on the Precursor Legacy story. And naturally, spoilers are ahead. Okay, so Jak 2 actually picks up shortly after the real ending of the Precursor Legacy showed the gang opening a portal to reveal a blinding white light. Jak, Daxter, Kira, and Samos all worked together to move that massive Precursor ring to Samos' hut, where they are preparing to activate it using a device called a Rift Writer that they found with the gate itself.
Daxter, don't touch anything!
Once they activate the portal, a giant monster comes flooding out of it with a bunch of flying beasts of some kind, like they just somehow started the apocalypse or something. In a panic, Jak starts mashing buttons and sends them all flying through the portal into a wormhole where they end up falling off of the machine and landing in some kind of city they've never seen before.
Okay, I swear, that's the last time I ever touch any stupid precursor crap!
There he is. Move in. Step away from the animal.
Ah!
Forget the rat. The Baron wants him. We've been waiting for you.
Don't worry, Jak. I'll save you before you know it.
2 years pass from here, and we're shown that in those 2 years, Jak has been continuously tortured and experimented on by the city's tyrannical leader, Baron Praxis.
You should at least be dead with all the dark eco I've pumped into you.
Praxis has been trying to create a dark warrior to fight for him against an invasive force of monsters who live outside of the city and continuously attempt to overtake it, called Metalheads. We'll talk a bit more about them later. In the meantime, Jak's experimentation is considered a failure as they leave him with plans to kill him later that day. This is when Daxter shows up just in the nick of time to try and free Jak from his bindings, and we're shown that not only can Jak talk now, I assume as a result of the experimentation, but he can also transform into a dark eco-infected monster.
You can do it. Jak, easy now. Easy, buddy. It's your old pal Daxter, remember?
Daxter?
What the heck was that? Sheesh! Remind me not to piss you off. Come on, tall, dark, and gruesome. We're out of here.
Oh yeah, the characters all do light swearing throughout the game now because it's so cool, mature, and edgy. Well, by early 2000s standards anyway. This didn't bother me at all, to be honest. I'm always super endeared by these old T for teen games that aren't gratuitously adult, but are also trying to have a bit of an edge to them. The game actually starts here, and the player is able to finally begin controlling Jak as he and Daxter fight their way through this facility. I like this set piece. They're clearly making an effort to give a greater sense of scale to the game with guards shooting at you, like this. Speaking of guards, this is where we're introduced to one of the game's 2 present enemy factions, this one being the Crimson Guard. These guys act as a kind of military presence enforcing the will of Baron Praxis. They aren't always hostile to the player and inhabit the world alongside other NPCs, but can attack you if provoked in the open world or during a mission where they're the primary enemy. They act as one of the main foils to the player here, so get used to seeing them everywhere. After escaping the fortress, Jak wanders into the streets of the new city, only to immediately encounter an old man named Kor standing in the street with a young child as the two interact.
Hello, strangers. My name is Kor. May I help you?
You look like a reasonably smart man. I want information. Where the hell am I?
Sorry. He's new to the whole conversation thing.
The old man explains to Jak that he is in Haven City, which is currently under an extreme totalitarian reign under Baron Praxis. Before he can go into much detail, a group of Crimson Guards come wandering up to prove the old man's point.
By order of His Eminence, the Grand Protector of Haven City, Baron Praxis, everyone in this section is hereby under arrest for suspicion of harboring underground fugitives. Surrender and die!
Excuse me, sir. Don't you mean surrender or die?
Not in this city. Protect us from these guards, and I'll introduce you to someone who can help you.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the game's edginess, because it hasn't lost any of its humor from the original game. In fact, I think this game is quite a bit funnier at times than the first one ever was. Daxter's comedic relief seems to work a lot better in this game, and plays a great juxtaposition to how the rest of the game is taking itself more seriously. In order to protect the old man and the child, Jak spurgs out into Dark Jak and annihilates the guards in swift fashion.
That was cool. Do it again.
Something's happening to me. Something he did. I can't control it.
There is an underground group waging war against Baron Praxis. Its leader, the Shadow, could use fighters like you. Go to the slums, find a dead-end alley near the city wall. Ask for Torn. He can help you.
So after that bit is where the game finally gives the player full free reign to play the game and explore Haven City's open world. From here, the game plays out in a very similar fashion to what you would expect from most any GTA-like title. The player goes between a series of set mission givers as the story progresses. Some of these missions can be played in different orders, but overall it is still very much a linear progression of levels throughout the story. This flowchart actually shows you all of the available missions and the rough progression in which they can be completed. I really like this new formula, and it feels like an almost obvious evolution of how the Precursor legacy played, but more fully realized now. Being able to progress through an actual lived-in city where we see hundreds of citizens going about their daily lives does a lot to invite the player to more fully immerse themselves into this new world they've just discovered. And the ability to pick and choose how you go about completing certain missions adds a new level of player agency, which is typically more than welcome in my opinion. After a bit of driving around Haven City, Jak and Daxter do wind up finding the so-called Resistance hideout where they meet two new characters in the form of Tess and Torn. Tess doesn't say anything here yet, but she does play a minor role in the story later on. Just keep her in your mind. The main conversation here is with Torn himself.
Maybe this guy's a mute, like you used to be.
The two talk, and Torn is very distrustful of Jak, but gives him and Daxter the chance to prove themselves by seeking out a banner in a part of the Badlands called Dead Town, and bringing it to him in order to prove both their loyalty and capability. That little throwaway line about how Jak used to be a mute is pretty much the only explanation they give to why Jak talks now, by the way. And you know what? I'm fine with it. I think Jak having a voice of his own helps the storytelling tremendously and is an overall improvement for the game anyway, so I'm calling it a good decision. I'm just assuming that the trauma of the torture knocked something around in his brain and now he can talk or something. Even after they retrieve the banner from Dead Town, the story slows down a bit for a while as the next several missions will be the player running errands and completing a series of minor tasks across various areas in the Badlands. The story starts to pick up again after completing a few of these missions when Torn sends Jak and Dax into the Baron's fortress to destroy a massive munitions depot. Daxter rightly calls out Torn for the fact that he's sending them in alone to do it instead of offering to help, but Jak's vendetta against Praxis makes him approve of it anyway.
That's fine. I want the Baron to know that it's me who's hurting him.
I love Edgelord Jak. It's in this fortress after running from a massive tank trying to kill them that Jak and Dax not only infiltrate the fortress, but also overhear a few of the guards giving whole barrels of eco to the other enemy type in the game I brought up earlier called Metalheads.
These barrels are the latest shipment of eco. The Baron says take them and get out.
Metalheads in the city? Why are the guards giving them eco?
So we already know that the Crimson Guard are the city's military-styled police/enforcers of Baron Praxis's will, but now I need to talk a little bit about the Metalheads. The Metalheads, whose real name is revealed later in the game to be the Horaquan, are a biomechanical alien race of various different types of beings made up of organic matter and mechanical alterations. A war has been waging between the Metalheads, the Precursor race, and now humanity for centuries. When Jak, Daxter, Kira, and Samos opened up the Rift Portal, they accidentally freed the Metalhead army from the place where they ended up trapped after a long battle with the ancient Precursor race. Once the portal was opened, the Metalheads were once again freed to wreak havoc on the world. It'll make sense later, I promise, but what you need to know now is that they're malevolent, they want the complete eradication of human life, and their need of eco to survive has resulted in a shaky agreement between them and Baron Praxis. Either way, Jak and Dax managed to trick a tank into setting off a chain reaction that results in the depot's destruction.
This place has too much excitement. We need to move back to the country.
It's after this that the duo runs a delivery job for Torn and ends up meeting a comically obese mob boss who runs a bar called the Hip Hog Heaven Saloon as a front. He's named Crew with a K.
Hey, big guy. You Crew? Well, we shook the heat, and your shipment's in primo condition.
That's good, eh? Because a cargo of rare eco ore is worth more than 10 of your lives. and of course, I be forced to collect slowly.
Crew is one of Jak's various mission givers across the game. His missions often involve Jak collecting items, clearing areas, and so on. The other character is named Sig, a wastelander who works both as a bodyguard and hired muscle for Crew. Sig will play an important supporting role specifically in the Crew subplot, and Jak's relationship with Crew will also be really important to how he's perceived later given Crew's questionable moral standing. Although it is Crew who gives Jak his first gun, which, yeah, like I brought up earlier, Jak 2 introduces guns.
Lots of guns.
Well, actually, it's technically only one gun called the Morph Gun, but said Morph Gun can, as the name implies, morph, changing its shape and capability into multiple different types of firearm. I'll talk more about that later, but for now, just know that Jak is packing heat. So Jak does some work for Crew alongside Sig, his hired muscle, as they travel outside the city walls to collect some metalhead trophies for Crew's saloon, and also do some work down in the sewers to clear out some automatic sentry turrets. In exchange, Jak grills Crew for the information he wanted about why Baron Praxis is giving eco to the metalhead enemies outside the walls, and predictably, it's to maintain a deal that they will continue to attack the city just enough to keep the city's population scared and in support of his rule.
Yeah, but how long can that deal last?
The rightful heir to the Haven City throne is a child being kept safe by the underground resistance leader named the Shadow until the Baron can be deposed and the royal line restored to power. But Jak doesn't really seem to care about any of that. He's still focused entirely on gaining access to Baron Praxis so he can kill him for torturing him for 2 years. Which is where Crew's proposition comes in to send Jak in as a racer in the city's biggest sport called knife racing.
I've already signed your name to save time.
The winner of the Class 1 race will receive the grand prize of a palace tour with Baron Praxis himself, which is where Jak plans to enact his vengeance by straight up assassinating the guy. Man, we've come a long way from the whimsy of an innocent Jak fighting lurkers and collecting power cells to save his home. Unfortunately, however, this plan kinda comes crashing down when Jak and Dax meet the racing manager, and she basically tells them that she's not at all interested in letting them race.
Look, I don't mean to be rude. You did get here fast, but I'm not interested in any new drivers right now, and I've got work to do. Listen, if you think you've got the guts to race in this town, try taking my prototype jet board out on the stadium course. Beat the stadium challenge, and maybe I'll consider you for my team.
Yeah, you already know what's up. They put a skateboarding mechanic in the game, and it's pretty great actually. Maybe this was due to the success of the Tony Hawk games, or just the overall popularity of skateboarding at the time, but it fits in really well with the game both tonally and mechanically, while also lending a lot to the stylistic wish fulfillment fantasy of the game. By the time I was nearing the end of my playthrough, I was using this thing literally as much as I could, and if anything, I feel like it could have been integrated even more than it was. I don't mean that design-wise. There's actually tons of platforming sections that require it, and even entire areas dedicated to using it, but I mean narratively. I love how crucial the knife racing subplot is to Jak 2's story, and since we already have this whole skate park built here inside the same stadium, I think it would have been really cool if there was a jetboard championship thing as well. This is the only time you have to come here in the whole game. You can come back optionally later if you want to just play around with it, but it's not the same. A hoverboard subplot similar to the knife racing one would have been so cool. It didn't need to be as elaborate, but maybe just a little something, you know? Although the game is still overflowing with content, so it's not like I can complain that they didn't do enough. I'm just pointing out what I think could have been a cool idea. Anyway, back to the main plot. Despite Jak's overcoming the jetboard challenge, the race manager still isn't impressed with him due to his working for Crew, whom she is not a fan of.
Listen, don't you have someone to collect money from or beat up or something?
You don't like us, do you?
You work for that slimeball Crew. What's not to like?
Looks like you've won a few races. Isn't it true the city champion gets to tour the palace?
Yeah, why?
Could you get me into the palace?
A friendly visit, I gather.
Yeah, I'm a real fan of the Baron.
Okay, I'll help you out if you stop bothering me.
She tells Jak about an old service elevator that can take him up to the palace where he can infiltrate from there if he can find a way to restore power. So with that intel in mind, Jak heads back to meet with Torn in the underground hideout again to fill him in on the Baron's deal with the metalheads. The news understandably frustrates Torn, who tells Jak and Dax that they need to find the power station where another Resistance hideout is located with a warp gate that will give them access to the strip mine and rescue an underground informant there named Vin who is under attack and too valuable to lose.
Oh, thank goodness. Where's the army? Where it? What? Just you two? What do they think I'm worth?
I'm beginning to wonder that myself.
Vin works at the local power station as an overseer of the city's eco-grid and will act as another mission giver for the rest of the game's story. His missions typically involve sending our heroes out on jobs, normally having to do with pushing back the metalheads' offense against the city's resources and infrastructure to buy time until the Resistance can formulate a plan to take down Praxis. With Vin secured, Torn then sends Jak to link up with a different underground informant named Ashlyn. If you couldn't tell yet, there are significantly more characters in this game than the first one, and pretty much all of them are unique and distinguishable. They've put together an entire cast here, and each of them plays an important role in the story, which is something I love to see. If you removed literally any of these side characters from the plot, you'd actually have to rewrite parts of the story, particularly the ending, in order to accommodate for their absence, and that's generally a good indicator for the quality of a story's relationship with its characters.
Watching me take care of those metalheads was, pretty exciting. Wasn't it, Sugar? Hey! Sweet stripes! Give me them digits so I can look you up sometime!
Ashlyn tells Jak about this plan the Baron has to collect all of these ancient artifacts from an old dead hero named Mar before directing him to go meet up with an old soothsayer named Onin. Also, whoever designed the characters in this game seems to believe that every single female character must be wearing a crop top at all times, and it really just sends me back to the late 90s and early 2000s again when we were seeing this kind of style in media a lot. This used to be the style back then.
Wow! What a woman!
And so Jak and Daxter follow Ashlyn's advice and seek out this supposed soothsayer in the bazaar section of the city, where we're introduced to even more colorful and unique characters.
Cool! Check out all the dead stuff!
Ow! Touch the goods again, rat boy, and you'll be counting with your toes.
This is Onin the soothsayer and her interpreter parrot named Pecker.
I know. My mother, she was very vindictive. Onan welcomes you, blah 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 blah, the usual boring salutations. She says it is good to see you again, Jak.
But we've never met before.
Before, after, it is all the same.
In this instance, she tells them they must go to the nearby Precursor mountain and retrieve 3 particular artifacts, which end up starting the player down a pretty major set of side quests that'll end up tying into the main story later. Before bothering to do any of that, however, Jak gets an idea for how they might be able to get the power to that service elevator into the palace back online and reaches out to Vin, the eco-grid overseer they just rescued.
We need you to switch on the access elevator in one of the palace's support towers.
Remember, Jak's main motivation here is to
kill Praxis!
So all of these other things are currently just distractions he thinks he has to deal with in order to get access to the Baron. And so Jak begins his first assassination attempt by taking the elevator up and carefully navigating to the palace. This is one of my favorite set pieces of the game, not only because of the scale, but also we can legitimately see the entire city from here, and I think that's just so cool. From saving the world to attempting an assassination on a major political figure. This series really is one of a kind. Jak finally reaches the glass above the throne room just in time to overhear an important conversation between the metalhead leader, Praxis, and Errol, who I'll get to later.
I grow impatient with your puny gestures. Give me the agreed upon ego soon, or the deal is off, and your precious city will pay the price.
He's toying with us! Let me lead an assault on the nest before it's too late! I can take him!
Patience, Commander. No one has ever penetrated the metalhead nest, you know that. I've seen what comes of such foolish plans.
As our two heroes listen in on the conversation, they learn that Ashlyn, the girl they helped just a bit earlier that same day, is the daughter of Baron Praxis, and it appears she hasn't been very agreeable in the plan to uncover some kind of tomb.
and find that child. If you'd spent half as much time looking for the little brat as you spent flirting with that mechanic girl, we would have pinned his royal ass to a wall long ago.
As you wish. With enough persuasion, I'm sure our spy... What was that?
Well, now it's going down, and Jak finally gets his chance to take down the Baron in a full-on boss battle where Praxis is in his very own flying mech.
So, we have a rat in the walls, do we? A rat in his void, it seems. Back for a few more Dark Eco treatments?
So far as boss battles go, this is a lot more involved than anything we saw in the first game, and everything about it from the design of the Baron's mech to the smooth rule of 3 based level design of the battle's progression is brilliant. It's also surprisingly difficult. I mean, Jak 2's reputation for its difficulty is something I'll get into later, but this single battle took me multiple attempts as I learned his patterns and got used to dodging his attacks. Not to mention the narrative weight of what's going on here. I mean, this guy had Jak strapped to a bed under a mechanical terror device for 2 years, pumping him full of Dark Eco, which we learned in the first game is a corrupting force and even caused Gall and Maya to turn evil in the first place. So the stakes are very real, and the impact is on full display, not just visually as we fight him multiple miles above the city streets under a darkened sky in the pouring rain, but also narratively as Jak fights for revenge. It's great, and another example of why Naughty Dog was among the very best of video game developers back then. Of course, after a hard-fought battle, Jak and Daxter do finally beat him and send him running away.
The dark powers I gave you can't protect you forever! Since I made you, I can destroy you. We'll meet again soon!
Yeah, whatever. Bye-bye.
From here on out is when things start heating up and the stakes continue to raise. There's a series of side missions that Jak and Dax have to complete, such as collecting those artifacts for Onin, for example. I've seen a lot of people call this game a GTA 3 clone, and I could see why they'd say that, and I can even accept that there's a degree of validity to that claim. But personally, I found Jak 2's art style, characters, and hyper-angsty tone to be so much more endearing than GTA ever was. Now, I have nothing against GTA, of course, but it's never really been my thing, admittedly, so my saying this doesn't mean much. That said, I really do feel like Jak 2 has more than enough charm, personality, and unique qualities to set it apart as very much its own thing. I'll touch a little bit more on the whole GTA 3 comparison thing later on, but for now, there's still a lot left to do, and the situation is continuing to escalate. After putting in some work for Onin, Jak and Daxter head back to the underground hideout where they're confronted by Torn about the trouble they're causing across the city.
The city's on high alert. What the hell did you two do?
We see more of the child, who is meant to take the throne once Praxis is deposed, and are also informed that the Metalhead army is mobilizing for a much larger scale attack than they've previously attempted. Jak then confronts Torn on his connection to Ashlyn, given she's the daughter of Baron Praxis, and Torn just avoids the question outright and assigns them another mission. This results in Jak and Dax heading back into the Badlands outside of the city to clear out a Metalhead occupation of a supposed sacred site that the Shadow, whom Jak and Daxter still have not met yet, needs to keep safe. Although upon arriving, our heroes are met with a stunning revelation.
Is that? No, it couldn't be. That's not...
It's Samos's hut.
But what? How? When? Where? Why?
We're in the future, Dax. This horrible place is our world.
So yeah, that's one of the big plot twists. The rift portal from the start of the game didn't take them to a different dimension or even a different place, just a different point in time. Far, far into the future, it turns out. Looks like a lot has changed as time passed. The whole world has become a dystopian nightmare and a city being attacked repeatedly by aliens who want humanity dead. It's intense. Anyway, arriving back to the hideout again, yet another revelation hits as Jak and Dax finally meet the Resistance leader who calls himself the Shadow.
The Shadow's decided it's time to meet you.
Why is that place in the old ruins so important to you?
There's a powerful energy force at the old house. The metalheads are drawn to it.
No kidding. We used to know the guy that lived there.
So, you're the new recruits who keep getting into trouble.
Oh, no, not you!
Old Samos the Green Sage has been the Shadow all along, yet when Jak and Daxter act as though they know him, he shows no memory of ever having met them, not to mention looking quite a bit younger.
Yeah, you used to look older than dirt and uglier than a knotted stump. What gives? Did you get a little nip and tuck while we were gone?
It's all to no avail, and Samo says he's never met them before and doesn't have time for any of this as he redirects their attention to a metalhead attack on Haven Forest where he draws his power from. So of course Jak and Daxter head out to the forest to clear them out and restore peace to the woodlands. This is a good time to point out how eclectic the environments are in this game. I mean, we've got everything from dystopian sci-fi to dilapidated ruins, sewers, underground mines, and even beautiful lush forests. These areas outside of Haven City aren't massive or anything, with most of them being totally explorable in 10 to 20 minutes or so depending, but most of them are reused in different ways throughout the game to ensure the player doesn't get bored of a single environment by being stuck there for too long. Jak 2 has some seriously brilliant pacing. When they're done in Haven Forest, Crew hits them up again to lend a hand to his companion Bruter, who represents a faction we haven't seen since the original game.
An associate of mine, Bruter, works with me in the forced labor trade.
You mean the slave trade?
I prefer freedom challenged. Lurkers are the city's low-class labor. Bruter pays me handsomely to help him free lurkers and get them safely out of the city.
Yeah, lurkers are still around after all this time, and they've been enslaved to work for the city as a kind of slave class, but we get to free a handful of them and deliver them to a lurker shop owner named Bruter, who then helps them escape into the Badlands where they can at least be free. Despite serving as the primary enemy faction in the first game, their role in this one is very minor, and at no time is it ever antagonistic. So it's really interesting to see how much has changed in this dark new future. Oh yeah, and don't forget about the races we need to win in order to get our tour of the palace and a second stab at taking down Praxis, although the race manager didn't really seem to like Jak from the sound of it based on those first few interactions they had.
We destroyed Crew's cargo.
Great! I'll send you a medal. Now, if you don't mind, I'm on a deadline, so scram.
Are you always this difficult?
Let me handle this, Jak. Listen, lady, we beat your stupid course, and we can outrace anybody in this city.
Wait, that voice.
You just lost a date with Orange Lightning. Let's go, Jak.
Daxter, it is you!
Kira!
Oh, I never thought I'd be so glad to see your furry mug. And Jak, you look different.
It's been a tough ride.
The Baron pumped our boy here full of dark eco, and it did something to him. Now he's got super moves or something. And a few anger issues as well.
There's a bit of a reunion between the three protagonists of the first game, but it quickly reorients to their objectives again. Kira wants to find a way back to their own time where they came from, but Jak still only cares about killing Baron Praxis. He tells Kira she should go see her father because he's so different now, and she offers to let him race on her team so he can win access to the palace. Which leads to the first of 3 knife races, which I already talked a bit about earlier. They're all exactly what you think they are. You try and beat a group of other racers in a small racetrack as you push for the finish line. It plays just like the rest of the vehicles in the game, only it's a bit faster and you can grab some boost power-ups for some added strategy in how you complete the race. At one point, I was actually considering framing this script from a lens of Jak 2 being one of the greatest Star Wars games of all time, because although it obviously has nothing to do with Star Wars, it also features literally everything I've ever wanted in a Star Wars game. Angsty anti-hero with a good heart fighting his corrupted dark nature, open world dystopian sci-fi city setting, cool vehicle mechanics, different types of weapons with shooting, melee, and platforming features, swoop bike racing minigames, and let's be honest, these things really are just swoop bikes. I mean, come on, if we replace the Crimson Guard with stormtroopers and call it the Empire, then we're fighting alongside a rebel resistance to take down an Imperial occupation. Hell, even the Zoomer vehicles look just like the speeders from Attack of the Clones.
What took us so long?
Anyway, back to the knife race. Of course, our boy Jak wins, and we get a fancy new trophy.
Hey, I watched your race today. You were pretty amazing out there.
Oh, thanks. Kira, this is Ashlyn. She's just...
Everyone knows who she is.
And Kira's...
A friend. A very good friend.
Thanks for helping out with that tanker, Jak. You've saved a lot of lives.
By this point, Jak and Daxter have gathered a list of solid contacts and characters to support their fight to save the city as things finally prepare to kick into the third act. The pair venture back out into the Badlands where they activate a massive laser of some kind by installing the 3 Precursor artifacts they've been collecting as per Onin's request. And upon activation, the said light tower destroys a massive statue of the Baron, revealing the entrance to the Tomb of Mar, which holds an ancient Precursor stone capable of incredible power. That Precursor stone is kind of like the game's MacGuffin, which I think is fine because it's a minor role in the overall plot, but it is still an important artifact that all involved parties are anxious to get their hands on. According to Samos, there is an intense trial awaiting the young child we've been protecting all of this time within that tomb, and only he can overcome it since he is the blood descendant of Mar himself, the long-dead hero of Haven City. So with the tomb open, Jak and Daxter link back up with Samos, Core, and the kid inside of the tomb.
Tests of manhood are sure to be fraught with peril, and Mars heir must face them alone.
It's okay, kid. You can do it. It's just a deep, pitch black, sure to be filled to the brim with painful death old tomb. I wouldn't go in there.
An ancient voice speaks out from above the door as the echo of a Precursor recognizes the child as the heir of Mar, calling him the Chosen One, but as it begins opening the door, it stops and suddenly begins to reclose the door, stating that the child is still too young to undertake the trials.
This child is too young to face the tests.
What? No! Do something, Jak!
Jak, remember the sure to be filled to the brim with painful death part?
Trapped in an ancient underground tomb, Jak and Daxter have to face a series of different challenges from puzzle solving to platforming in a shockingly difficult section of the game. Not to mention a cool chance to play as Daxter in a series of Crash Bandicoot throwback sequences running from a giant boulder.
It's not just a boulder, it's a rock.
And then running from an enormous arachnid. These sequences are also really hard, just like everything else in the level, and took me so many attempts to finally overcome them. It is kinda cool that we got to play as Daxter by himself for a bit though. After the two reunite, they finally find the Precursor stone as another giant statue reveals some lore about the metalheads and how they wiped out the Precursors. He also talks about the ancient hero Mar having fended them off to found Haven City. The big emerald on his chest is the so-called Precursor stone, supposedly imbued with ancient power. So it's convenient that before Jak can grab it, Baron Praxis comes flying in, steals the stone, and sets the stage for another boss battle with him.
Now I will gain the power I need to crush my enemies!
It's an okay battle, but quite a bit less exciting than the first one in my opinion. You just knock these time bombs into his machine while avoiding his attacks. Simple enough. It's all for naught, however, because Praxis still gets away with the stone, leaving Jak and Daxter to make their way out of the tomb to try and rescue their friends who were taken captive by the Crimson Guards. Returning to the hideout, Jak finds Torn distraught as he admits to being the one who revealed to Praxis that the Resistance was in the tomb pursuing the stone. He gave up the information after the Baron threatened to kill his own daughter, Ashlyn, and Torn folded. In a last bid to salvage the situation, Torn says he can get the door to the fortress open if Jak is willing to go in and try to stage a rescue attempt.
It'll be a tough fight through the fortress. Probably suicide.
You just get that door open. I'll be there.
Ever the angsty hero, Jak doesn't shy away from the challenge, which sends him and Daxter straight into the fortress where they have to fight their way through a small army of guards to find the prison where their friends are being held. Not only do they find Tess there, but also Samos. Both Samoses, actually.
What took you so long? I added 6 rings to my trunk waiting for you two to get me out of here. Great yakkow horns! What happened to you, Jak?
Wait a minute! You're you! I mean, the other you! You know what I mean.
The two Samoses argue back and forth about what their new priority should be, not agreeing on much before they all head back through the warp gate to escape the prison. Shortly after that, Jak and Daxter take a break at the saloon where Crew's bodyguard, Sig, tries to tell Jak that he thinks they may be in over their heads this time, and that he's planning on getting out from under Crew's employment. Seems like Sig is worried about the direction things are taking lately, and his trust in Crew is fading fast. From there, they leave and return to the arena to prepare for the Class 2 race that they'll need to win in order to qualify for the finals so Jak can get close to the Baron inside the palace. Yeah, there's all kinds of plot lines happening at once here, but it's all relevant, I promise.
Well, if it isn't the Dark Eco Freak.
Where's Kira?
Don't worry, I'm keeping a close eye on her. You know, Kira loves a winner. Someday she'll be my mechanic.
Stay away from her.
Errol's the best racer I've ever seen.
He's not what you think.
And you're a good judge of character? Ha! Look at you. People say you get angry and change. Besides, the Jak I knew wouldn't be working for a guy like Crew.
I need Crew's connections to fight the Baron. Without my... You know what? Do it your way, and I'll do it mine. Just don't come crying to me when the walls fall down.
This is kind of a strange interaction, I feel like. Maybe not so much on Jak's part, since he feels as on-brand angsty as you could expect a 17-year-old teen to be in this situation. Yeah, he's 17 here, by the way. But Kira's jumping to criticize Jak for working with Crew when she herself has done deals with Crew before is odd. Not to mention, she should know how much Jak's been doing to fight for the city's freedom by this point. It just feels a bit forced. Also, come to think of it, Jak abandoning the race so easily like this makes no sense when he knows that this is his ticket to get to Praxis, which has been his singular motivation literally this whole time over everything else. So storming off as if he doesn't care about the race doesn't make any sense. It's lucky for him that Daxter steps up to the plate so willingly here and also wins the race, because if he hadn't, then Jak would have thrown away part of what he's been working towards over basically nothing.
Hey there. We showed those Class 2 losers a thing or two, huh?
I saw. You drifted a little high in the turns a few times, but you hung in there. I'm proud of you, Dax.
Really?
Yeah, you did great.
No, we did great. Right, partner?
I'm gonna be honest here, seeing how much Daxter looks up to Jak and how much it meant to him to get some genuine praise from him kind of warmed my heart. These two have such a great dynamic, and Daxter's brash personality makes a good juxtaposition against Jak's new gloomy demeanor. It's clear that Daxter thinks Jak is cool and wants to be like him. It would have been nice if Jak took a little accountability for nearly losing them the race though. The racing drama isn't over yet, as back at the saloon, Crew tells Jak that because people are so enamored with him as a hope for the city, they've all bet on him to win the upcoming race, and so he bet a large amount on the current champion, Errol,
Dark Eco Freak,
to win the race instead, and then tells Jak to throw the race on purpose so they can all make a lot of money together.
What do you say, my boy?
I'd say you're gonna lose a lot of money, because I'm going to race, and I intend to win.
Oh, you little... You're becoming more trouble than you're worth. I wouldn't get too comfy if I was you. Everyone's expendable.
In a hurry to die, boy? Well, we don't have to wait for the big race. We can do this right now. One-on-one, through the city, using accelerator rings. Hit every ring from start to finish. Miss even one ring and it's over. Kira already thinks you're a loser, and I'll prove it now, once and for all.
You're on.
Yeah, so these two race through the literal city against each other for no stakes, just to raise the dramatic tension between the characters. There's no Jak novelizations, but this whole story really feels like something out of a young adult's novel, and I say that endearingly. After showing Errol what's up, Jak claims victory, and Daxter throws out what's probably one of my favorite new insults of all time.
You were bottle-fed, weren't you?
With that done, Jak and Daxter are told to go back out to Samos's old hut again and retrieve something called a life seed, which he has been preparing since all the way back in the past before they were thrown into the future. This life seed is what will allow his younger self to attain the green sage powers that he now has. No idea how the other colored sages got their powers or life seeds if they take this long to prepare, since they all seemed to have had their sagely powers for a while already in the first game, but I guess we're just not supposed to think too deeply into it.
So, let me get this straight. It's fair to say that by bringing your younger self the life seed now, we helped you become the sage you are today. We helped you get your powers in the first place. And you never thanked us?
Thank you, Daxter. Now go do it!
Young Samos meditates on the life seed and receives a vision for what Baron Praxis plans to do, as it is revealed to him that Praxis is going to try and crack open the Precursor stone, which will basically wipe out all life on the planet. Somehow. The story has gone off the rails at this point, and believe it or not, I'm only giving you the parts that I think are needed to fully grasp the plot here. I've skipped over probably half a dozen or more missions that are less crucial just to make it easier to follow and keep it tight-knit. As Jak and Dax go to prepare for their final race in the arena, Kira reveals that she's constructed a replica of the Rift Rider that took them into the future at the start of the game, but that she's missing two key components to make it work. The two things she needs happen to be ancient artifacts that Crew recently paid Jak to recover for him, so Jak already knows exactly where they are, and assures Kira that he'll get them from Crew and make sure she gets them. Also, the two make up after that small fight from before, so that didn't matter for long.
Well, here goes. The race of my life.
Jak, I just wanted you to know, well, you're the best racer I've ever seen.
Hey, what about me? I helped get us here.
Do you want to drive?
Against that crazy loon arrow? No way! You got the handlebars, brother. And you'd better keep us alive or I will never speak to you again. Obviously.
And so our heroes prepare for the final race as they're cheered on by a repetition of 4 animated PNG images across the stadium. The Baron introduces the race in person and announces the grand prize of a month's supply of eco and the coveted palace tour that Jak has been pushing for this whole time, despite having already fought the Baron twice at this point and failing to kill him both times. It kinda negates the impact of this being some kind of way to get face to face with the Baron when Jak has not only proved he can single-handedly assault their fortress and take on anything they throw at him at this point, but has also already had 2 fights with Praxis and lost both times. I really feel like this knife racing subplot should have resolved itself before Jak entered Mars' tomb, and that we should have seen less Praxis and more Errol in the first 2 acts of the game, rather than the other way around like it is now. That way, when Jak fights Praxis in Mars' tomb, if he had already won the 3rd race and tried to kill Praxis that way, it would feel even more personal between them, as Jak would have already tried to assassinate Praxis twice at that point after already having proved himself the city's hero by winning all 3 races. Not to mention that with the Precursor Stone already stolen here, Praxis should be so busy with that to the point where he wouldn't bother showing up for something like this race. You know, since he'd be overseeing the preparations of his master plan. It just feels a little out of place in my opinion, and I think this part of the game should have happened near the halfway point in the story, with Errol being finished off there instead of pushing it off to the end like this. Anyway, after multiple attempts, I did manage to beat this race, and Jak claimed his prize as Praxis approaches Jak to meet the winning champion.
In my world, good men are either bought or broken. So which is it going to be?
Surprise.
What?
Just a little closer. We need to talk.
Fool! Don't you get it? It's over, Jak. All the heroes died long ago. Only survival remains, by whatever means. This city is mine. These lives are mine. This war is mine. And in war, people die. Kill it. Look out!
I win, Jak.
See, I feel like that would have been a much more satisfying mid-game climax instead of being the inciting event of the end-game climax like it is here. Errol basically isn't even in the first 2 acts of the game beyond like 2 scenes, so it just would have made more sense to prioritize him as the early game villain rather than shoving all of his relevance into the 3rd act where he ends up being overshadowed by everything else that happens right after. Nevertheless, we're in the end game now, and Jak just got his hands on the passkey he needs to access the palace directly, so obviously he literally stages a one-man assault on said palace. And man, you can really tell the game is about to end because this level is one of the hardest ones of the game and features some of the most challenging platform bits I've seen so far. In the palace, Jak is confronted by Ashlyn, who accuses him of betraying their fight against the Metalheads by opposing her father's plan, and he has to inform her that if Praxis cracks open that Precursor Stone, it'll blow up the entire city. Although she doesn't believe what he's saying at first, so she calls their scientist friend Vin for confirmation.
What would happen if the Precursor Stone were to be, say, violently cracked open?
Great. As if I didn't have enough to keep me awake at night, you give me one more thing to dread. Thank you very much. If someone actually had the stone, according to my calculations, a runaway eco surge and cracking it open would theoretically destroy everything.
Everything?
All things. Every single thing. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go throw up. Bye-bye.
Trust me, Ashlyn. We have to stop him.
Ashlyn gives Jak the keycard he needs to get into the restricted area where Crew is setting up a new weapon, and then sends him on his way after relenting that it's true they need to stop her father from cracking that stone open. So Jak gets back into the city where he hitches a ride on a shuttle that takes him to one of the palace's towers where Crew currently is with one of the components Kira needs in order to finish building her Rift Rider. We all knew a final confrontation with Crew was inevitable. I mean, he's so clearly a bad guy, and that fact cements itself as Jak finds him monologuing about an enormous weapon he's built for Praxis meant to crack open the Precursor Stone. Of course, if that happens, as we just established, it would destroy literally everything.
Just take this gun upgrade and forget what you saw here.
Not this time, Crew. I'm through being your hired gun.
Then it's war, isn't it?
Another boss battle happens here as Jak fights off hordes of deadly crew holograms atop the tower overlooking the city in another spectacle of a boss fight. Mechanically, it's suitable enough, but the sheer scale of it is once again right on point. This is a great sequence. The handling of crew in this game is one of my favorite aspects about the narrative. There's nothing subversive or surprising about it, but that's exactly what I like about it. We're introduced to him early on, do multiple jobs for him across the game as he feeds us information and gun upgrades, and he turns out to be working with Praxis to fulfill his plan, which ends in Jak having to kill him. This is cool to me because crew isn't directly tied to the main story for most of the game, but still plays a pivotal role within it, if that makes sense. He's like an outside party whose involvement is integral to the plot, but his only motivations are to make money and build big guns. He has nothing to do with the Chosen One plot, he doesn't care about the Resistance, occupation, or even the brewing war with the Metalheads. I think the narrative's biggest strength is how unique and colorful its characters are, and how they each play their own part in the various interconnected threads of the story while not necessarily being present in every individual thread. With crew down for the count though, Jak throws out a one-liner and Daxter ruins it in the best way possible.
Is it too late to give my notice?
Yeah, we quit!
The city is already dead. I've sold you all out.
Jak, I think maybe we should be anywhere else just about now!
Ashley?
We're out of here.
Ashlyn comes to the rescue and drops them off at the docks, promising to find the other item Kira needs as Jak and Dax set out to find and save Sig from a final mission crew had sent him on. Also, to really up the ante just a little bit more, the Metalheads have now abandoned their truce with Praxis and commenced a full invasion of Haven City, so the streets are now littered with Metalheads fighting the Crimson Guard everywhere you look. This is due to a barrier that was keeping them out of the city now finally being shut down. Heading underground and fighting through the flooded Undercity in a mech suit, our heroes do find Sig fighting for his life down here.
Hey there, tough guy.
Get your skinny ass over here and start shooting! Man, was I set up! Crew sent me down here to open some old doors with that ruby key you found. And when I did, Metalheads came streaming in from some passage outside the city walls. Just like they were waiting for me. There's one!
Crew's dead.
Yeah? Well, he's lucky, because he would not want me to catch him alive.
The Metalheads must have promised Crew plenty for him to betray the whole city like this.
Let's get out of here.
So crew sent Sig down here to die basically, and in the process provide the Metalheads the avenue they needed to infiltrate the city. And the glaring issues with the game's checkpoint system are on full display in this area as we try and flee this giant centipede creature and I kept falling and dying. I'll talk more about the checkpoints later, but man, this part was frustrating. Either way, it's a short path out of this underground chamber to the elevator back into the city after saving Sig, and he has a plan for how they can take down the Metalhead leader and save the city once they're out.
We find a way to juice up Mars' old gun, and then boom, baby! We storm the nest, guns blazing. Hell, we'll take them all on together. You and me, side by side. Nothing'll stop us, cause we're...
So, what's plan B?
Well, that made this whole mission feel like a waste of time. With Sig apparently in the dark, Jak and Dax head back to relink with Kira and the two Samoses who believe the Rift Rider has been completed and are ready to take the device into the Metalhead nest where the Rift Ring is located so they can get home. As it sounds, however, there are a couple of issues with that plan, notably the fact that there's no way into said nest, and also, how are they going to get the machine in anyway? Well, as it turns out, Brooder, the lurker we've been helping to free his enslaved kin, currently has a massive balloon lift, which amusingly looks exactly like something we would have seen in the first game back when Jak used to fight lurkers. The two green sages use their powers to levitate the machine onto the balloon where it takes off towards the nest. The open world has pretty much been ravaged at this point, as you'll see way less cars in the air and hundreds of Metalheads fighting the guards across the whole city. I'll admit, they did a great job of making this feel like a climactic finale. Before Jak can meet with the team at the nest, he gets a call from Vin saying there's something big going down at the construction site and that he needs to head there at once. What Jak finds when he gets there is the old man who's been helping the Resistance named Core confronting Baron Praxis.
Core, what's going on?
I'm sure you know. Deep down in your darkest nightmares. We've met before, remember? Everything's going exactly as planned.
Jak! It's the Metalhead leader!
So for the last time, give me the Precursor Stone!
If the city must die, then we all die! Ah!
I will find that stone if I have to crush this city one brick at a time!
You are the supreme weapon, Jak, and I made you. Still, any leader worth his salt always has his backup plan. Remember, the first rule in making a bomb is to always make two.
Daxter hops into the bomb and loosens some wires to free the Precursor Stone from the bomb's grasp, so now it's back in their possession and Praxis is dead. I was a little disappointed that it wasn't Jak who got to take Praxis down after all of that build-up between the two characters, but it was a nice surprise to see that Praxis didn't back down and died like a warrior when push came to shove. He may have been a tyrant, but he wasn't a coward, and he really did want to protect the city, even if it was for the wrong reasons. Also, I'm a big fan of changing a protagonist's look before a finale of any story if possible, and if games let me, I'll do it. There's no customization to speak of in Jak 2, but an unlockable bonus for finding some Precursor orbs is the ability to remove Jak's new goatee, which, believe it or not, were actually super fashionable at the time. So I headcanoned that when he gets his final Dark Jak upgrade, it just zaps the thing off as an excuse to make him look a little different just for the final battle. With that done, Jak flies outside of the walls to the outskirts of the Precursor nest, where he fights through a wasteland loaded with metalheads and one final level to reach a gigantic gun left over from the lost hero, Mar. Now that they have the Precursor Stone in hand, they can use it to punch a hole straight into the nest.
You should just go through the rift back to your own time, Jak, and get away from this horrible place.
I see your point. Come on, Jak.
This place is worth fighting for.
We'll hold out as long as we can. Farewell.
Precursor Stone, gun, nest.
Light her up, Padre!
Eat this!
That ought to wake him up.
Let's go take care of business.
And so Jak fights through an enormous amount of these creatures in a pretty damn interesting final level, I have to say, until he reaches the Metalhead leader. The monster has the child trapped, the last real heir of Mar, as he reveals the truth about the young boy's identity.
Don't you recognize him? The boy is you, Jak. And this place, this is where you began, in the future.
But how?
You were hidden in the past on the hope that you would gain the skills to face me today. But Onin was wrong. Now that you've been altered with Dark Eco, the stone will never open for you. Your younger self, however, still has the pure gift. He alone can awaken the stone and the Precursor entity which sleeps inside.
Yeah, the time travel stuff is where the plot gets pretty convoluted, and the Jak being born in the future and sent to the past bit opens up several plot holes between the games that can be pretty hard to work around. Core, the Metalhead leader, tells Jak that the secret of the Precursor Stone is that it's a Precursor egg and contains a Precursor entity within that he intends to feed on, and in doing so finish his quest to eradicate them entirely.
I think you're forgetting one little thing, Metalomaniac. We've got the Precursor Stone.
Not for long!
And then we have our final boss battle of the game, which is sufficiently challenging and took me several attempts to beat. This is a great boss battle, and the nasty insectoid, almost Geiger-like design of the environment surrounding this horrible monster makes such a fun ending boss compared to the sleek robotic boss battle of the first game. And they even programmed multiple phases into it to really drive home the impact. It's a fittingly grungy final boss for an angsty, edge-fueled video game, and I really appreciated the amount of work that went into making this. Once Teen Jak overcomes and kills Core, finally putting an end to the Metalhead leader, his body explodes, leaving only his head behind as Jak activates the Precursor Stone, and the spirit of a Precursor tells them they've done well and that they will meet again. Kira and the gang then arrive with the Rift Rider ready to return home when Samos informs her that they must remain in the future and only Samos' younger self and young Jak can go through the portal into the past, where they must remain until Jak is able to grow up and fulfill his destiny later so he can complete the circle.
Wait a minute. It's you. I mean, it's me. I have to take him back and watch over him, don't I? Ah, grub roots. Talk about being in the wrong time at the right place.
Hey kid, you take care. Oh, and trust me on this. Stay away from any wumpy nest on your 9th birthday, okay?
I sure hope I built this replica right. I don't know if it...
It's perfect, Kira. This is the very machine we found, or will find later.
What? I just built this. After seeing the first one, I mean. It's based on what I remember from before.
Honey, the more you think about it, the more it hurts the head.
I'll take good care of the child. And don't worry. I'll be back in time for the celebration. Farewell!
Thanks, Amos. Without you...
It's funny. The boy won't remember any of this.
No. I do remember the light.
We get a good amount of in-game resolution too, which is nice. We see Torn and Ashlyn have a thing going on as they go to a celebration party at Crew's old saloon, which is now owned and operated by Daxter himself as he renames it to the Naughty Otzel. Also, Sig survived, somehow. It's not made clear, but he's back just in time to celebrate, but conveniently managed to dodge having to participate in the final battle. There's some not-so-subtle sequel baiting, but overall, I think pretty much everything is resolved and wrapped up in a super satisfying bow for the story they wanted to tell here. Also, the game is dedicated to Morgan, which I looked up and turned out to be the mascot dog that Naughty Dog named their company after. This is Morgan. It just felt important to show her since this game is dedicated to her memory. That's a good dog right there.
Metalcore and his menace are history, and somewhere out there, an ancient race has begun again.
As for the story of Jak 2, I think it's pretty great actually. I mean, it's definitely a little too convoluted for its own good, and opens up more than a few plot holes. If Jak is 17 and Kira is 16 when this game takes place, and Jak is already a few years old when he and Samos go into the past, then Kira clearly can't actually be Samos' real daughter, and he must adopt her when he gets to the past, right? But whatever, I mean, as mature as the game tries to play it sometimes, this is still very clearly a young adult story for teenagers to enjoy, and I love it for that. The number of plot threads woven throughout the player's time in Haven City offers a vast array of eclectic subplots, characters, and locations to experience and explore. It's ambitious, cinematic, and most of all, it's just really fun. With that said, we still need to talk about the gameplay.
Great. More mucking in the mud.
I hate to burst your bathtub bubbles, baby, but that ain't just mud down there.
A lot of the core Jak 2 gameplay mechanics are carried over straight from the first game. Jak still has all of the same movements and melee attacks like the punch and the spin kick, but where the game really shines is in its new additions. The first of which I want to talk about being the Dark Jak mechanic. As we've covered, it's a pretty crucial plot point that Jak was experimented on to pump him full of dark eco in order to give him the ability to transform into a monster with more speed, strength, and resiliency to make him a more formidable warrior against the metalheads. I really love this idea, and it fits super well with the game's setting and tonality, but its implementation misses the mark in a few ways in my opinion. First off, you really don't ever need to use it. I actually consistently forgot I could even do it through the majority of the gameplay, and there are literally 0 instances in the gameplay that ever require it. The whole mechanic being so optional feels strange, since it plays such a role in the plot, and even has a built-in side quest to visit an oracle who can grant you multiple Dark Jak power-ups and make it more powerful, but again, you literally never need to use it. And the times when I thought about using it, I'd second guess it because I'd think to myself that I might get a better opportunity to unleash it soon if I hold off, but that was pretty much never the case. The reason for this is that it just takes way too long to charge it back up. You have to collect dark eco orbs throughout a level by smashing crates and killing enemies, but it charges so slowly that I felt de-incentivized to use it because of how long it would take me to get it back. I can see why they may not have wanted players to spam it or rely on it being the reason for making it take so long to charge up, but this alternative ended up making me just never really use it. I think this is such a shame because I love the idea of the Dark Jak ability. It's honestly such a great feature with some really cool capabilities that I didn't even find until after I'd already beaten the game. Like how you can turn into a giant version of Dark Jak and even do the slow-mo ground pound. It's heartbreaking that I feel like such a brilliant mechanic wasn't implemented in such a way where players would organically make more frequent use of it on first-time playthroughs. But something you will be using a lot, for pretty much the whole game in fact, is the new Morph Gun and its subsequent shooting mechanics. The Morph Gun is a single rifle that is capable of transforming into multiple other weapons on the fly via modifications. Each weapon is based on one of the eco colors from the first game, with the first being the Scatter Gun, a short-ranged, shotgun-like weapon based on red eco. The second Second, and probably the one you'll use the most, is the Blaster, a ranged, semi-automatic rifle based on yellow eco. The third is called the Vulcan Fury, and is a blue eco-based minigun that's slow to charge up, but can pour bullets out like rain in a thunderstorm, really good for crowd control situations. Lastly is the Peacemaker mod, which fires out a sphere of dark eco that can eradicate most things in its vicinity. Unfortunately, not only do we get this one really late in the game, but I feel like ammo for it was too rare and I didn't get to use it enough.
Oh, don't I wish?
Overall though, I feel like the inclusion of gun mechanics was a great idea and makes combat way more fun. Collecting ammo is far more rewarding and gives more reason to break open boxes than the first game had, but one major problem is that the aiming is really bad and frustrating to deal with. There does seem to be a kind of soft auto-aim, but I wasted a lot of ammo and took a lot of damage just firing off randomly in the general direction of my targets hoping to hit them. The first game had a manual aim function for its ranged fireball attacks, but this game seemed to lack that for some reason, and there were some sections that would have really benefited from the ability to manually aim. And something I brought up earlier but haven't really talked about yet is the Titan mech suit. It only shows up a few times in the later half of the game, so the player really doesn't get to use it all that much, but it's still shockingly well done considering the small role it plays. You can use it to punch through walls, carry rocks, and even walk around underwater for brief periods of time. It's another one of those things that the game could have easily not included and it wouldn't have made a difference to the game's reception, but by its inclusion, diversifies and improves the gameplay experience so much just by making it all feel that much more varied and exciting. Just another indicator of the incredible scope Naughty Dog was pushing for on this title. Alright, now there's no avoiding it anymore. I gotta talk about the vehicle mechanics of Jak 2. Driving, or flying I guess, is an unavoidable aspect of Jak 2's world, and given the fact that GTA 3's heavy influence on this game's design means you'll be flying around for nearly 50% of your playtime, it sucks to say it sucks. No, really, the actual driving part of this game is something I'd call one step above abysmal. It's more often than not totally void of fun, and the worst part is, it could be pretty much completely rectified by making two minor changes that I can't believe weren't made during playtesting. The first change would have been the addition of a handbrake, which I was shocked to learn wasn't in the game already when I started playing. I even tried to look up how to use the e-brake online to see what button it was since I couldn't figure it out, but then I learned it wasn't there to find, and I'm telling you, this game needed it. You'll spend so much time trying to not go fast so as to not smash into a wall or collide with another vehicle because you are effectively enslaved to however much momentum you give the vehicle you're driving.
I prefer freedom challenged.
If you're going too fast, there is zero way to control the momentum, which, when paired with the insanely floaty feeling of the vehicle's drift, makes it all so unsatisfying to deal with. All of the different vehicles control pretty much the same as the Zoomer did in the Precursor legacy, but that's for the worst because while in that game you had tons of open space to roam around, with the exception of a few meticulously plotted linear routes, this game is packed with narrow alleyways and super tight turns that basically demand the use of a handbrake, which isn't in the game. It's mind-boggling that they shipped it like this, especially with how much driving you have to do between the various side missions that require it and the overall navigation of the open world. The second change they could have made to improve the game is to reduce the overall city traffic by like 15%. There's way too many other cars on the road at one time, and it doesn't even seem possible given the size of the city that there would be this many cars flying around at once. How are there even this many people alive here? I could barely move around the city with any degree of speed or fun without colliding with another vehicle and exploding. The whole ordeal was just immensely frustrating, and I really feel like the game would have been so much better if they could have fine-tuned the driving just a little bit more. And while I'm talking about things that needed a little more fine-tuning, I've got to talk about Jak 2's difficulty.
Like candy from a baby. No one will ever know we were here.
Now, I've saved talking about Jak 2's difficulty this long because it's pretty much the last real criticism I have of the game, but there does need to be some clarifying here around it. In my research phase for this game, I saw a ton of talk about how notoriously hard it is. It even says it in the third paragraph of its own Wikipedia page that it's considered to be one of the hardest games on the PS2. Well, after playing it, I'm telling you that's just not true. In fact, for the most part, Jak 2 really isn't that hard or difficult. It's just unforgiving, and there's a difference. The combat is smooth, rewarding, and balanced. The platforming is fair and fun. most of the time, with a few questionable exceptions that were harder than they needed to be. The problem is the checkpoints, or rather the lack thereof. A lot of Jak 2's missions feature a wild amount of lethal environmental hazards surrounding its very necessary platforming, and you will have to replay a gratuitous amount of these sections repeatedly because they just did not put very many checkpoints throughout the levels. It's not that the game is hard per se, but it's just annoying. If there was a checkpoint after every 2 platforming sections instead of every 4 or 5, most would probably consider the game challenging but not notoriously hard. It's really not that difficult of a game. It just feels way harder than it actually is because having to replay sections over and over just to get back to where you died from a tiny mistake or miscalculation gets super annoying after a while.
Relax. Watch me butter up Bun Boy. Hey there, stuffed crust! How's it feel floating on top of the food chain?
I still adored my time with the game, by the way. I'm just trying to fairly point out its very real flaws here. The Precursor legacy may have been a shorter, more polished, and higher quality experience, technically speaking, but the insane scale and ambition, not to mention more than double the amount of new content in Jak 2, pretty much justifies all of its flaws in my opinion. Which, if we're being honest, aren't even that egregious. I bet you that if they'd given the game another 3 months of development and playtesting, all of these issues could have been resolved. If they'd tweaked the aiming to be better, optimized the vehicle handling, added an e-brake, reduced Haven City traffic by roughly 15%, and added in a handful of additional checkpoints across a few of the later missions, then this would practically be a perfect game. Okay, with all of that said, there's still a few more things I want to talk about before we wrap up, starting with the open world hub of Haven City itself. Just like any good open world game, Jak 2 does feature a handful of activities to do across the city to make things feel just a little bit more lived in and alive, but with that said, it's not really that much. For example, one thing brought back from the first game are the mini-games, of which there were several in the Precursor legacy, but have now been relegated to only 2 this time around. Both of these are integrated into the main story in a way that lets every player experience them naturally just by playing the game. The first minigame shows up in Onin's hut and is just a standard fare button-pressing game. It's simple, satisfying, and adds some diversity to the game overall, but that's all it is. The second one is a little bit more involved in the form of a whack-a-mole ripoff called Metalhead Mash, where you use the D-pad and buttons to control Daxter as he smashes in the Metalhead dolls.
They be all, don't hurt me please, and I be all, too late metal monkeys, you die screaming. Know what I'm saying? Jak, I think these trophies are still working!
But if that's not enough for you, there's also a variety of small gameplay challenges scattered across Haven City's various sectors. These can range from things like racing to a certain point before the timer runs out, or collecting all of the green eco-orbs, again, before the time runs out. There's others like racing through points, but I mean, they're all pretty much just different versions of the same time challenges to give players a little extra something to do in the world. It is nice to have little things like this available though while exploring the city, since most of the game's actual missions all take place outside of the city in the various Badlands areas like Dead Town, Haven Forest, the construction site, etc. Within the city itself are 9 different sectors, respectively called Industrial Zone, Port, Slums, Aquatic Slums, Main Town or Stadium Section, Bazaar 1, Bazaar 2, Garden 1, and Garden 2. Most of these sectors will be inaccessible to the player when the game first begins, but as Jak progresses through the story, he collects the needed security passes that grant him access to these different areas. I liked Haven City a lot, to be honest. The design and style of the city was very eclectic, and I was able to feel the vibe of every sector within only a few seconds of entering. If anything, I feel like a lot of these areas were underutilized in the main story, and we could have had more sequences happening in the individual sectors themselves instead of setting most of the missions outside of the city. Oh hey, it's Ratchet and Clank. What are they doing here?
Ooh, I love undercover work, baby.
Just like how the first game had dynamic music that would change to suit the environment the player was in at any given time, Jak 2 also features a dynamic music system, but this time dialed up to 11. Composed once again by Josh Mansell and joined by Larry Hopkins, Jak 2's soundtrack features a handful of tracks to suit a few of the different areas in the game, but to spice everything up, each track has a variety of different layers that will fade in and out to thicken the track's intensity based on the gameplay occurring at any given time. Simply standing in an area provides the base layer for that area. Drawing your weapon adds another layer to the already playing track. Hopping on your jetboard adds a different layer, and getting into combat adds another different layer. Turning into Dark Jak adds its own layer as well, and there's even multiple different instrumental layers for various degrees of combat depending on how much danger the player is in. When put together in a highly dangerous situation with weapon drawn or Dark Jak activated, the version of the track playing could be running multiple different ever-changing layers at once. This is easily one of the coolest dynamic soundtracks I've ever seen in a game, based on the incredible quality of each track and the sheer genius of how each layer interacts with one another to create such varying musical experiences that are determined both by the world and the player at any given moment. I am so impressed by the audio work that went into this soundtrack, and I'm actually kind of shocked more games don't do things like this.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, we're working on it.
I played Jak 2 for the first time roughly 2 or so years ago, but I only made it an hour or two in before stepping back to do other things. Having finished up my time with it now and experiencing everything it's got to offer, I'm just happy to say that it's probably one of the best games I've ever played. Yes, it's really annoying in certain parts, and it's got some deeply flawed mechanics, particularly the driving and checkpoint systems. It's also got a few plot holes, and in general, I typically just do not like time travel stories because they start screwing up consistency and creating issues, but the time travel thing is more of a secondary plot point in this game, so I kinda just let it go. I love angsty Jak, and while I found Daxter to be a little annoying and entitled in the first game at times, I adored his character in this game as we saw some aspects of vulnerability between him and Jak, and as he was tested in more ways this time around. Sure, he's got his personality flaws, but we get to see glimmers of his deeper self that endeared me to him, and his comic relief is much more welcome amidst the darker plotline. Baron Praxis makes a great villain, and his comedically ridiculous propaganda lines constantly blasting across the city made it so easy to villainize him and enjoy pursuing the conflict. Although I am a bit sick of Clancy Brown's voice now.
Safe inside the walls.
Nothing so far.
Defy and die. Welcome to Haven City. All laws are enforced for your safety.
Cora was a little bit more one-note as a villain, but played his role super well as a more esoteric force of chaos rather than a self-serving tyrant. All of the characters are so exaggerated and over the top, but they're also fun, lovable, and endearing, even the bad guys. But the biggest thing I loved so much about Jak 2 is how it really managed to nail that kind of wish fulfillment fantasy I think we all have as kids, to be whisked away into some exciting other world where we're the hero fighting an authority that threatens to suppress our people as we prove ourselves the hero by fulfilling prophecies and winning races. Playing it took me back to being a teenager again. I mean, think about it. This game is really no different than any other young adult fantasy. Star Wars, Harry Potter, The Hunger Games, The Book Thief, Divergent, etc., on and on. It's all just that sense of fulfilling destiny in a dystopian world where our hero does a bunch of cool things and deals with drama while taking down the bad guys. That's how Jak 2 is best played in my opinion, and I love it for that. It's just a stupid, fun, angsty teenage wish fulfillment story. Speaking of which, Sony might actually be leaving money on the table by not trying to adapt this game into an animated movie. I know the Ratchet & Clank movie didn't perform like they'd hoped it would, but this particular story is a lot more in line with young adult audiences than that one was, I feel, if they were to remain faithful to the characters and plot.
Kill metalheads? Get toys? Sounds good to me.
It's one of my favorite things when I get to play through and make content about a game that I genuinely ended up loving like this, and Jak 2 was a blast for me. It's one of the most rewarding video games I've gotten to play due to its massive array of offerings, fun over-the-top characters and stories, and provision of a compelling world to dive in and fight for, which kinda caught me off guard since so much of the dialogue around this game, particularly from fans of the first one, is that it's just some GTA 3 clone that lost the charm of the original. Calling it a GTA 3 clone unfairly dismisses everything that makes it special. I'm not saying it didn't borrow its core from GTA 3, it very clearly did, but the game that Naughty Dog built around that core is so discernibly special that I've never really played anything else quite like it. Least of all a GTA game. I've heard from others about how great Jak 2 is for a lot of my life, but only now can I finally say I get it, and they were right all along. Jak 2 is easily one of the best video games on the PS2, and possibly one of the greatest video games of all time, just due to how much it achieves and the experience that it delivers to players. Between its edgy over-the-top story, exciting new world, its genuinely rewarding, albeit unbalanced at times gameplay, and massive amount of varied content, Jak 2 really is just one of those games that I think will likely continue to stand the test of time. It's not perfect, but it doesn't need to be, because it's still awesome.
You know, the kid grows up to be a handsome hero.
Hey, that's enough for you, lady. I'm cutting you off.
You will need all the power you can muster to survive this terrible test, Great One.
I can handle it.
I was talking to the tall one, Shorty.
Hey!
Developing a video game is hard. Developing a really good video game is even harder. But developing 3 really good games in a row that all maintain a consistent, arguably ever-improving level of quality across a solid trilogy is a task very few developers can or will ever be able to boast. Concluding a trilogy is such an important thing, in fact, that many other franchises, even outside of the video game realm, have continuously failed to deliver even a competent third entry, much less a great one. And to be fair, it is a tall ask to keep everything that made not 1 but 2 previous entries great, while still finding room to introduce new elements and deliver on subplots and narrative promises made across 2 previous stories. The truth is, there's been a lot of third entries that go too far, or try something different, or lose too much of what made the first 2 great. In some cases, they double down a little bit too hard on the wrong things and jump the shark, so to speak, by taking a franchise somewhere it didn't feel natural for it to go. Sometimes, the trick is to dial in on all the right things without overdoing it, and learning when less is more. So, let's talk about Jak 3, the 2004 action-adventure conclusion to Naughty Dog's Jak and Daxter trilogy.
Yeah, we thought we'd hang out, catch some rays.
This isn't a game.
Jak 3 hit the market on November 9th, 2004 as an exclusive to Sony's PlayStation 2, much like its 2 predecessors that were both also PS2 exclusives. Also like its predecessors, Jak 3 later received ports and marketplace availability on the PS3, 4, 5, and PS Vita. What you're seeing on screen now is actually emulated footage, which, good news, works almost flawlessly with the exception of some pretty rough frame drops in 4 specific sequences, but otherwise the entire game is both completely playable and works great nearly the whole way through. I didn't use the fan-made Open Goal PC port this time around because Jak 3 support wasn't available yet and seemed to still be quite a ways off by the time I was ready to start playing it. As for the game itself, very much unlike its predecessors, Jak 3 only saw a development time of around 1 single year, which was a massive shock to me upon realizing it. Not only because of what they were able to accomplish with this game in such a short time period, but also because a 1-year development cycle for a video game, especially a third entry in a successful franchise, is completely insane. I've talked about this in different ways across my videos, but I still cannot emphasize enough how much of a difference even 1 month can make to the outcome of a video game state on release. This was back when updates and patches weren't even a concept. Whatever the game was when it was printed on that disc was what everyone was stuck with. No updates, no patches, nothing. So Sony throwing $10 million at a game, which was the actual budget of this game, and allowing it to only receive 1 year of development time was a very risky move in my opinion, even if it did end up working out. Even in a series known for annual releases like Call of Duty only managed to pull it off by using different studios so they could each have 2-year development cycles.
Be honest.
And also hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, well, cut it out! If you moved that fast a long time ago, I'd still be wearing pants!
I'm not harping on this because the game is bad, or because it's riddled with issues and I'm using its absurdly small development window as an excuse or something like that. Jak 3 is actually exceptionally well made, even compared to games with 2 or even 3-year dev cycles. In fact, all of my primary issues with it are related to its writing rather than anything technical. This game is brilliant. But the reason I'm harping on that 1-year development cycle is because I can't believe they actually managed to get away with it. I've always been, and still am, of the opinion that every publisher-backed video game should see a minimum of a 2-year development cycle, preferably even more if warranted. Most of the time when I'm finding problems in a game I'm covering, it's pretty obvious that a little more time in the oven would have resolved it. So with that in mind, I have to point out the very intuitive methods in which the developers were able to reuse prior assets or design ideas in gratifying ways that saved on time and resources without feeling cheap or compromising the experience. Although that said, I do have to admit that the whole time I was playing it, I actually kept thinking to myself that this whole game does feel way more like part 2 of the second game's narrative than a new entry in the series in its own right. The differences and improvements between the Precursor Legacy and Jak 2 were enormous, whereas the differences between Jak 2 and 3 are much less noticeable by comparison. What I'm trying to say is that Jak and Daxter the Precursor Legacy is a complete and satisfying standalone experience, but Jak 2 and 3 are both two parts of one experience that kinda have to be played together. This is due mostly to how closely Jak 3 marries itself to Jak 2. Even Jak 2 could be mostly played on its own, but Jak 3 very much needs Jak 2 in order to feel complete, which I have no problem with at all, as I think it's a completely acceptable route for a sequel to require prior consumption of its previous entries to fully enjoy, but it is something I found a bit jarring after playing all 3 in a row. Jak 1 through 3 feels like 2 games, despite being 3 games. I hope that's coming across the way I'm trying to convey it.
That was close.
Oh, are you beginning to care? Demo says...
Of course, I do need to clarify that Jak 3 is by no means lazy in terms of introducing new mechanics and elements into the series. A lot of sequels back in the day would strip the character of their prior upgrades while making the player re-earn them over and over again with every new entry in order to retain that sense of progression. Although Jak 3 does technically do this too, you have pretty much all of your previously acquired weapons and abilities back within the first 2 hours of the game, along with several new weapon types and special abilities. The rest of the game from there is just an avalanche of continuous new progressions for your morph gun and dark Jak powers until you've almost beaten the game. Not to mention the introduction of an entire new subset of powers in the form of Light Jak, which we first saw briefly all the way back at the finale of the first game. Oh yeah, and of course an entire new desert-centric hub world complete with a variety of Mad Max-style dune buggies to play with.
Those are for the big boys. You can use that one.
What a runt!
Seems to fit you.
The team apparently got the inspiration to pursue developing this style of vehicle gameplay across this new biome after having played a game called Smuggler's Run, where the player drives a buggy around a large map to collect points. Interestingly, Smuggler's Run was actually made by a small company called Angel Studios, who would go on to become Rockstar San Diego, and was published by Rockstar Games, making this yet another Jak and Daxter game directly influenced by Rockstar. Kinda weird it happened twice. Speaking of that, it's also kind of weird that Naughty Dog has 2 different threequels with a desert theme. Although I'd argue that Jak 3 is a significantly better game than Smuggler's Run in pretty much every way. In fact, it's honestly probably better than most games in general. Much like Jak 2, this game has just about everything going for it, although somehow it has a different flavor of everything. Of course, I'm being hyperbolic with my usage of the word everything to mean it has a bunch of cool stuff. Dozens of additional and far more creative weapon mods for your morph gun, multiple special variations of drivable buggy vehicles for your desert excursions, a solid selection of interesting locations to explore both new and old, an awesome flying vehicle sequence that I couldn't believe they managed to squeeze in, a new even more malevolent enemy faction, and easily the most mini-games we've seen so far. And most of these things function exactly as you'd expect, with some working even better than you'd think they would, while being spread out across a tight-knit climactic narrative that rises to the highest highs of the series so far, while unfortunately burning up in a few places as a result of getting just a little too close to the sun. i.e., there's some issues with the plot. In specific, its handling of a character or two. Speaking of which, let's get into the story of Jak 3. Naturally, there will be massive spoilers ahead as I'm breaking down pretty much the whole story, so consider yourself warned.
Ha! We kicked your scaly tail! Back off, you filthy animal!
Jak 3 takes place roughly a year after Jak 2, and a surprising amount of changes have occurred in Haven City across that time. A new council has formed to take the place of Baron Praxis's rule, called the Freedom League, and following a sudden massive metalhead assault on the city, the council decides to blame Jak as a scapegoat to explain how the metalheads gained access to the city again, suggesting that his friendship with Crew means he's been secretly compromised. Which is where Jak 3 starts off, as a ship lands in the desert with a new character named Count Vigor overseeing the exile of Jak to the wasteland.
By order of the Grand Council of Haven City, for heinous acts and crimes against the people, you are hereby banished to the wasteland for life.
This is a death sentence, Vigor. There must be another way.
Your protest was overruled. This dark eco freak is dangerous. Now drop the cargo!
Daxter and Pecker opt to join Jak in his banishment, not wanting to leave him alone, and Ashlyn slips him a beacon that she says will help him be located before perishing in the desert. We then get a montage of Jak, Dax, and Pecker wandering through the sands, slowly suffering the heat and dehydration as we see some flashbacks of the Metalhead assault on Haven City, and even get a great sequence of the palace collapsing. Then, eventually, they all pass out.
Right. Good plan, Jak. A nap would be nice.
After laying there on the brink of death for what I assume were a few hours based on the sun's position, a group of mysterious wanderers find them there.
Here's the beacon we were picking up. Who gave you this? We'll take them with us. Let's move. I smell a storm coming.
We then cut to Jak and Daxter recovering in a pool of water as they try to regain their strength after nearly dying. The man who rescued them introduces himself as Deimos, the king of Spargus City, much to Jak's confusion as he claims that no one should be capable of surviving outside of Haven's walls, much less an entire city. Deimos addresses this claim as he points out that Spargus is made up of people who were exiled from Haven City at one time or another, and this is where the Banished now live, in the small city they've made for themselves. Jak and Daxter's right to stay and live among them comes with a heavy condition, however, as Deimos tells them their lives now belong to the people of Spargus, and that they must make themselves useful to the city and her people if they wish to remain. Their first task is to prove themselves worthy of being there at all, by fighting in the Spargus City Arena.
Complete your training, then enter the arena. Just the bravest crawl out and are allowed to stay in Spargus. It's quite simple, really.
What happens to the ones that don't crawl out?
Then it will be as if we never found you.
I was afraid of that.
So here we are in the Spargus City Arena, where all of the citizens gather to watch Jak kill several dozen other people for sport. This is pretty brutal for a kid's game, but man, is it cool. We also see Pecker has become the new advisor for Deimos, somehow. With all of the big setup and world building done, we actually begin the game in full as the player is able to refamiliarize themselves with the controls across this training course. This is a really fun throwback to the Collectathon origin of the first game, actually, as we move through the course to gather these blue orbs. I thought this part was such a fun way to open the game. Also, shout out to Naughty Dog for getting fully rendered 3D models for their arena audience this time, instead of 2D PNGs. Or at least if they are PNGs, they're significantly more convincing this time. Of course, it doesn't go on for too long before we have to get some real combat going again.
Now let's see how you rate against the living. Readjust the matter formers. Prepare the arena for full combat.
Prepare the arena for full combat.
I just said that.
And we're back to straight up killing people with a shotgun again. 20 people to be exact, and at first I was confused by this because why would Deimos be throwing his own people into an arena to die like this when there can't be that many of them here to begin with? I figured out later that all of these guys are captured wasteland bandits, which are a whole other thing I'll tackle later, but yeah, in a throwaway line, we find out that these are bad guys, not warriors from within Spargus. Jak still has his dark powers though and busts them out to shred these bandits to pieces, securing an easy victory in the arena. A shadowy monk figure witnesses this, however, and seems to scowl at him over it. Deimos is then informed that Jak's dark eco injections have given him special abilities that make him dangerous, which makes Deimos consider that he may be a useful asset.
Your bravery has earned you your first battle amulet. If you are victorious in 2 more arena fights, you will earn your citizenship to Spargus. Here is a gate pass to allow free passage in and out of the city. But beware, there is no true refuge outside our walls. The desert is less kind than I. And for your victory, a gun mod is your prize.
Oh yeah, now we're talking. Hey, what do I get? Nothing, as usual.
Our heroes then meet one of the locals named Cleaver, who was somewhat impressed by their arena performance and offers them work feeding his leaper lizard in exchange for access to one of his multiple vehicles. That monk Jak saw scowling at him earlier comes back up again here though, as Jak is wandering through Spargus City when he comes across her investigating some kind of ancient machine. This monk is named Seam, and she seems to have quite a bit of animosity towards Jak after witnessing his ferocity in the arena. The two bicker back and forth for a bit before something interesting happens.
You must leave this place. Heroes think they can save the world when they themselves are lost. You could not possibly understand the dark forces at work here.
Don't talk to me about dark powers. I want to know what this is. stand back.
This is where we get one of our mini-games. I'll talk more about these later, but the important thing here is that Jak cracks the terminal and it gives him a set of dark eco crystals. These will come into play later too. Also, the thing explodes.
Even you cannot save us from this, hero.
Hey, I'm the real hero here. You can call me Orange Lightning. Zing!
You may carry the color of our creator's animal, but we have plans to save ourselves. Stay out of our business. You and Orange Lightning are not welcome here.
Yeah, so the Precursor monks of Spargus are not big fans of our heroes, but that's fine because they have bigger fish to fry right now. On our way to meet Cleaver for another odd job, I took some time to explore Spargus City a bit. It's for sure the smallest hub of the game, and maybe even the least utilized, as you'll only really come here a handful of times to get assigned some missions. Although I do think both this and the other two hubs are really cool, and I'd have loved to see more done with them. I would 100% read a novelization of Jak 2 and 3 that poured more lore into this world and its characters, though I doubt anything like that is ever going to happen. Anyway, Cleaver keeps his promise by giving Jak and Dax the keys to a buggy and then challenging them to a race.
I'll let you keep that little vehicle for as long as you live. And if I win,
I don't have anything.
I'd say that yappy rodent of yours is a bit bony, but skinned and buttered, he'd make a nice treat. My vehicle against him.
Forget it, buddy. Jak would never...
Done. What? Don't worry. If there's one thing I can do, it's race.
Surprisingly, we only race on this track one time, which is crazy because they build out this whole course and it's surprisingly big all things considered, and after we beat this one race, the course just sits here taking up space on the Wasteland hub map. It's not really a problem, but I definitely expected one or two more races written into the story as Jak fought to earn his place in Spargus. Once we wrap up this race, we're technically free to roam the desert as we see fit now, but there's not a whole lot to see out there beyond sand and a few spaces we'll be coming back to later, so you may as well go back for your next mission anyway. Now that we've got the new foundation, setting, and characters explained, I'm going to begin only covering missions that are either central to the plot or just too interesting to ignore, much the same as how I handled my coverage of Jak 2's plot. I say this because there's a lot of filler missions in this game. I don't say that as a negative, by the way. I really enjoyed most of these lower impact quests, but there are a lot of them here. Like how the next mission we're on is to drive around the wasteland and collect ancient Precursor artifacts, or rescue citizens from Spargus lost in the desert before a sandstorm hits. The game is fantastic and absolutely worth playing, so you should go experience all these levels for yourself anyway. After collecting all of the artifacts from the wasteland, Jak and Dax head back into Spargus City to hand them over to Deimos, where he introduces us to a really cool new inclusion of this game.
That armor you found, it is very rare indeed. Pecker here says it's the very armor Mar once wore in his battles for this planet long ago. Keep it for yourself. Trust me, you'll need it.
Throughout the game, Jak continuously finds these ancient pieces of the hero Mar's battle armor and equips them, which means that the further you get into the game, the more Jak's appearance changes into that of a real warrior. I mentioned when covering Jak 2 how much I love it when a character's appearance changes throughout an adventure in small ways, and this is exactly what I was talking about. It's a minor inclusion, but it adds so much to the feeling of growth across the story to see Jak's changes manifest physically like this. Oh yeah, and we're sent out into the wasteland to take out a few wasteland metalheads, which, as it turns out, are a bit different than what we were used to in the last game.
Have you ever seen a wasteland metalhead?
No. Why?
Nothing. Just wondering. Go get 'em, heroes.
One of the best new aspects of Jak 3 is a real commitment to massive set pieces like this one. Epic set pieces would go on to become a staple of Naughty Dog games, particularly with games like the Uncharted series, but I can really see how Jak 3 was setting the stage for that to become the case. That isn't to say Jak 2 was absent of cool set pieces, but Jak 3 dials it up to 11 with tighter, more linear scripted sequences. You'll see what I mean as we go. Once we've taken down the final metalhead beast, Jak and Daxter find the crystals they were looking for along with a communicator with a familiar voice on the other end.
Metalhead Commander, report! What's happening? If you lost that cargo and you're still alive, I'll kill you myself. I want every dark eco crystal you can find! Time is short! Did you hear me? Wait, not you.
I don't like the sound of your voice.
Ha! You sure kicked sand in his face. Oh yeah, that was good.
That face looked familiar.
Now you're getting paranoid, buddy boy. Come on, Bigfoot, let's get back. This desert gives me the creeps.
Once we leave the wasteland and make it back inside the walls again, Jak is informed that it's time for another arena battle, the second of 3 that will be needed to prove himself as worthy to become a full citizen of Spargus City. I actually really like the role that these arena fights play in Jak 3, and the narrative idea of having Jak kill his way through hordes of captured desert bandits for the city's entertainment in order to earn his citizenship fits right in line with the brutal shift that Jak 3 has taken in its tone so far. Although I do think it's a bit disappointing that the arena subplot is so front-loaded, since it's what replaces the racing subplot from Jak 2, and that was appropriately spread out across the game's progression, whereas the Spargus City combat arena stops mattering around the end of Act 1. Eventually, we do enough favors for Cleaver for him to grant us access to another of his buggies, and this one is designed to jump really high. No, seriously, that's the whole purpose of this thing. It's literally called the Dune Hopper. With this thing now available to us and a new icon mysteriously appearing on our map, Jak and Dax use the Dune Hopper to vehicle platform across a series of small islands in order to reach the location of an ancient Precursor temple built on a slightly larger island. You wouldn't think platforming in a dune buggy would work very well, but it surprisingly feels great actually. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I did. Reaching the top of the island, we enter the ancient temple. This place is a recurring area that we return to multiple times across the game, and a lot of major story events happen here, along with a massive share of Jak 3's more traditional platforming gameplay. I'd even wager more than 50% of its classic platforming exploring sections all happen in the various sub-areas of this temple, like the volcano across the way that Jak is trying to make his way over to.
All we have to do is hit those accelerator rings and we're golden.
Oh no! See any feathers here? Looks like fur to me. No feathers, no flyer de axle. There's no way you're gonna get me on some Precursor monk crap! Absolutely zippo chance! Forget it, finito! Fat chance, not gonna happen! Nope, nuh-uh, never!
I couldn't believe they actually programmed this glider section in like this, because it's so cool and it never happens again. They did all of the work to make this sequence function for a single set piece, which is not only crazy, but also the case for multiple other equally, if not more so spectacular set pieces later in the game. We actually fly over the entire Wasteland hub here and can see all of the major landmarks from Spargus City, to the Oasis, and of course the massive volcano in the center of the hub itself that we're trying to access. Although while this is really cool, it also helped me realize later that the whole Wasteland hub is just a medium-sized desert island, which kind of shatters that idea that you're in an infinite desert somewhere outside of Haven City, and you're actually just on a specific island. It could be one of those ludonarrative dissonance situations where it's not actually an island, and that's just to keep the player in the hub, because a certain character does manage to drive straight from Spargus to Haven through the desert in a buggy, so I don't know what's up.
Well, now we can't go back the way we came. Let's go check it out.
Right behind you, partner! Far behind you.
This volcano level is probably the most like the first game Jak 2 ever feels. Lots of platforming, environmental hazards, flut sections, leaper lizard sections. It's actually really cool, and I'd even call it one of the more memorable levels of the whole game. The same goes for when we leave the volcano and return to the Precursor Temple to bypass a lot of its challenges. Playing through it all feels like such a throwback and is a great balance between everything introduced in the first 2 games into some of the best levels we've seen so far in the entire series. At the end of it is where things get really interesting, as Jak finds himself face to face with an ancient Precursor statue before overhearing a conversation between that monk girl and Count Vigor, who banished Jak at the start of the game.
You told me this could be done. Now make it so!
But we have so little time. The Daystar approaches. You know what it brings.
Unfortunate, yes. We will deal with that as soon as I have full access to the catacombs. Just continue your work, and I'll deal with those idiots in Haven. I promise, you will meet your makers.
Why are the catacombs so important?
Oh, yeah, the Daystar. Let me take a second to talk about that. Throughout the game, there's a super bright purple star in the sky that some of the characters refer to as the Daystar. I think it actually gets closer and closer to you throughout the game as it literally approaches the map, but I'm not 100% sure on this. It could have just been my brain playing tricks on me. Anyway, this Daystar is hurtling towards the planet, and although we're not exactly sure what it is right now, we do know that whatever it is must be bad news. Jak finds another Precursor statue as it begins talking to him in order to warn him of the Dark Ones who are closing in on their return. I thought he was referring to a fleet of metalheads at first, but that isn't actually the case apparently. We're getting there. It'll all make sense.
Look into the light and receive a power, hero.
Okay, now you're scaring me.
Dax, the dark eco, it feels far away. I feel better.
This is where Jak first gains his Light Jak abilities. There's a few different powers he can perform, much like he can in his Dark Jak transformation, but the first is a regeneration power that heals him when needed. Moving on from the temple, we head back out into the desert to knock out a few errands, such as saving a bunch of Spargus citizens from a sandstorm, facing down our first boss battle in this mysterious machine that tries to kill us out of nowhere with Jak and Dax barely surviving, and honing our skills on the Spargus City defense turret. This part is cool mainly because of what it's setting up for later, but a little target practice never hurts. Then, after all of that is done, we're finally back to the arena to earn our third medallion and legitimize Jak and Daxter as true citizens of Spargus. Cutting through the plethora of bandits that somehow keep getting captured to be thrown into the arena, Jak unexpectedly finds himself staring down the barrel of an old friend's peacemaker.
Sig?
Jak? Daxter?
Sig!
Well, don't you two look sorrier than ever.
What are you doing here?
Honing my skills. Let's finish this.
Whoa, come on, Sig. I'm not gonna fight you.
If we don't, he'll kill us both. Rule of the arena. Sorry, nothing personal.
Uh-oh.
Blasphemy! One must destroy the other. Complete the test, or face worse pain.
I just know I'm gonna regret this.
Seize them!
Deimos scolds the three contestants heavily, telling Sig that his time in Haven City has made him soft, and that they've defiled the sanctity of the arena. Deimos then reveals that Sig was his spy in Haven all of this time, feeding intel back to him, and due only to his faithful work over the years has he opted to grant them both the chance at redemption by going straight into a metalhead nest to eradicate the seed pods located within. A dangerous mission meant to cleanse them of their weakness. Deep underneath that volcano is the aforementioned metalhead nest, and it's a location we enter 2 times as part of the story. Once now and once later in Act 2, both with Sig tagging along for the ride. This is one of the few times I saw frame drops while playing, and I think it's because of the enclosed nature of the caves and the number of things on screen, but I'm not sure. Not really an issue though, because like I said, we only ever come here twice, and each time only for a couple of minutes. Once our work here is done, Deimos grants mercy to the trio, saying they won't be banished, and then warns them to never again defile the arena, which won't be an issue because we don't ever fight there again. Once we drop Sig off back at Spargus, Ashlyn contacts Jak saying it's important that she speaks with him immediately and asks him to meet her out by the Oasis to talk. The pair aren't really thrilled to see her, and Jak seems to have made up his mind that he's not interested in returning to Haven, although he does thank her for the beacon that led Deimos to them in the desert. He asks how it is that Ashlyn knows Deimos, and she dodges the question before a raiding party pulls up out of nowhere to kill them. Jak transforms and wipes them all out as a sandstorm engulfs the fight, but it isn't long before they're all dead, and Ashlyn makes one last bid at convincing Jak to return to Haven.
Kira wanted me to give you this. Jak, your friends need you. I need you.
The city threw me out, remember? They can rot for all I care.
But what about your...
Get it! Just leave. I have new friends now.
So the hero I knew did die in the desert? Or was it long before that? Don't you remember who you are?
I'm through saving the world.
Hey, we got our jet board back, and it doesn't play as big of a role in Jak 3 as it did in 2, but it's still needed for a handful of challenges and just fun to play with overall. Despite making it very clear to Ashlyn that Jak is not interested in going back to Haven City, we will still be going back to Haven City very shortly. I feel like they should have had some kind of moment of reflection, or maybe a conversation between him and Daxter about this where Jak softens up and agrees to go back, but we don't get that here. Instead, they just kind of have him accidentally wind up back there without meaning to. You'll see what I mean in a second. Before that, our heroes head back to the Precursor Temple and use both the jet board and the seal Ashlyn gave back to them to access a new area leading to another Precursor statue that grants Jak the light eco power of time manipulation, which is basically just him slowing down time for platforming sections. It's a super cool power, but I didn't end up using it very much. At the bottom of this same area, Jak and Daxter find some kind of massive Precursor tunnel where Pecker has been waiting for them. Somehow.
Onan says we must get back to Haven City. She says the catacombs are the key to the planet's very survival.
You boys up for a little ride?
So we're flying through these Precursor tunnels in an airspeeder while my frame rate fights for its life against the onslaught of speedy gameplay and flashy visuals. This takes me back to those in-between areas of the first game, which I enjoyed, and it plays kind of like a fast-paced minigame where you're dodging and shooting obstacles. There's 2 sequences like this in the game, and they're both mad cool. At the end of this tunnel, we enter a vast eco-mining operation carved into some canyons.
When Mar built Haven City, he must have carved out these old caves to get at the eco power.
Sheesh, that Mar guy must have never slept much.
I'm going ahead to tell Onan we're back. Watch your tail feathers, Jak. This is a spooky place.
Narratively, I feel like we've started rushing a bit here, because right after Ashlyn flies all the way out to the wasteland so she can ask him to fly back to Haven City with her because they need him, he declines only to take a much more complicated and time-consuming route back to Haven City anyway, like 20 minutes later, because Onan sent Pecker to tell him he needs to come back. Like, what? Was it just because he wanted to ride the Precursor airspeeder? Why are we fighting our way through a canyon right now to reach Haven City right after Jak said he's done being a hero and has no interest in returning to Haven City? I get that they'd probably built out this whole multi-level sequence of the tunnel and the canyon and whatnot meant for taking the player back into the city and had to make him say no to flying back with Ashlyn so the player would have a reason to go through it all, but they could have just not had Ashlyn show up in person to begin with. It would have made more sense if Kira contacted Jak over the radio instead of Ashlyn and told him she'd flown a drone out to drop him a care package that he might want to help him survive in the wasteland, and then have that care package contain his jetboard, his seal, and maybe a weapon mod. Then have him overhear the group being shot at or something before losing contact, which sparks him to try finding a way back to Haven. Not only would this reinforce that the old resistance group fears violating the Council's decree of Jak's banishment, but it also adds to that lonely feeling of isolation out in the wasteland and contributes more agency to Jak's decision to go back. But Kira doesn't do that. In fact, Kira doesn't do much of anything at all in this game, which is an entire rant I'll save until after I'm done covering the story. Just feels like this whole part of the plot got rushed, which I'm sure actually is the case given the 1-year development cycle. Finally making it to the end of this canyon, Jak finds Count Vigor waiting for him. The two have a brief confrontation where Vigor reveals to Jak that he plans to access the lower catacombs beneath Haven City where an ancient Precursor power is said to exist, and then use that power to fend off the darkness if the Daystar headed their way. He then admits that it was him who let the Metalheads into the city to destroy the palace so he could acquire the power he needed to begin trying to find the catacombs without interference.
Excuse me, Count Vulgar.
It's Vigor!
Yeah, whatever.
He then scapegoated Jak to get rid of him because he believes Dark Eco is evil and he plans to harness the power of Light Eco to eradicate all dark beings from the world.
Enough! We will stop the cleansing of the world with your demise. Behold, I now command the very power of the Ancient One! And this time, the Precursors will not have mercy on you.
This is the second boss battle of the game, but honestly it feels more like the first given how much work was put into it. We have to take down this Precursor robot, learning its patterns and shooting these conveniently placed carts full of explosives. With the ancient robot turned into a scrap heap at the bottom of a chasm, we head up an elevator only to find ourselves back in Haven City, and man, has it looked better. This section of the city has been abandoned and overrun with metalheads, and it's clear how much effort the team put into delivering on the atmosphere of this familiar yet dead part of Haven when the player arrives. Perhaps too much work, because I think we only ever come back here once. I don't think the game ever makes it clear exactly how much time Jak has spent in the Wastelands at this point, but the implication seems to be anywhere from a few weeks to possibly even several months. I'm leaning towards the latter based on this interaction we see between Jak, Samos, and Kira.
Jak! Over here!
Samos! Kira!
Ah, Samos! Still as green as the stuff between my toes.
See, Kira? I knew I could feel Jak's energy. My boy, it's good to see you again.
This interaction is the beginning of some serious issues I have with the narrative direction of Jak 3. Samos, without missing a beat, immediately starts breaking down the situation to Jak about the state of the city and Count Vigor's plans, with Jak recounting Vigor's admission of the Precursor power he's seeking in the catacombs. Samos tells Jak he'll have to find whatever it is before Vigor does, before finally stopping to apologize to Jak about standing by while he was exiled.
And Jak, we're sorry for what happened. We should have stopped Vigor.
I'll stop him myself.
I like Jack's maintaining of his edgy attitude here, and Samos apologizing is a start, but Kira says literally nothing. Talkative Kira from Jak 1 and 2 has nothing to say here. She just looks around and appears to feel bad. It gives me the idea that she feels guilty for something, or perhaps they had a falling out over something. Just keep this in mind, I'll be bringing it up later. Jak still needs to make his way back into the main city, and so fights his way back through the old Haven sewer system, which I actually prefer the Jak 3 sewer levels to the Jak 2 ones by a lot. They're much better here. Finally, on the other side of the sewer system, we wind up back at the old port district. Coming back here again after everything we've been through so far felt like home in a weird way, but slightly more gloomy due to the dilapidated nature of various parts of the district. This place has also seen better days. The naughty Atzel is still around, so we love to see that, and inside of Daxter's crib is our old pal Torn, still fighting the good fight.
Jak, I never thought I'd see you again.
Torn? What are you doing to my place?
We needed a southern HQ for the war. Plus, I kinda like the sign with the Atzel head outside.
Yeah, it's cool, huh?
We use it for target practice.
Hey!
Listen, I'm sorry we couldn't stop Count Veigar. We all are.
We just saw Veigar. He's trying to use Precursor technology for something.
Figures. That guy always was one monk short of a choir. We have bigger problems now.
Torn explains to Jak that things are getting bad across the city. A new mech-based faction of the old Crimson Guard are bearing down on the city with a new leader and seemingly no end to its mechs on one side, and the Metalhead forces are tearing Haven City's Freedom League forces to shreds on the other. To make matters worse, the city has been sectioned off with no way for the north and south sides of the Freedom League's leadership to link up outside of airspeeders. With Jak and Daxter back, Torn calls into the northern HQ to let Ashlyn know the situation.
Jak? I knew I could count on you.
That new KG leader's probably pissing in his... Wait, someone's jamming the signal. I think...
Errol.
I live! Still fighting for the weak link, Jak? Well, I've had a few enhancements since we last met. Even the metalheads have their biological weakness. But me? I'm pure metal. I'd love to meet you again.
So, Errol is still alive and kicking after his mishap in Jak 2.
I win, Jak.
And it seems he's Darth Vadered out, more machine now than man. Our heroes will have to worry about him later though. The main priority right now is to blow open a path deeper into Haven City so the Freedom League can link its forces. Should be easy enough so long as nothing goes wrong.
I'll handle this.
I couldn't not cover the fact that we play an entire sequence of Daxter controlling a rocket to build enough speed for it to blow open a path through some wreckage. It's a lot harder than it looks, but I love how many of these unique little levels are littered across the game. Also, Tess is back, and although she looks the same, she acts like a completely different character for some reason.
Did that mean old desert burn your itty-bitty paws?
She's lost it, and kind of insane now. She's also in charge of designing weapons for the war effort, which I'm sure is a great combo. She's in charge of the gun course minigame now too, which is where you'll find her for most of the story, even when it doesn't make sense at one point, but I'll get to that later. I don't love the changes. It's kinda like they abandoned all the nuance of her character from the second game. To be honest, this feels like a different person to me for the sake of doubling down on the romantic aspect of her and Daxter. Don't worry, that makes sense later too.
First, you have to prove you can protect my little schnookums in the new gun course.
Either way, it was just really jarring to me how different she is from her Jak 2 counterpart is all. I don't think her new characterization is bad, just jarringly different. Also, the voice of Tess is the only acting role Britton A. Avery has ever done, as in real life, she's a medical doctor and CEO who runs her own psychiatry practice out of California. This is probably because her husband, Daniel Avery, helped write the second game and helped both write and direct this one. Also, she nails the role across both games despite how different the character is in each entry. I wouldn't have guessed that she's not a professional voice actress.
Not bad shooting, Jak, for a guy. Now, I want you to protect my little baby with this, or else I'll hunt you down and hurt you real bad, okay?
Wow, I didn't know you had so much...
So after clearing out a corrupted part of the city, we're able to regain access to South Haven Forest, which looks really, really different this time around, and I'm not going to question it because it's still a great location and most of the missions we come here for are all also good. If you remember that mission in the Precursor Legacy where you drop green eco on top of dark eco-infested plants, you'll recognize this bit too, since that's what we're doing here. I also really like this mission where we have to fly a vehicle full of explosives and munitions for Torn's militia while being chased by a bunch of heat-seeking rockets. This is another example of a one-off mission that just floors me with how many unique and interesting levels are scattered across this game. Easily the most we've seen yet. Also, this segment leads to an unfortunate fate for Daxter's naughty Opsal sign.
Crank that sign up to full brightness. Hang on, Dax. It's gonna be close.
My beautiful monk!
Speaking of unique levels, one of the very next things we do after that is drive a spider tank through the war-torn streets while tearing through hordes of mechanical KG forces. This game simply does not let up. They made this whole thing in like a year. I've seen worse games with twice the development cycle. With that gate blown up, access is restored to the northern part of the city, referred to in-game as New Haven, a new sector that was built sometime between when we left off in Jak 2 and now. We can't go meet up with our old friends just yet though. Jak is needed back in Spargus City for something. Luckily, we don't have to trek all the way back through that canyon again, and can instead just take this shuttle back out into the wasteland. Once there, Jak and Dax ride out to meet Sig outside of the Metalhead nest under the volcano again, and we drive through for the last time killing these Metalhead sandworms, because you can't have a sci-fi desert setting without sandworms. I actually kind of feel like these creatures were underutilized. I would have had a specific area on the Wasteland map where they might spawn and come soaring out of the sand at your buggy to make the world feel more dynamic and alive. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything like that, and so far as I could tell, we don't get any random foes outside of the bandit buggies when free roaming. I also enjoyed the on-rails turret section right after this too. I'm telling you, this game went out of its way to be as climactic as possible, and I severely appreciate the amount of work they put into making that happen. While we're out here rampaging across the wasteland, Jak also stops in for a visit with Deimos, where the two connect a bit more and have a genuinely good conversation about survival and perseverance. Deimos says his monks are convinced the end of the world is due any day, yet he isn't convinced that he and his people can't survive and live past it. He then reveals concern over Jak relating the loss of his son.
You are shaping up to be one of my finest warriors, and I'll need you for the trials ahead. I mustn't lose you, like I lost my son.
You had a child?
Long ago. But much has been sacrificed in this war so that others could live. Anyway, it matters not. We're having serious trouble with marauders lately. I want you to take a vehicle and hunt down their warrior patrols. Go, and make war your own.
This leads into a really cool bit where we fend off a small army of marauders complete with multiple catapult trucks, which makes very little sense because where are they coming from and why do they have so many resources and cars? Well, it turns out we get an answer to that question in the very next mission where we enter a small building to take back an artifact that they stole from Seem and her monks. This bridge with these torches circling this tiny fortress. This is it. This is the Marauder stronghold we're supposed to believe that all of these bandits built all of those vehicles and live in this one building. Whatever, we're going off video game logic here, but I'm just putting it on the record that this so-called stronghold should have been way bigger and the Marauder should have played a bigger role in the narrative too. We only come here this one time and it's really just a glorified mini combat arena. I would have loved to have a more intricate, built-out Marauder stronghold to infiltrate and fight through, and for them to have been made a bigger threat overall. Like, every time you drive around the wasteland, you'll be fending off 10 to 20 of these bandit buggies minimum, and you're supposed to believe they're all being cranked out of this one structure? Again, I'm overthinking it. With the relics recollected for Seem, Jak's called back to Haven City again, which means we have to say goodbye to the wasteland for now and fly back home. It's time we finally make our way into this game's new district, appropriately referred to in-game as New Haven, and finally relink with our old friends again.
That's right, the Daxternator is back in the building.
Daxter, Jak, you did it!
It's about time you two got here.
What took you so long?
Sorry, we only had a war in the way.
Great work, Jak. Let me be the first to officially apologize for the city.
Forget about it. I've got my own interest in this.
Samos breaks down their predicament regarding a so-called dark planet builder on the way that can only be stopped with Precursor technology.
Also, the large number of eco-crystals being moved about can mean only one thing. Someone is trying to awaken vast Precursor technology.
Why is Kira so utterly disinterested in Jak now all of a sudden, and seemingly not jealous of how close Ashlyn is to him now? Did I miss something? Doesn't matter, because here comes Count Viger to insert himself into the situation. Samos suggested Jak to lead an expedition into the catacombs to find the ancient Precursor technology hiding down there, and Viger attempts to overturn this suggestion and place himself to lead it instead, promising that he now has means to activate a Precursor planetary defense grid, which would actually keep them safe from the incoming threat of the Daystar.
If you beg me to do so.
Jak's always gotten us through thick and thin. I'm with him.
Here, here!
You're washed up, Vegan.
Viger! It's Viger, you idiot!
Whatever.
Count Viger, I hereby dissolve the City Council and strip you of your title, command, and all privileges. Now get out of my sight.
What? How dare you! I offered you mercy, but now you will all burn in the Precursor fires of creation. I swear it.
If she could do that this whole time, why didn't we get saved from exile in the first place? There's actually a lot of plot holes in this game narrative if you look hard enough, such as Samos knowing that the Daystar is a dark planet builder before we've looked through the Precursor telescope to know that. Oh yeah, speaking of which, that's our next mission as we head back into South Haven Forest again to take a look into this telescope that we've been working to raise out of the ground across a mission or two up to this point. The game calls this an astral viewer, as the voice of a Precursor speaks to Jak, telling him that the massive ship headed their way is the
seed of our destruction.
The voice then reveals that the Precursors are world shapers and builders, going from planet to planet in order to terraform them or aid them in their acceleration. After prolonged exposure to Dark Eco, however, some Precursors morphed into a new type of being called Dark Makers, who travel to planets in order to destroy, conquer, and enslave, and they're currently headed straight for Haven City. The voice then tells Jak if he can find the access tunnel to the planet's core, there's a control panel for the planetary defense system that can keep them safe from the incoming Daystar and the Dark Maker threat. I don't know why, but I love the whole Dark Maker turn this game takes. It feels like such a proper payoff to the setup of the first game where the main villains were humans who became corrupted by the Dark Eco, for us now to face an entire faction of the Precursors who also got tainted by Dark Eco. Before long, Jak and Dax make their way to the old power station where we used to meet up with Vin in the second game.
I sure miss good old Vin.
Yeah, he was a good guy. A bit crazy.
Hey, who you calling crazy? I can't help it if the world is out to get me.
Vin! Wait a minute, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Well, actually, no, it's not. I'm a multi-layered, hyperlinking, digimemic, bioconstruct, superclocked mega memory construct, baby.
Turns out, Vin uploaded a brain scan of his entire personality into the Eco Grid, allowing a snapshot of his past self to live on and help our heroes out. So I kind of hate this mainly for two reasons. The first being that doing this feels like we're copping out of the death of a main character in the second game. Granted, that death was kind of blink and you'll miss it, even in Jak 2, but it still happened, and this undoes a degree of the void the player should feel because here he is. Maybe not the real him, but his character in practice. If it was just that though, I'd be happy to overlook it so we could see another few instances with this character and maybe see how he can play a role in the story. Which leads me to my second reason for not liking this. He doesn't matter at all past this encounter. He doesn't reappear, nor does he play a role in the plot after we leave this mission. I just feel like walking Jak and Dax through the empty power station was a chance to resonate on the impact of the last game and capitalize on the more isolating atmosphere of the game so far. Remembering how Vin used to be here and taking in the fact that he's not now. Anyway, Jak asks AI Vin if he can get them the access codes to the war factory where all of these Crimson Guard robots are being made. Vin says no, that one of them will have to go in after it themselves, which leads to Daxter being sucked into the computer to take on a Pac-Man styled minigame. I mean, there's not much more to say about this beyond that it's harder than it looks. It's Pac-Man with Daxter's head. Grab all the dots, snag the code, and get out of there. With the cipher key to the war factory in hand, Jak promises to keep in touch with Vin, which is a lie unless he comes back in a later game, which we'll see if that happens or not, and we enter into Act 3. Back in the headquarters, the group goes over the plan to assault the war factory hovering above Haven City, and Jak, of course, volunteers to go in guns blazing.
Yeah, right into the hornet's nest. This is gonna be fun.
And so we come upon one of my favorite parts of the entire game, where our heroes mount up into what is essentially a combat fighter, and we fly around this station in an arcade-style vehicular combat game taking on dozens of mechanized fighters and turrets. I've said this repeatedly throughout the video already, but I simply cannot believe they only used this set piece once. Not only is it really cool, it's also genuinely fun. I mean, they built it out and it functions well. They easily could have gotten away with copy-pasting a reskin version of this mission near the end of the game. The glider section from earlier in the game is kind of similar mechanically, but is observably different and less fun for obvious reasons. Either way, it's really cool, and I had a spectacular time with this level. I even ended up trying to drag it out just because I was having so much fun. Once all of the anti-air turrets are destroyed, Jak lands the ship and heads into the factory to take this place down from the inside and put an end to this new mechanical KG faction. This is very much a retread of the palace level from Jak 2, but I like that a lot because it makes this game feel like we're going through bigger and better motions and coming back stronger for every new fight, and at the end of this level is an old foe with a score to settle. Yeah, Errol has been behind the new KG death bots this whole time, which isn't really surprising, and not only that, he's been in communication with the Dark Makers currently on their way to unmake the whole planet.
I've been given the opportunity to wield a power even the Precursors cannot control. Don't fret. You won't live to see what I turn this little world into. Maybe a rock, or a floating puddle of slag, or nothing at all. Complete oblivion! So hard to choose.
I won't let you do this!
And we have another boss battle, this time resembling the crew fight from the second game and how it plays. And I don't love it only because I really wanted the chance to throw hands on Errol after 2 games of him being the worst. Instead, we just use these bombs to damage him by proxy, which is lame. I mean, it's plenty in line with most of the other boss fights for sure, but I was a little let down. Of course, Errol loses the fight and makes a break for it, leaving Jak and Daxter to save themselves with very little time to spare. They may have won, but Errol survived and is still a threat.
Errol got away, but we shut down his robot factory.
That's good, but it is troubling to see what Errol is doing. I fear he may be trying to awaken that terrible dark ship before we can destroy it.
It's not over yet, and the Darkmaker ship isn't far off. Jak makes up his mind that their only option now is to access the catacombs beneath Haven once and for all, but the second he readies himself to do so, the Precursor monk Seam contacts him to beg he returns to the Wasteland and protect their temple from an assault by Errol. Once again, the trip to the catacombs will have to wait. Jumping on a zoomer, Jak races to the shuttle to take him back out to the Wasteland, where he hops in a buggy and speeds out to the temple with haste. This is where we get our first taste of the new enemy type, the Darkmakers. Tall, dark, and spiky, these guys are no pushovers, and I found them to be some of the toughest enemies we face, and from here on out, there's going to be a lot of them. Also, Jak gets wings that let him fly. No, I'm serious, it's crazy and also super cool. Using this ability, Jak is able to reach Seam, where she informs him that Errol has now found a way to communicate with the Darkmakers and their time is nearly up. She then gives him a special Precursor artifact before saying something rather strange to Daxter.
I have now seen the truth, and I am at peace. At least I was granted the gift of seeing the face of my creators. Thank you, little one.
Okay.
After doing a little bit of research, it turns out that Seam was supposed to die in this moment, and even the voice lines reflect it with how her voice is straining and she speaks of being at peace, but for some reason or another, they changed this at the last minute, choosing to keep Seam alive. Once again, before we can go to the catacombs, Deimos calls in and asks Jak to return to Spargus as they're picking up multiple massive signatures closing in on their position fast, and they need him to man the turret if he can. So we speed back to Spargus and find the whole city under siege from the Darkmakers. The Daystar might not be here yet, but it's closing in fast, and its scout ships are already touching down early. Jak fights his way to the turret, and one of my favorite set pieces hits as kaiju-like War of the Worlds-styled bipedal monsters start touching down in the water and marching towards the shore. Yeah, it's a turret section, but the scale is incredible. I was really feeling that climactic third act energy here. The stakes felt huge, and it really came across like they were holding the line from a potentially world-ending event here. Whenever I think of Jak from now on, I suspect the mental image of these Darkmaker walkers terrorizing Spargus City will be one of the first things that comes to mind. If it wasn't for Jak taking them all down in this turret, there would be no more Spargus City. Stepping down from the turret, Deimos approaches Jak and thanks him for his bravery before revealing yet another narrative bombshell.
But when I was the leader of Haven City, time seemed grim then too. Take hope. Even the smallest weed finds shelter within the rocks.
Wait, you were once the leader of Haven City?
I came to the throne during the middle of the Metalhead Wars. Baron Praxis betrayed me and banished me to the wasteland. The rest you know. Anyway, here is your third and final battle amulet. You are one of us now. That war amulet is a beacon. If ever you need us, use it to call, and we will be there.
He then gives Jak the final piece of his new armor once worn by the great warrior Mar. With one city saved, Jak heads back to the other one still yet embroiled in a war. But once again, before we can enter the catacombs, we have to head back to South Haven Forest to insert the final piece of the Precursor astral viewer given to us by Seam back in the temple, which requires Jak take out these turrets, and it's a lot harder than you might think it would be. Seriously, it might actually be the most frustrating part of the game. Once back at the viewer, Jak inserts the last piece, and after peering through the scope, something happens.
Get out of my head.
Jak? Jak? I'm losing you, buddy!
It's linking me into the Darkmaker ship systems. They're taking me to them.
Jak! Jak!
Jak's consciousness is linked to the control of a Darkmaker machine, and would you look at that, we even get a mech section. It plays nearly identically to the mech sections from Jak 2, but this one is a lot faster and more fluid to control, not to mention looks really cool. We stomp around, move some blocks, do a little platforming, and throw a lot of explosive pods into all kinds of important looking Darkmaker objects. Just all kinds of chaos.
Our hero!
What the? Daxter?
What? What'd you see? Let me look. Hello, elevator, bottom floor, going up. Come on. Ah, I hate being short.
It just seemed for a moment, it looked like... No, it couldn't have been.
If you couldn't tell, not only are things intensifying greatly, but they're also becoming kind of strange. Jak 3 starts off with a similar brooding and edgy tone as the second game, but as things have progressed, not only have we seen characters who should be more active become what feels like footnotes in the story, but there's certain homages and throwbacks to the Precursor legacy that you'll notice if you'd played it recently, like I had as I played this one. After getting back into Haven City, Jak, Dax, Sig, Torn, and Jinx all come together to push through one last major operation to carry a shipment of explosives to the entrance of the nearby Metalhead Nest. It's another on-the-rails turret section like we got with Sig in the desert, but this one is through the streets of New Haven, and I also really like it. I'm a fan of rail shooters, if I'm being honest with you, so these sections fit right in with my enjoyment of the game. And if you have to stick me with the turret section, then making it move around cool environments is a major plus. I mean, look at this footage. Is it not an awesome set piece? I told you, this game delivers. It's also really cool that we finally get to see Torn in action. He's always just the guy in the hideout giving out mission quests, and now we actually see him do something for once. Even if it is just jumping out of a moving vehicle. Still, not bad, Torn. Again, mirroring the end of Jak 2, the destructive duo fights their way through a massive Metalhead Nest, and I'd argue the layout is even better this time around than it was in the last level of the second game. At the end of this nest, however, is Errol himself, although rather than trying to kill him right away, Jak seems to wait and hear him out instead.
You're too late. I've already awakened the Darkmaker ship. When I come back, I will be wielding the very power of the Precursors. I'll see you boys soon.
Look at that, it's cool. It's amazing. It's reacting to the dark stuff. Ah, it's gonna blow!
Sig pulls up in a speeder just in time to save them before the nest blows up and eradicates the Metalhead presence within Haven City. They then fly back down to safety and say an unspoken goodbye, because it's past time now for Jak to finally fight his way into the catacombs so we can enter the planet's core and find that planetary defense grid. Only problem is, they don't know the way, but Onin does, and heading to her hut, she gives our heroes the direction they need before instructing Pecker to escort them to the catacombs himself. So he flies out to the edge of the city. You remember the ruined area we saw upon first arriving in Haven? That's where we're going again, only this time we have to jetboard over a wall and down deeper into the city ruins, and it's completely crawling with metalheads. It turns out we get to fight our way through the destroyed remains of the Haven City Arena, which is such a cool location for this penultimate stage. The place where we once raced our Zoomers and where we found Kira again in Jak 2 is now little more than a pile of reminiscent rubble.
The only hombres tough and crazy enough to take on these things are the Wastelanders.
You're a genius.
Yeah, that trinket's worth about as much as you'd get from a broke-down pawn shop in Southtown.
Looks like the communicator Jak tried to use didn't work out, but that's fine since he still has both light and dark eco powers to keep him alive, not to mention Daxter at his side. Oh yeah, and a new weapon that fires mini nukes. The only issue with this weapon is that we don't get to use it enough. If you couldn't tell, we're in the endgame, and this last trek through the ruins of the old Haven City arena makes for an awesome level to fight through. We have to use pretty much every ability we've gained up to now to get through it too. Our light eco powers, our dark eco powers, everything. Jak will have to push himself to the edge of his capabilities to get through this one, and I'm telling you, that is how you end a game. All that he has might still not be enough though. Metalheads are one thing, but Dark Makers are another story, and after finally finding Pecker, they get ambushed by 2 of them.
Jak, let me just say, before it's all over, riding on your shoulder, although it is kind of bony and uncomfortable, well, you've been a good pal.
You too, Dax. These adventures, they've been great.
Someone call for an army?
You're a long way from the desert. I thought you said a smart warrior never takes his opponent head on.
That depends on how hard your skull is. I'd say you and I are both rather headstrong.
Let's finish this.
The car combat is one of the biggest new additions to Jak 3, so it wouldn't have been right to end the game without one last section dedicated to it, and with the tankiest buggy we've driven yet. It's fine. I like it conceptually way more than I like it mechanically. The driving is cool, but the environment is so littered with random objects that cause your vehicle to get stuck that it siphons a great deal of the exciting nature straight out of the mission to replace it with sheer annoyance. There's just too much wreckage everywhere to get stuck on. It's really frustrating. Fortunately, this isn't a super long section, but I did have to replay it a few times, which made it feel longer than it actually is. After a lot of driving and even more shooting, Deimos and Jak make it through the district and to the entrance of the catacombs to the planet core.
Deimos!
Not bad driving, kid. It was a good fight. And a good day to die. I'm very proud to have been by your side in the end. This world is not yet out of heroes.
We did well together. Don't move, Al.
Please, promise me one thing. Promise me you'll find my son, Mar. You'll know him when you see this. He's wearing an amulet just like it. A symbol of our lineage with the great House of Mar. Save the people, Jak. They need you.
So that's one of the big reveals this time around, and strap in because there's a lot of them coming. Turns out Deimos was Jak's real father, and although he never realized that Jak was his son, there's a lot of hints throughout the game that he could feel a father-like bond with Jak for reasons he didn't understand. Also, Jak's real name is Mar, hinting that somehow, Jak himself will become the Mar of legend that built Haven City in the past. He even acquired all of the pieces of Mar's old armor throughout the game. Look, it's a story deeply entrenched in time travel. You gotta just accept that the second you start Jak 2.
Father. Yes, you were that child. I took you from Deimos, hoping to harness your eco powers for my experiments. Then I lost you to the underground. You seem upset. Did I tell you too late? You were the son of the great warrior Deimos. Oh, and he never knew. How delightful.
Ah! Bigger!
Thank you for opening the door to the Precursors. Don't worry, I'll be back to put you out of your misery.
After him, Jak!
You're willing to go down there? Without a fuss this time.
Yeah, well, don't get used to it. It's just that nobody hurts my best friend and lives to brag about it. Let's get him!
Look at that, a Daxter character arc. This game is really bringing it. See, this set piece got reused, and to great effect as we're pushing through another Precursor tunnel towards the planet core, and it's looking sick. There were so many incredible ideas and unique sequences in this game, man. The duo pulls up to a room of total darkness before lights begin activating and another giant Precursor statue begins speaking to them as they begin to initiate the planet's defense grid. It would seem Count Viger was waiting here for them, though, as he withdraws the GAT.
Proven your worth, warrior. We grant you the gift of evolution, the honor of becoming one of us.
Step aside! I will be the one who evolves into a Precursor. The right is mine!
Be careful what you wish for.
It is done. Don't worry, Jak. It is for the greater good that I assume this role.
Even now, it may be too late. If Errol awakens the dark ship's cargo, all will be lost.
Listen, Glow Boy, we've been doing all your dirty work while you slept in the stores, so stop it!
Inefficient. I told you we needed a backup hero. We should have gone with Plan B. Ow! Hey, cut it out! We are unhappy with your performance. If you had been a true hero, you would have stopped Errol by now.
Yeah, so it turns out that the Precursors are Otzels, which makes kind of sense. They tell Daxter his becoming an Otzel by falling into that vat of dark eco was a blessing instead of a curse. But why would it have been the corrupting dark eco that blessed him? Either way, these three are actually just silly little critters running a Wizard of Oz-style ruse about what the Precursors are in order to secure the reverence of the planet and its populace.
So, we fluff up the myth.
And all of this time, they've been pulling the strings from inside of this pod hidden within the planet's core, where they try to orchestrate the safety of the planet by creating a hero capable of subduing their enemies, such as the Metalheads and the incoming Darkmakers.
These creatures are the great Precursors? And I wanted to evolve into the... No!
A little drafty, isn't it? The only way to ensure that Errol will not awaken the ship's cargo is to go there yourself and stop him. We will send you there from here.
But the weapon...
Chill out, buddy. You should have Mondale minutes to go there and get back here pronto. I mean, way before the...
Hopefully before.
Ba-boom! Oh, yeah!
Let's move.
You idiots. I told you we needed a plan B.
And so we're back on the Darkmaker ship, only this time playing as Jak instead of the mech. At this point, I feel like the game has appropriately fulfilled honoring both the Precursor legacy and Jak 2 in its scope, progression, gameplay, and, in some ways, its narrative, not in others. I'll talk about that here shortly. Much like the Haven City ruins, this is another level that will demand the player utilize all of Jak's new abilities to get through it, and again, I think that's fantastic. There's even a time limit bearing down on us the whole time as we fight through the ship with the impending threat of the ship's imminent demise ever present. After a solid fight through a brief but fun stage, Jak finds himself once again face to face with Errol.
All of these Darkmakers at my command. Just think what I could do.
You're through, Errol, even if we both die.
Jak!
Let's go, Dax.
As the ship falls apart and that thing Errol just jumped into hurtles towards the surface, Jak sprints across this bridge as it falls apart in epic style. I cannot emphasize enough the fact that this kind of game, what you're seeing right now, wasn't really something you saw a lot of. The level of style, the scale, crafted with such quality, it's peak, it really is. Reaching the portal, our heroes leap through just in the nick of time as they're teleported outside of Spargus City. The Darkmaker ship may be destroyed, but something really big and dangerous still made it down here all the same.
This guy just won't quit!
It's headed for the city. We gotta defend it. For Deimos.
The last charge of the Dark and Light Brigade! Let's do it, partner!
To the end.
In what is easily the best use of the Wasteland hub area we've seen so far, we have to chase this massive mechanical terror across the desert in a buggy to try taking out its leg so we can board it. Both Halo 2 and Jak 3 released on the exact same day, by the way, November 9th, 2004, which means that someone, somewhere out there bought both of these games and took down two different arachnid-like machines in two totally different sci-fi games in the same week. What was going on in that era that had everyone adding giant spider robots into their video games and movies anyway?
He has an 80-foot tarantula.
And also, how can we bring that back?
He's got to fight a giant spider in the third act.
Oh, by the way, I think between leaving the Darkmaker ship and coming here would have been the perfect place to insert another flying section. Instead of teleporting Jak straight to the desert, I think it would have been cool to portal him to Haven City and have us fly around the KG Deathbot facility again and shoot down a bunch of Darkmaker ships descending upon the city or something. And then have him fly to the Wasteland to get shot down by the Walker near Spargus City and then jump into a buggy from there. I just think it would have been cool, that's all. After destroying the legs of the machine, which was actually a lot harder than you might think, the physics of these buggies control really oddly, Errol flies the head of the beast and crashes it into the sand right in front of Spargus. It's not over yet because he's still up there and he's still alive. So Jak climbs up the side of the thing, taking out a plethora of Darkmakers in the process before reaching the top and beginning a battle very reminiscent of the end boss from the first game. But better, I think. Much better, even. With every weapon he has, and while exhausting the extent of his abilities, Jak pushes his limits to take down the cockpit of the machine and put a final end to Errol while he's at it.
I have several questions.
Yeah, so Jak and Ashlyn, apparently. Where is Kira, you ask? I'm getting there. Let's wrap up the plot. We're almost done. The Precursors thank our group of heroes as Sig assumes Deimos' throne, and Samos stares in shock that the ancient race he spent his entire life trying to understand are small animals. The Otzels then tell Jak that more adventures await him even still, as his story isn't finished just yet.
We owe you much, Daxter, for all you've done. For your bravery in the face of incredible danger, we shall grant you your deepest desire.
You know, I could really use a snazzy pair of pants, like yours.
Wow, those are sharp. I wish I had a pair just like that.
Be careful what you wish for.
Don't worry, honey. You get used to it. Oh, and you may want to shave some parts. Trust me on that.
Hey! Thanks for everything, partner.
Jak reconciles to travel with the Precursors as they ascend into the galaxy to find their next planet to build up, as Count Vigor prepares to join them, only to be kept there as a sidekick for old Cleaver. And so with that, Jak and the Precursors ascend into the universe.
I couldn't leave you, Dax. With all our adventures ahead, you wouldn't last a second without me.
Ah, what a team we are!
Yeah, well, the next adventure, I call the shots. Put it in, partner. Ha! Psych! Oh yeah, life is good.
And that's it. That's the story of Jak 3. And, well, I liked most of it, but there's some pretty glaring issues I've got to dig into here. I know there's 3 more games in the series left that I still haven't played yet, so I'm going to try and keep in mind that some of these problems I have might be answered later. But I'm pretty sure only one of them is a direct sequel to Jak 3, and it's a racing game, so I'm not sure really what to expect next. Overall, this ending is insanely climactic. The ever-rising stakes and tension, the dramatic character interactions, the reveals, it's all very epic, but also a bit unsatisfying coming into it so close to having finished the first 2, and left me with several questions. Like, in some ways, it feels like they failed to pay off some of the dynamics introduced in the first game. It's time I talked about this. What is up with Kira? She was a pivotal character for the first 2 games, the closest Jak's ever been with anyone except Daxter, and she's been his real love interest for 2 video games so far. Suddenly, in Jak 3, she's been relegated to less than 5 lines across the game's 10 hours of story, and after 2 fake-out kisses between Kira and Jak, we finally get an endgame kiss, and it's not with her? Instead, it's with Ashlyn, who is a cool enough character in her own right, and who did have a little bit of chemistry with Jak in the second game, but I thought that was for more of an implied love triangle to raise the tension between him and Kira. I didn't know they were going to just shelf Kira and reduce her involvement to nothing. Not to mention, Jak too heavily implied that Ashlyn and Torn were a thing. I'm a grown man complaining about the romance arc writing of a video game meant for teenagers here, so I'm going to wrap this up. But I am also a writer, and this is an insane route to take it, is all I'm trying to say.
Don't make me come down there from this perch!
I got a perch for you, Birdie, right here. Twirl it.
That's it! It's go time!
Bring it on, Bird Brain!
Enough! If I wanted you to fight, I would have commanded it.
So I do have a theory as to what's going on here. I think what might have happened is that when the developers couldn't manage to get Anna Garduno to reprise her role as Kira for whatever reason, they decided to shift the story to focus on a romance between Jak and Ashlyn, and were perhaps planning to sideline Kira hard, which is why she has no lines whatsoever in the first cutscene we see her in. But then they gave Kira a voice actress anyway in the form of Tara Strong, who's been in literally everything that's ever been made. And Strong would continue to voice Kira for the remainder of the series, so at that point, why not give her a bigger role? Were they already too deep into development with too little time to change it? What is going on here? I had some speculative ideas as I played that maybe Kira was jealous of Jak and Ashlyn and voted to banish him, which made her feel guilty later. Like, them letting him get exiled is very much so glossed over, but that's not the case, which is a good thing because that would have been a terrible assassination of her character. I don't know what's up with this. It's really the biggest hiccup of the game's narrative in my opinion. Jak got his kiss from Ashlyn, Sig got the throne of Spargus, Daxter and Tess got each other, Samos got resolution to his life's work, and Kira, well, she got to stand there beside her dad, shafted by the story. When I finished Jak 2, I felt satisfied. I was looking forward to Jak 3, but I was okay waiting to see it. I was content. Finishing Jak 3, I feel confused, and I'm pining to start the next one in hopes that I'll get some answers here, particularly about why Jak and Ashlyn are suddenly a thing and what happened between him and Kira. I'm even concerned that this won't be addressed at all, which would be really disappointing, but we'll see what happens.
I'll drive. Jak, you get on the gun. Daxter, just get in, sit down, and shut up.
My thoughts of Jak 3 have been shaky from the time I started playing to the time I was finishing up this script. I went from loving it to only just really liking it, back to calling it a masterpiece, and then clarifying that it did have its flaws and so on. Many of my grievances are borderline negligible even, but the fact that they're there is so unfortunate because this game is almost a perfect trilogy closer. In fact, I'd still call it one of the best third entries in a trilogy I've ever seen. Like I've been saying throughout my coverage, this game takes nearly everything its predecessors did and doubles down to do it all better and then some. And even with these strange quirks around the writing, it's still got a better story than 95% of the video games I've played, so my criticisms here are expecting you to take for granted the fact that this game is among the best of the best. But that's enough about the story, I think. Let's talk about Jak 3's endgame offerings.
Man, those babies sure stuffed their faces. We saw one gulp a load of kangaroos not too long ago. Stupid rats! They just sat.
Just like the first two games, Jak 3 lets players back into the open world after the main story is over and done with, and assuming you're not a hardcore ultra-completionist, then there's probably a lot of orbs left to find and challenges to complete. That's about it though. I mean, I'm not knocking it, the main game is already over 10 hours long, and playing the game is honestly fun enough to justify driving around and just having fun in the world. Not to mention the massive amount of unlockables you get by collecting Precursor orbs across the game. If you want to go through the story mode again, but keep all of your previously acquired upgrades and unlocks, then you can utilize the hero mode to create a separate save file and do just that with an increased difficulty to balance it all out. I personally feel like we missed an opportunity to do more with the Marauder faction here in the post-game though. We could have had stuff like a series of Radiant quests centered around stopping Marauder assaults until we eventually cleanse their entire camp and liberate the wasteland of their presence, which would have been sick. We do get something similar in a few of these challenges, but it's kind of just a time killer, honestly. I recognize that they were probably in a rush to get this thing done, but I mean the endgame really could have used another once-over. Like when we go to the gun course room, Tess is still there, and she's still a human when she should be an Otzel, and the metalheads and KG deathbots are still running rampant across the city as if nothing we did to free the city mattered. It's a little bit invalidating to everything we did across the story. But whatever, these are minor nitpicks. I just wanted to point them out as all.
Look, coloring book, we've had a hard week. Don't push it.
The gameplay of Jak 3 is nearly identical to the gameplay of Jak 2, and by extension, the Precursor legacy. We see the same movement, progression, and combat loop that we've become so familiar with over the trilogy so far. What we really need to talk about is the new abilities which take center stage this time around. The first thing I want to cover is Dark Jak, which if you've seen my coverage of Jak 2, you'll recall I loved in the second game but lamented the lack of occasions to properly employ it. Well, not only are his dark powers more relevant to the narrative this time around, but using them will be repeatedly integral to the progression of multiple missions across the game, and with even more instances where it's just obvious that you're expected to, even though it's optional, especially near the end. It's also so much better now. In the second game, I'd find myself second guessing using the ability because it took so long to charge it back up, and I wouldn't want to use it too early. But now you can activate it without having to fully fill the meter, so if it's a quarter full, you can still transform, but it'll just deplete faster. Also, just being in a transform state doesn't use up the meter either, which is huge since you feel less pressure to mash the attack button in fear of wasting it. Only attacks use up energy from the meter. We also gain 2 new dark powers in the form of Dark Invisibility and the Dark Strike. The Dark Invisibility is only usable in conjunction with special objects inside of the Precursor Temple, but can be upgraded later to be activated anytime. The Dark Strike ability is Jak's very own Kamehameha Wave. I mean, what else do you need to see? It's self-explanatory and awesome. It's not only fun to use against enemies, but also needed to get past certain obstacles in the latter half of the game. Overall, Jak 3 just features a significantly better use of the Dark Jak mechanic, but it doesn't end there, not by a long shot.
I give you a new light power, one which will help you reach new places. Places only in your dreams.
I already mentioned Light Jak several times, so you should already get the idea here. His new Light Eco powers come in the form of 4 new abilities. Flash Freeze, a power that slows time allowing Jak to platform certain elements easier or give him an edge in combat. Light Regeneration, which lifts Jak into the air and restores his health, and also the light ability I used the most for obvious reasons. Light Shield, which envelops Jak in an energy shield to protect him from attacks, and probably the ability I used the least since I rarely saw place for it. And Light Flight, a new power that grants Jak the ability to leap great distances, although despite what the name implies, doesn't actually let you fly. Honestly, just this power alone offers the biggest lure to play the post-game since there's so many areas around the world it allows you to reach. You'll notice all of these powers are more defensive or exploratory in function, which balances out the aggressive nature of the Dark Jak mode. It also ties this game back to the Precursor legacy in a big way since we saw Jak's ability to absorb and utilize Light Eco in the finale of that first game. Not to mention, his stance in this mode is sick. Together, these 2 transformations pay off everything the series has been building up to and gives the player a fully realized iteration of Jak in his purest form, having mastered the dark and light powers within him to become a balanced hero. Sometimes superpowers aren't enough though, and you gotta brandish that iron.
Plus, I kinda like the sign with the ocelot outside.
Yeah, it's cool, huh?
We use it for target practice.
Hey!
So up to this point, you've seen me using all kinds of crazy weapons throughout the video, and all of these come to the player in the form of weapon mods. In Jak 2, we had our Morph Gun with 4 different mods that changed the kind of function it had with a corresponding color and eco type. For all intents and purposes, these weapon mods are stand-ins for gun types, with the Scattergun being a shotgun, the Blaster being a semi-automatic rifle, the Vulcan Fury being a minigun, and the Peacemaker being a kind of rocket launcher with a pinch of BFG from Doom. Jak 3 decided that wasn't nearly enough guns to play with and opted to toss players 8 additional weapon mods to the Morph Gun, coming out to 2 more per eco color. The Red Eco Scattergun gets the Wave Concussor, which can be charged and shot into the ground to create an enormous shockwave and ended up being a new favorite of mine, and the Plasmite RPG, which is just a grenade launcher and I rarely used it. The Blaster adds in the Beam Reflexor that turns regular shots into ricochet ammo that bounces all over the rooms and ended up being super useful in various missions. I loved this one. And the Gyro Burster, which shoots out a hovering turret that seeks out and fires at enemies. It's a bit more of a situational weapon, but still came in clutch for me repeatedly. The Vulcan Fury sees its additions in the Arc Wielder, which shoots out a lightning Tesla arc that eradicated enemies and was easily my second favorite new weapon mod, and the Needle Laser that fires out heat-seeking needle-like bullets like the name implies. I liked this one too, but used it less. Finally, the Peacemaker gets the Mass Inverter, which is basically an anti-gravity gun that I only found a good use for in one level, but it did basically get me through that one level that I was struggling with. And the Supernova, which I talked about already and needs no elaboration beyond just seeing it in action. One of the single biggest new features Jak 3 boasts is its dune buggy driving and combat. Of course, the leapers and zoomers are present as well, but both of these mounts had prior appearances in the first and second games respectively, and play pretty much the same as they did before. The buggies, on the other hand, are something brand new to the series, and everything about it is cool, except actually playing it. Sometimes. There's a variety of different buggies for the player to drive, several of which need to be unlocked through the menu via collecting and spending Precursor orbs, and others which we gain access to by just playing the game. The 5 buggies we unlock by progressing the story are the Tough Puppy, the Sand Shark, the Dune Hopper, the Gila Stomper, and the Slam Dozer. The 3 that need to be unlocked via Precursor orbs are the Heat Seeker, the Dust Demon, and the Desert Screamer. The truth is that they all drive pretty similarly to one another with a few tweaks to each of their handling. The 2 vehicles with the biggest differences are the Dune Hopper and the Gila Stomper, and the reason is because the Hopper is needed to access certain areas because of its high jumps, and the Stomper is the only vehicle that can fire behind you, which is actually way more handy than you might think, like mad useful sometimes. And then of course there's the factory car, which we can drive for a brief period during the assault on the KG Deathbot factory. I mean, it's a really cool sequence, but much like all of the buggy sections, is also quite hard to control. Overall, even though they're a little wonky to deal with, I have to say that I really did have a great time with the Wasteland and buggy sections, because they're just so much fun.
Hey, wait a minute! They have pants!
The buggies are great, but one of my single favorite new additions to Jak 3 are the Daxter sections. We get to play as Daxter in 1 or 2 scripted sequences in Jak 2, but this time he gets multiple dedicated platforming and combat sections all to himself. This again shows his growth as he frequently volunteers to throw himself into the fray just to help Jak. He doesn't love it, of course, but he's clearly got a ton of confidence in himself, and Jak's fostering of his capabilities has grown him up in a big way. As for the sections themselves, I think they're cool. They play well and give the game even more gameplay diversity than it had before, further lending to this idea that this is an epic conclusion, you know? Like everything really has been leading up to this. It would have been easy to keep Dax the same across all 3 games and relegate him to a sidekick NPC, only good for voice lines and a gameplay gimmick or 2, but he's really showing how much he's grown up throughout this game by willingly tackling dangerous sections and even engaging in combat against enemies. Oh, and speaking of Daxter, Jak 3 even brings back the Daxter Game Over screens from the Precursor legacy, and they're even funnier than before. But they only show up sometimes, making them more rare and enjoyable than the first game.
Where are the moves, man? I'm wondering. Where are they?
Overall, I love how Daxter was handled in this game, and think his sections are a major benefit to the experience. Much like the minigames, of which there are a lot more than previous entries. Like the satellite minigame near the start of the story, or the Pac-Man Eco Grid game. Not to mention the returning gun course, where we even get a Ratchet and Clank themed course to play through. Yeah, this series loves to wear its Ratchet & Clank inspiration on its sleeves.
We took it to that robot goon and kicked his nuts and bolts.
And of course, I have to talk about the music, which has seen some major changes from the previous game. Jak 2 is very well known for its dynamic music system that changes based on the player's actions, which I talked about in my coverage of that game. But Jak 3 opted to ditch that system in favor of a more conventional soundtrack that just plays a single looped track depending on which area the player is in. Being newer to the series like I am, I'm not really sure how the fanbase feels about this change, but I actually like it. Don't get me wrong, I really liked the dynamic music system, but something about the way Jak 3's tracks are written makes everything feel far more climactic and exciting. I have no problem saying Jak 3 has the best score of the series so far, with some of my favorite tracks of the games I've played. Again, and I know I keep saying this, but there were certain tracks that evoked this intense feeling like I was playing out the events that everything we did in the past 2 games had been leading up to this. The dynamic system was cool, but these tracks are better.
Take your destiny into your own hands. Look, sand cannot keep a shape by itself, but add water, and it becomes malleable. Fate can be such if you add the right element.
Jak 3 is some of the most fun I've had playing through a video game in a while. Normally when I'm playing through a game for footage, I end up playing for around 1 or 2 hours before I wrap it up and work on something else for the rest of the day. With Jak 3, I would get through a 1 to 2 hour session and then end up coming back for more later that same day, which is honestly just about the biggest compliment I can give to a game at this point. The world is fun to play in, the characters are exciting, the environments are varied and interesting, but most importantly, the gameplay loop is so distinctly massive that Jak 3 is almost multiple games in one. It's a beat-em-up game, a platforming game, a shooter game, a driving game, and a narrative-driven game all wrapped up into one with various minigames and additional subsections all glued together with a plethora of, for lack of a better word, epic level set pieces. Yes, it's true that the game is a bit shorter and smaller overall than Jak 2, and that the writing quite possibly got too big for its own good, as it wound up letting a few important characters slip through the cracks. But very few games are without flaw. Jak 3 is still one of the best conclusions to a trilogy I've ever seen, and deserves a place among the greats when any conversation about the best threequels comes up. Am I saying that Jak 3 is one of the best PS2 games ever released? Well, yeah, but am I saying it's one of the greatest video games ever made?
May I remind you that this team of Daxter, Jak and Daxter have taken on just about every scary thing this world can throw at us for 3, count 'em, 3 adventures!
Yeah, I kind of am.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
But with that said, I have to say that with kind of an asterisk to it. And that's the fact that Jak 3 might not be quite as good of a straight-up video game as Jak 2 is. There's admittedly a lot of improvements that Jak 3 holds over its predecessor, like the set pieces, new weapons, powers and vehicles, grander scale, and significantly improved difficulty balance. But Jak 2 is the kind of game you can play start to finish without ever needing to play another game from the series, while trying to play Jak 3 without having played Jak 2 would be missing part of the experience. Jak 2 is a fantastic video game, but Jak 3 is a fantastic conclusion to Jak 2, more so than it is a great game in its own right. I don't really mean to say that as a criticism, but more so to point out that if you're interested in playing this series but aren't interested in going through the more whimsical first game, then that's fine. I'd say you're good skipping straight to Jak 2. But if you think the buggy combat looks cool and want to jump straight to the grittier tone of Jak 3, I'd have to advise against it. Jak 3 is best played to conclude Jak 2, rather than to enjoy it for its own merits, which is by no means a detractor of its quality, but more so a reality of its design. I'm still in awe of how much this game managed to achieve in the short year-long development cycle it had to do so, but I'm even more shocked that I'm walking away from it thinking about how it should be studied by other developers regarding how to end their trilogies. Like I said from the start, making a video game is hard. Making a good video game is even harder, but concluding a trilogy of 2 spectacular previous games with an even more powerful third entry is a task so hard that the majority of trilogy enders wound up being examples of how not to do it instead of being a demonstration of the optimal. I think you get the point. With all of that said and done, as much as I loved this game, I do now find myself with a lot of unanswered questions about this world, and I'm really hoping that the next game has some answers.
We're not afraid, right, Jak? Right, Jak? Hey, say some hero stuff!
When I first started covering the Jak and Daxter games for the channel, I was made aware early on that the 4th game in the series was a racing game. Then the more I played through the games, the more disillusioned with this prospect I became. Jak and Daxter the Precursor legacy, Jak 2, and Jak 3 are all such incredible experiences, and part of the appeal is how much they have to offer. Those games already have racing, but they also have epic stories, great characters, exciting gunplay, satisfying platforming, and so on. How could stripping it all down to just a basic racing game and removing 95% of the most iconic gameplay elements of the series ever hope to offer up anything more than a cheap cash-in on the franchise's popularity? I was skeptical, and that's putting it lightly. But then, I played it.
What makes this the most watched sport in the world? Ultimate speed and complete danger.
Jak X Combat Racing, or just Jak X and PAL regions, is an arcade-like vehicular combat/racing game set in the Jak and Daxter universe, and a chronological sequel to Jak 3, picking up roughly a year after the events of that game took place. It's also the final game in the series to be developed by Naughty Dog and began production near the end of Jak 3's development cycle. The team wanted a more simplistic project to work on in between their transition from the PS2's technology to the PS3, and also to give them some breathing room after the departure of the company's founders, Jason Rubin and Andy Gavin, making this the first ever Naughty Dog game to be developed without their involvement. Not to mention, this allowed the team to double down on the driving mechanics they had introduced in Jak 3 as well, and also add a network component, making it the first online multiplayer game Naughty Dog had ever made. Jak X Combat Racing released to the North American public on October 18, 2005, just less than a year after Jak 3's release and a few weeks after that for Australia and the EU. Jak X also continued the series' tradition of PlayStation 2 exclusivity, where it would remain locked for years until being re-released for the PS4 and then subsequently the PS5.
Never fear! When the going gets tough, Jak will get us out of it.
Because the game is built on the foundation of Jak 3's buggy mechanics, it will feel immediately familiar if you're coming into it straight from that game, although the controls are noticeably tighter, more responsive, and significantly more intense. Which is good, because the buggy combat is the only thing you'll be seeing in this game, which I did find a tad bit disappointing overall. I was hoping for a Zoomer vehicle, given how those are easily the most iconic vehicle of the series and were featured prominently in each entry of the main trilogy. I figured we'd get sky races or something like that, but no such thing is present. In Jak X, it's cars, and cars only. That said, I do think they pushed the car focus to a total fulfillment of its potential with a multitude of unique vehicles for players to choose from and even customize to their liking. More on that later. After getting into Jak X, I was really blown away by just how much fun I was having with it all. It's easily the fastest, most explosive, and intense racing game I've ever played. A complete spectacle that pulls you into its adrenaline-fueled racing from the moment you hit the track. With that said though, this game is not without its flaws, most notably of which I'd say is that it doesn't know when to quit. One of Jak X's biggest strengths is how carefully crafted each of its game modes feel, almost to a fault. It's like they're trying to ensure the player has a fun but also challenging experience every single match. But this strength slowly becomes a weakness the more you play in one game mode in particular, as the perceived challenge reveals itself as more of a curtain-covered pre-made facade than a real and dynamic result of participating in the game itself. By the end of my time with it, I had started to feel like the game was playing me as much as I was playing it. Taking perhaps one too many cues from its market competitors like Mario Kart, Jak X isn't really the kind of game that encourages you to get better at its gameplay and improve as a player, but rather it rewards you for figuring out its structure and then just repeating it. I'll have a lot more to say on this later too, but first, if you're enjoying the video so far, then consider hitting the like button, subscribing to the channel, and dropping a comment below with your thoughts on the game. I always love hearing from you guys on this stuff, and these little things really do help me out in the algorithm immensely to keep the channel healthy and growing as I continue producing content like this. If you love what I do and want to support my work more directly, then consider becoming a member or signing up for my Patreon, where I do ad-free uploads of my videos and member-exclusive content like movie reviews, vlogs, and the like. All of this helps cultivate and keep the hobby alive, so again, thank you all for your support.
I'll give you the final word.
Well, GT.
Oops, sorry, that was more than one word.
It's time to take a look at the narrative of Jak X Combat Racing, which of course means spoilers are ahead.
Sounds good.
Sounds dangerous!
It is.
The story of Jak X picks up roughly a year after Jak 3, as Jak himself has gotten very into the sport of death racing, and the game introduces us to another new location in the Jak and Daxter world in the form of Crass City, a dangerous hub for scum and villainy, and home of some of the popular death racing sport's most popular tracks. The game opens on Daxter in a pub telling one of his iconic Daxter tall tales to some of the locals. Crew, the crime boss from Jak 2, who our duo did some work for before leaving him to die on top of a tower, had written Jak and Daxter into his will, and as such, the two have been invited to the reading of that will, which is kind of wild because he would have been dead for well over 2 years at this point, so it's odd that his will is only just now being read, and in Crass City of all places. After hearing about Daxter's involvement with Crew, the locals start to get notably suspicious of him before one specific patron outright threatens him. It would seem Crew isn't all that popular around here. Jak busts through the pub's window in a car just in the nick of time as he tells Dax to jump in.
Now!
Ah! What are you waiting for? Step on it, Jak!
The two head from there straight to the location of Crew's will reading, where they find Kira, Ashlyn, and Torn all also waiting to hear about the will. Seems like they were also involved somehow. Kira reveals it was Crew's daughter that called to inform them that they were involved in the will and should be present.
Crew? Reproduced? Ew!
Crew's daughter, named Rain, enters the room and introduces herself as she pours everyone a glass of wine.
Here's to old friends and to Father's untimely death.
When I was playing this for the first time, I immediately noticed and loved the little detail of Jak waiting to see Rain drink the wine before he did. His fermented distrust and skepticism is such a good signifier of the things he's gone through now, and I loved that detail. With the toast complete, Rain plays a video log of Crew's final message for them where he speaks of how much he adores racing as a sport and how it was his dream to have his team win the biggest race in the world. Then he tells them that they are that team that will race and win for him.
You are the best of the best, and you will race for me.
Never! Forget it!
I expect you're all riled up by now, so let me tell you why you will race, and you will win. If all went as planned, you just give a touching toast in my honor. Sorry to say, but I put poison in that special vintage. Quite unsporty, am I right?
Father!
This is where Rain probably gets upset. Sorry, dear. It's a slow-acting poison, or you'd already be dead. You have just enough time to finish this year's racing season. If you race for me and win, my associates will provide you each with an antidote to the poison. Simple, eh?
What the hell did you do to us? Please, I didn't know. I drank it too.
Ashlyn is particularly unhappy about the circumstances our heroes have now found themselves in, but Jak says he believes that Rain is telling the truth about not being involved and that they can still buckle down and win the race. He's never been one to turn down the chance at a high-stakes race after all.
We can do this. We can race. And we can beat Crew at his own game.
Father bought us the best mobile racing garage money can buy, and each of you has a racing car waiting. We're in this together, so let's get to it.
And that's the setup. The stakes are set and it's time to put the chips down and start racing. The story mode of Jak X is split across 4 championship cups, each representing one of the 4 colored ecos. We start with the red cup, then move on to green, then blue, and finally yellow. Each of these cups also has over a dozen different races per cup, with story cutscenes scattered throughout the races. Something really cool that they did for these races was sprinkle them across a multitude of different tracks based on in-world areas, most of which will be recognizable to fans of the series. We have tracks set in Spargus City from Jak 3, Haven City from Jak 2 and also 3, and the Iceland, which feels similar to the Ice Mountain from Jak and Daxter the Precursor legacy. There's also a few tracks set in Crass City, the new location introduced explicitly for this game, and favors a more industrial sector look overall. The gang gathers in a lobby where they discuss the trouble they're all in, and Samos has showed up to offer some support. Rain is trying to stay positive and encourage them that they can win with the cars and equipment her father left for them, while Ashlyn is still very frustrated to be stuck in this situation at all. We also get introduced to another new character here that will play a prominent role in the game's story.
GT Blitz is the name. I'm the Crass City Racing Commissioner and star of the highest syndicated sports event on the planet. I just came by to wish you luck and to skid down a few rules. No side bets, no cheating, no rule breaks or we'll break you. You in gear? This is show business, boys and girls. Only the best racers move up to the bigger events, so make me happy and make the crowd scream. Let's race.
So, Jak X was a bit of an anomaly in the racing game genre at the time because of its intense focus on its story and the quality of its cutscenes. That's not to say other racing games haven't had some compelling stories in the past, but ultimately most of them really don't have the level of prioritization on narrative that this game does. And most of them probably didn't have the $10 million budget this game had either. But Naughty Dog put that money to some very good use here, and you can tell that to be the case from the incredible quality of these cutscenes and the execution of the plot. Now, something I do need to say coming off of my coverage of Jak 3 is that this game does absolutely nothing to answer my questions about the Kira problem from that game. They don't address why she was so sidelined or really even try. Instead, the way this story opts to handle it all is to reset Ashlyn's character to not being interested in Jak anymore and bring back the Jak and Kira romance again as though nothing had happened. In a director's commentary, they even indirectly addressed the fact that Kira was mishandled in Jak 3 and that they wanted to give her a subplot of her own this time around, which I'll get to here shortly.
Just so we made sure we made all the old Jak fans happy, we made sure Kira was definitely in the scenes a lot more, a few of the scenes, and we heard a lot of issues about people wanting Kira more into the story and into the game, so we did that.
Back in the lobby, the gang are going over their chances of victory after winning a few of the entry-level races. Daxter suggests that overall he still feels totally fine and wonders if Crew was lying to them about the poison to bluff them into winning the race. But Ashlyn quickly puts that theory to rest by saying that she had the bottle analyzed and found traces of a poisonous plant called black shade at the bottom, affirming that they are for sure poisoned. Prepping to take his first race on the very dangerous Deathdrome, the network show host GT Blitz waltzes up to Jak to taunt him and Daxter about their chances of survival on the notorious track. Of course, Jak crushes the race and conquers the Deathdrome before encountering the local who was threatening Daxter in the pub from before. This guy's name is Razor, and he's a now retired racer who works for a Crash City crime boss named Mizo. Razor seems to be impressed with Jak's abilities, but he also thinks he can make short work of him if he comes out of retirement.
Don't make me put on my goggles and show you how it's done. You wouldn't live long enough to see me cross the finish line.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Razor doesn't follow through on anything yet, but he instead warns Jak that there's people preparing a few surprises for this racing season. Oh yeah, and somehow old Pecker managed to secure a spot as the co-host for the network's coverage of the racing tournament alongside GT Blitz.
That's it! Who's his agent? Pecker always gets the sweet gigs in these adventures.
My first network assignment has been to investigate the rumored super bet on this year's big championship race. Sources say a high-level underworld crime connection is involved. But sadly, my sources won't return calls, and are now missing, and are probably dead!
The so-called super bet is relevant to the plot as well, and this has all gotten quite a bit more complicated than just winning a tournament to get the antidote to their poison. Jak, Dax, and their friends are up against a crime lord now, and he seems to be betting against them. Once again, Jak has found himself on the underdog side of a major racing tournament, and this time, if he doesn't win, him and his friends will all die. Rain tracks Jak down as he's working on his car to say that mercenaries are being hired to race on the course, with extra being offered for every kill they get. She suspects it's in an attempt to take him out. And to make matters worse, the crime boss Mizo has hired a former KG Deathbot from Arrow's old war factory, now turned racer, named UR86, known for killing drivers during races. Razor warns Jak to watch his back out there before moving on. Back in the lobby again, GT Blitz comes out to say odds makers for race betting sees Jak team matching up with Mizo's team in the finals, but still favor Mizo's team to win overall, which is where an old friend comes in to lend a hand.
That's because most fools haven't figured me into the mix.
Sig!
Is my camera out of focus? The great Sig has entered the competition. This is going to be better than I thought. But if you'll excuse me, I've got some real interviews to do.
Yeah, you do that.
Sig says he's come to join their team after hearing about crews poisoning them and plans to help them win the tournament to secure the antidote. Ashlyn is skeptical, but Jak is happy to have him on board. I really like how the game introduces its characters in these cutscenes across the story's progression like this, because it's a great way to drip feed the player new characters while not front-loading the early plot with too much going on all at once. Although Sig doesn't play much of a role in the plot after this beyond just being present, nor do any of the characters, honestly. They're just here to be here and have a presence in the story. This was something that was talked about in the unlockable director's commentary I mentioned earlier, actually. While putting together the narrative, the team apparently struggled to find ways in which they could bring in different characters and conflicts, all of which could be handled on a racetrack. Unlike with past Jak games, literally every actionable thing in Jak X has to be settled in a vehicle given the nature of the game's mechanics.
And a lot of the issues with Jak X was how do we make these plot points get resolved on the track, which was really challenging.
So realistically, the primary plot can be boiled down to Jak drives in a lot of races, wins the tournament, gets the antidote, and the game is over. But the fun of Jak X's story is the added details surrounding the plotline that make it more interesting. Although there is one thing that the devs both could and should have done to amplify a few of these character interactions that I'm really shocked they didn't. I'll bring it up after I'm finished covering the story, but I'm blown away they didn't think to do it. After Jak wins the Red Eco Cup, he is qualified to move on now to the Green Eco Cup, the second in the 4 available brackets we'll be playing through. Meanwhile, on camera, Pecker unveils that he's recently discovered someone may be trying to rig the races and bend the rules behind the scenes.
You know, I've been covering this sport for decades. Do you honestly think you can come onto my show and make me look like a fool? Well, you.
This back and forth between Blitz and Pecker is actually really great, and it goes on throughout the whole story. It adds a lot of personality and charm to the game and helps make it all so much more memorable, I feel.
That's Studio Debating 101, baby. Oh yeah, you just got schooled.
Birds do not school. They flock. So flock off!
So, you remember when I talked earlier about how the developers wanted to bring Kira back into the fold to please the fans, but needed to give her a conflict that could be settled on the racetrack to keep everything relevant to the game's racing theme? Well, the solution they came up with is to have Samos tell Kira she's not allowed to race because he fears for her safety despite recognizing her skills, which is fine. I think that makes sense and is a believable motivation for a father. Then he hits her with "a woman's place is in the garage fixing cars" line and had me like, yo, what? Way to crush that old "women are only good for oil changes and engine work" stereotype, Naughty Dog. Remember, just because she's a girl doesn't mean she belongs in a carport replacing radiators and head gaskets. After seeing her frustration over not being given her father's blessing to race, Jak tries to comfort her, although she doesn't care to hear it, and instead tells him that she'll take care of fixing up his ride and keeping his car upgraded. Also, she's back to being interested in him romantically again here.
And Jak, we'll talk about nice later.
Jak's instincts are telling him something is off about everything though. He feels like they're missing something, but Rain tries to stay positive by saying that at least they're winning races, which is right when Cleaver from Spargus City wanders in to announce that he too will now be participating in the tournament. Apparently he's got a score to settle with our duo of heroes.
You embarrassed me on the track before, but this time I aim to even the score.
Dude, that was so last adventure. Available in stores now.
So yeah, he's involved now, but just like Sig, Torn, Ashlyn, and the rest, he's just going to be another racer we see on the tracks and little else. There is a bit of a side plot here though, where Cleaver makes himself a kind of rival for Jak to be overcome in a similar fashion to how they handled UR86 and Sig, but it's just there for a filler cutscene or two. Back on the network, Mizo's top guy and former champion Razor is being interviewed alongside Jak as GT Blitz is hyping up the ever-intensifying stakes of the tournament, but Jak isn't intimidated at all.
How does it feel to know either you or Razor will be dead by season's end? You must be really motivated to keep racing on this kind of pressure.
Let's just say we're dying to win.
Some say the mysterious crime boss Mizo may be involved.
Mizo's name's coming up a lot for someone trying to stay out of the public eye.
You heard it here, folks.
Yeah, Jak's getting fed up with Mizo at this point, as it's clear whoever this crime boss is must be rigging the races. Following another set of victories, the gang heads back to Haven City, where the tournament is having its next qualifier race. It's here we get confirmation that Ashlyn and Torn are indeed a thing again, and at this point, I think I'm glad they just opted to not explain or acknowledge anything and just pretend like that Jak 3 romance didn't happen. We also get the idea that Ashlyn is suspicious of Rain possibly being up to something against them, but doesn't outright accuse her. Meanwhile, Jak is edgier and cooler than ever out there on the track.
Tell you the truth, I'm probably dead already. But that doesn't mean I can't take a few scumbags with me.
It's after this that GT Blitz tries to give Jak a fair warning about his current situation.
I'd be careful though. I hear Mizo had a pretty sizable bet on this race, and lost.
I hope he was watching.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
Meanwhile, Rain found her father's journal and shows it to Jak, revealing that the reason Crew wants them to win is because he and Mizo both bet their entire criminal enterprises against one another on their own teams to win, which is why Mizo is also desperate to win. I'm not really sure how I feel about this. So, Crew and Mizo both bet their entire criminal empires on a racing tournament that wasn't going to happen for another 2 years? I want to rationalize this to make sense, so here's what I've come up with. I'm gonna guess that this tournament is like the Olympics and happens every 2 years instead of annually, and that Crew and Mizo likely made the bet during or right after the last tournament as they talked a big game about it. This would mean that Crew was probably already working with Praxis and also, unbeknownst to anyone else, the metalhead leader, Core. In Jak 2, Crew admits that he betrayed the entire city as he planned to sell it out to Core and his metalheads, which he knew would result in Haven's destruction, and also possibly his own demise. So I'm thinking that maybe he made this bet while he was pondering doing this deal and figured it might not end up mattering anyway, and that's when he recorded that message for his daughter and our heroes as his contingency plan in case he did die. I don't know, that's just my speculation. Tell me what you think in the comments. After winning a few more races, Razor wanders into Jak's garage and interrupts a nice moment between him and Kira to let them be the first to hear that he is officially coming out of retirement to race Jak, and also to try and kill him. That last part is implied. Pecker then asks GT Blitz about the course his father died on many years ago, as Blitz reveals that his dad was the best racer there was until he perished on that track. This bit of GT Blitz lore will matter later. As Rain is telling Jak that she has to hit the course herself to try and make sure someone on the team wins, GT crashes into the bar to announce that Mizo himself has sent in a message to our drivers to be aired on the network.
Greetings, fellow race lovers. Your perseverance this season has been surprising, but crew has sent you on a fool's errand. I'm prepared to forgive and forget and spare each of your lives if you walk away now.
But we can't quit. We have no choice.
Are you crazy? The world's deadliest crime lord is offering you a deal and you refuse? What does crew have on you guys? This is amazing, folks!
If you're listening, Mizo, your days are numbered. We'll win or we'll die trying.
If Jak won't walk away, then extra measures will have to be taken. On the track, after Mizo's offer is declined on air, Jak finds himself in a very unfortunate situation.
I can't fire a weapon! This is bad. You know, you should have your vehicle inspected before each race. Otherwise, someone might tamper with it.
Looks like Razor has sabotaged Jak's car, disengaging its weapons capabilities, leaving him at a massive disadvantage to the other racers on the track as he can't employ any offensive or defensive measures against his opposition. He'll have to win on sheer racing skill alone, which of course he does, and claims the victory in spite of Razor's cheating. Seems Razor came out of retirement just to lose at Jak's hands, and that championship victory is right around the corner for our heroes at this point. Although after analyzing the sabotage to Jak's vehicle, they uncover something interesting that relates to GT Blitz himself, which leads to Jak, Dax, and Kira confronting him off the record at a bar.
The explosives used
were the same type as those that killed your father.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you get it? The very same people that want us dead also killed your father.
So the Syndicate killed my old man. I'm not surprised. He was arrogant and cocky anyway.
These are very bad people. If you know anything...
What I know is that the ratings this season are through the roof, and it's only going to get better as the season comes to a close.
So that's it. That's all you care about.
It's all I've got. Now, if you don't mind, I have a swarm of cameras waiting.
Blitz doesn't seem to care much about how his father died and all but straight up tells the gang to get lost. The end of the tournament is right around the corner and things are heating up fast. Between the sabotage and string pullers working against them from the shadows, this isn't the kind of problem Jak can solve by transforming or shooting it. The only way to draw out this enemy is to keep winning races, and so that's exactly what Jak does. Mizo has to get Jak out of the race or he's going to lose, and in a bid to do so pulls out the big guns by exposing his involvement with Crew's death on air right in front of Crew's own daughter.
Jak left him to die in a terrible explosion. How heartless can you get?
It wasn't like that. Rain, I had no choice.
I told Jak he should fess up. I kept saying...
You knew? You all knew, didn't you?
Oh, could it get any more delicious?
Well, first off, I think I want to say that characterizing it as Jak leaving Crew to die is a really generous interpretation of what went down. For both parties, actually. I mean, in reality, Jak filled him full of bullet holes first, and Crew was left to die by his own bomb, so like, we'll just go with it's complicated.
Oh, you wouldn't understand. Leave me alone. I'll win without you if I must. I'm used to taking care of myself.
This doesn't really come up again either. Like, Rain is upset about it for a few seconds in this cutscene, and then that's kind of it. They all just drop it. It's all down to the final race now anyway, and both their freedom and chances of survival are on the other side of the finish line. With one more circuit left to make or break the winners, GT Blitz announces a surprise change to the roster of the final race.
Wait! This just in, there's been a late entry for the Mizo team. Sources say this mysterious wheel jockey is one of the best drivers in the world. So stay tuned for all the death and destruction.
Well, it's the final race, eh? It all comes down to this. I just hope I didn't miscalculate the poison's potency. Win quickly and save yourselves. I want that trophy.
I don't feel too good.
Me either.
Your father's agent better have those antidotes waiting at the finish line.
I've got your back, Jak.
And I've got yours.
Hey! Who's got mine?
I do.
Kira?
Kira, you're not going to race.
Daddy, I'm racing, and that's final.
Just like her mother.
Let's do this.
All for one.
And one right in the groin.
Let's make Mizo pay.
Yeah, that's the resolution to Kira's subplot, by the way. Samos says you're not racing, and she says she is racing with a sassy head tilt, and then she races. I gotta be honest, this was such a forced subplot for her character. It would have been so much better if this whole arc was totally reversed to having her wanting to race but refusing to because she's doubting herself, feeling like she's in Jak's shadow. But Samos encourages her to overcome her fear because she's great with cars and has been since the Precursor legacy. That would feel more like the Kira we've known all along and have her display some real growth as she begins to believe in herself and her own abilities with the positive reinforcement of her father rather than what we got. Instead, this plotline feels like a half-baked afterthought, and though it does resonate with Samos's grumpy nature, it doesn't quite feel like the Kira we knew from the first 2 games. At least she has more than 5 lines and actually participates in the plot though, so I guess I can't complain. Speaking of which, let's get back to the plot as it's revealed that the new mystery competitor on Mizo's team is none other than our favorite TV network personality, GT Blitz himself. With Kira on our team and Blitz on Mizo's, it's the biggest race yet and all the dice have now been thrown. This is a pretty fun final circuit too. I feel like they pulled all punches in the setup of these last few tracks with them being the longest ones in the whole game. I really like how they handled that aspect of the game's progression by combining tracks to make them longer and longer as you race your way through the storyline. Jak still wins, of course, and Blitz is not too happy about it.
Rain, what's going on?
Relax. This whole thing was designed to flush Mizo out. As for the poison, don't worry. I've got the antidotes right here.
How could you know that Mizo would be close?
Father tried to eliminate Mizo for years, but he could never ID the man. Then we realized there is no Mizo. Or rather...
Out of my way! You broke the rules!
Blitz!
I'm Mizo, and losing the bet changes nothing. I'll crush your family and this whole city. No one else will ever know.
No one except for 200 million viewers, that is.
What?
Smile for the cameras, big boy. Every star has to fall. Right, Mizo?
Ah! You will all die!
Akram Jak!
And the major reveal is that Mizo and GT Blitz are one and the same. Turns out that Blitz has been behind the crime syndicate all along and has been playing everyone for fools by masquerading as a mere television host. The director's commentary actually reveals that Blitz's character was intended to be a bit deeper than that though, as he was originally written to have a split personality to his character where his Mizo half was the darker side of who he was, but he wasn't fully in control of it.
What's interesting about this scene actually is this kind of giving you a tip of the iceberg of a much bigger plot element that we had to sort of excise slowly from the game. We had too much going on and we didn't have enough on-screen time for everything.
There was an element in the script that we ended up opting not to use where the Mizo part of his personality was actually kind of a split personality, and he had a little dialogue with himself as he, was resolving that. It just seemed to be a little bit too complicated to explain and present in such a short scene.
GT Blitz is who he really is, and he did kill his own father for neglecting him in order to pursue racing, which is part of what caused his obsession with the sport to begin with. Becoming the crime boss Mizo was the result of his falling prey to his own developing psychosis and forming a secondary personality to deal with the trauma and his guilt. You can still see the remnants of this being the case if you're playing through the game with that in mind, though unfortunately any direct reference to this being the case were cut as the team felt that it was making the plot a bit too confusing to follow, and removing that factor made the story seem clearer to the player. Anyway, back in the game, Jak chases Mizo down in this boss battle as we get a kind of one-on-one racing duel to the death, and it ended up being so fun. I loved this, and it was a great way to close out the game's adventure mode. Eventually, Jak dishes out more damage to Mizo's car than it can handle, and the duel comes to a quick close.
She'll betray you, you know.
Are you still talking?
Rain, she'll become even worse than me.
Right. Like how you killed your own father?
And why not? He left us for his sick love of racing. And when he did, we vowed to own the whole damn sport. All of it! Every last part. You have a habit of leaving people to die, don't you?
You get used to it.
Badass. We wind up back at the pub where everyone is celebrating while Samos expresses his pride in Kira's driving. Rain walks in to thank everyone for their help and tell them that Crash City will be a safer place with Mizo out of the picture. As they all say goodbye, she leaves behind her father's diary set to a specific time to reveal that she had been in on the plot with her late father the whole time, and had set it up to where she wouldn't be poisoned, but they would be, and then she played them all for fools. A cutscene shows us that she's now in control of the crime syndicate of Crash City as she drives into the sunset. Can't dwell on that though. What's done is done, and there's one last loose end to tie up before we roll the credits.
Hey! Will you kiss her already? Sheesh. Oh yeah, that's what I call a photo finish.
And that's the story of Jak X. All in all, I do think it makes for a satisfying enough epilogue to the Jak storyline, and it would remain the conclusion to the series for the next 4 years after its release. The narrative they put together here is far more compelling than most racing games had to offer at the time, and it manages to deliver the same level of angst as its predecessors while offering up the same quality of colorful characters across its runtime in the form of both heroes and villains alike. Not to mention that it pays proper homage to the games that came before it while still managing to pioneer a new style all its own. If you couldn't tell, I loved this game and have much praise to sing for it, comprehensively speaking. But that's not to say it's without flaw. The biggest of which, in my opinion, is that there's just too much of it spread across the game's adventure mode. I spent just over 10 hours getting through Jak X's story, which is nearly the same amount of time it took me to get through Jak 3. Now you might be thinking that's a good thing, because a 10-hour campaign mode is good value for a racing game, especially if it's able to entertain for the same amount of time as something as vast and epic as Jak 3. Except it isn't able to entertain that long. I was getting exhausted by around the 7-hour mark, because by that time you've played every track in the game well over a dozen times, and you're just going through the motions over and over again with slightly harder AI and a slightly more improved vehicle every time. Anyone remotely interested in game design, storytelling, or filmmaking will have heard this term called the Rule of 3 before, but I'm gonna break it down real quick anyway, just in case you haven't. It can really be applied to most things, but the basic idea is that the human mind most easily grasps ideas when they're presented in threes. This is why most stories are written in 3-act structures, and why trilogies feel so satisfying. It's also something I've seen the previous 3 games nailing over and over again, particularly the first 2. Well, Jak X doesn't have a 3-act story structure. Instead, its story is split up across 4 Eco Color Cup championships, and I very quickly identified that as the source of my fatigue. By the time I had finished with the second Eco Cup, I was ready to be entering a 3rd act of the game, but that doesn't happen because you're only halfway there at that point. In essence, there should have been 3 Eco Cup championships instead of 4, and the story should have probably been completable in closer to 8 hours instead of 10. You can really feel that to be the case too, because I think that 3rd Eco Cup championship has way less cutscenes than the other 3 because there's so many races to complete and there just wasn't enough story to go around. Now, I do need to clarify that I'm pretty sure you can actually access other cups without totally completing the one before it just by getting through the qualifiers, which would help in theory, but it kind of sucks to leave it uncompleted and move on to the next cup, you know?
I need a GB spanner, please.
What's a spanner?
That one.
That one.
No, that one.
I knew that.
Alternatively, if you didn't want to take stuff out to make it shorter, I had a different idea of something they could have added in to offer some breathing room in between the different races and make the players feel more engaged with the story throughout. Jak X needed more boss battles. Specifically, we should have had boss battles with introduced characters at the end of every cup. I mean, everything was already set up for that to be the case anyway, with these big cutscenes making certain characters feel like major threats and everything. For example, UR86 should have been a one-on-one boss battle at the end of the Red Eco Cup and not shown up again in any more races. Then the same should have probably happened for Cleaver in the Green Eco Cup and Razor at the end of the Blue Eco Cup. Then Mizo at the end of the Yellow Eco Cup, of course. This could have made that ending boss battle feel a little less climactic and special, but only marginally, and the feeling that we were doing things outside of the tournament rules, having non-monitored off-the-record one-on-one death races with these guys, would have made it all feel even more gritty and interesting. Not to mention, it would have helped break up the monotony of repeating repeating the same few races on the same few tracks over and over again for 10 hours of gameplay, and offered something special to the adventure mode too. I love the idea of Jak taking out threats throughout the game, and I really think that would have given the player a much greater feeling of involvement in the narrative, especially if we didn't see those characters show up again in races after that. Imagine taking out UR86 at the end of the Red Cup and then he doesn't show up anymore. It's like we would have been making a dent in the tournament. Or knocking Cleaver's vehicle out of commission and him admitting defeat and resigning while telling the boys he's proud of them or something. Instead, that doesn't really happen, and these characters just keep coming back even after we take them down. It's just some thoughts that occurred to me as I played. I love to speculate on things like this and offer solutions rather than just point out things I think are problems. Also, it's important to remember that all of that is just minor nitpicks on what is essentially a stellar experience and easily one of the best racing games on the PS2 by far. Not to mention, it's very subjective at that, much like my next and final criticism of the game, which I'm about to get to. I really like the story of Jak X, and much like when I wrapped up with Jak 2, I'm walking away from Jak X totally satisfied with my experience. Now, let's dig into the gameplay.
You ain't so tough! Although you do dress strangely well and have a certain odd sexy style.
The gameplay of Jak X is seemingly simple on the surface, but quite a bit more complex than you'd think once you look under the hood. This isn't just a racing game, but also a vehicular combat game with game modes set in straight-up arena maps, similar to something like you'd see in a Twisted Metal title. There's 9 different types of game modes for the player to enjoy within the game's adventure mode, and 2 more available in the exhibition mode. I'll talk a bit more about the individual modes later, but right now I really want to focus on one. Circuit Race. The circuit races are the main events of Jak X, as the player must try to stay ahead of the competition while utilizing different weapons, both offensive and defensive, to take out your enemies and cross the finish line first. It's easily some of the most high-octane and intense racing available out there. These matches go so hard. However, the more you play it, the more you start to realize that you're the one getting played. This ties back to what I was saying earlier about how the adventure mode just goes on for too long, because I had been through enough races by the 4th championship to have realized that the races aren't actually that intense unless you're good at the game. I started to realize that these matches were all pacing out the same way over and over, and I felt like I was struggling so much more than what would be reasonable for a regular racing game. And I believe I know what's going on here. I don't think these circuit races are as dynamic in the way they're built as the game is trying to convince you they are. In fact, it feels more like the programmers designed them to perpetrate the same linear experience every single race, and its tricks become more visible the longer you play and far too obvious by the 4th act. That linear experience being you start off on the same pace as everyone else, maybe get a head start if you time your acceleration right, you quickly fall behind on the first lap of 2 laps, and on the first and second if there's 3, and then on the last lap somehow make an insane comeback and fly by your opposition, narrowly snagging a victory from the clutches of defeat. This was how almost every single circuit race went, and I was stressing hard to win, which made me think the races are just stupid hard until I realized something interesting. The enemy AI is significantly less aggressive on the last lap than they are on the first 2.
Why are you here? Does the network think you're the future of broadcast?
Perhaps. It's all in the attitude.
I was literally sweating in some of these matches, trying to stay ahead at some points and still getting demolished for the first 2 rounds by weapons that would auto-kill me to reset my position. It always seemed like the enemy cars were packing the strongest heat and I was getting nothing to defend myself with but oil slicks and the occasional auto turret. And the millisecond after I got hit and had to reset, the enemy cars would easily get so far ahead that it would take me an entire lap of not taking a hit to catch up. But even when everything went my way and I was crushing it, every other car was so hot on my tail that one slip-up would see them fly past me. Nearing the 4th championship, I decided to test something and drive very lazily. Like, barely try. And you know what happened? I won the matches with ease. Because the game only tries to stop you from winning if you're doing well, but it tries to help you win if you're doing poorly. There's a lot of Mario Kart logic going on here. Like, there's even a version of the blue shell power-up that auto-kills whoever is in the lead, so being in first place is a bad place to be, of course, too early on, but I think it goes deeper than that. I might just sound like a conspiracy theorist here or something, but I really think the other cars drive way worse if you do. You know how in some games the way to win is to get good? Well, in the specific case of Jak X's circuit race, it seemed to be the opposite. Just play badly and drain all of the fun out of it if you want to win. Which really, really sucks, and I hated it. The better I got at circuit races, the more the game would handicap the absolute life out of me, and I kept trying harder and playing better, and my results were getting worse. So I just started being mad lazy about it and copying easy victories. And it was so lame because all of the intensity and fun was just gone. If I'm right about this, then it really might be the worst thing about the game because I just hated playing the circuit races by the end, and they didn't feel dynamic at all. The Mario Kart thing that it tries to do in order to ensure better players don't demolish worse players doesn't feel very good when it's a single-player story-centric title and you're just racing NPCs. Outside of that one issue though, the rest of it is completely fantastic. Between the visceral visuals and the tight controls, it's easily the best vehicle combat of the series so far. And it's all beautifully expressed through the different race modes the game has to offer. Speaking of which, let's take a quick look at those modes.
You're showing promise out there, old boy. What's your secret?
Clean air.
Other than the circuit race, there are still 8 other racing game types available across Jak X's adventure mode, and I'm just going to quickly break them all down here. Up first is a mode called Artifact Race, and is one of the arena-styled vehicular combat-based modes. The objective here is to drive around and grab all of the Precursor artifacts as they spawn around the map before your opponents can, and destroy any of them that get in your way with the available weapons on the map. It's basically just a zone capture mode to be honest, but I typically enjoyed playing these. Capture was probably one of the rarest game types in the adventure mode, and is straight up just capture the flag. It's fun enough, I think, although it was wise of them to relegate it to the latter half of the game and also only make us play it a couple of times since it's not really that fun just playing with and against bots. Death Race, on the other hand, is a ton of fun because it's just a fast-paced racing mode where you destroy as many enemy vehicles on the tracks as you can, and since they're nameless drivers that spawn repeatedly and just try to get away from you, it's very Power Fantasy-like. I'd say it's best employed as a palate cleanser to just let the player have some destructive fun after some of the more challenging modes. Like Deathmatch, for instance, which is exactly what you think it is. Arena vehicle combat where you drive around and collect as many weapons as you can to turn the enemy vehicle into a pile of scrap metal. It's fun, although because of the way some of these vehicles feel kind of floaty and wobbly, sometimes it can feel frustrating. Freeze Rally I really liked, as it's just you, an empty track, and a ticking clock that you can stop by crashing into these little time tokens that help you get ahead before time runs out. Being able to just crush a course without the distraction of other vehicles on the road was a fantastic time, and I really enjoyed the chances I got to play with this mode. On the other side of that coin, the Rush Hour mode packs whatever racetrack you're playing on with cars and then spawns the player driving against that traffic to crash into as many of the green and blue cars as you can to rack up enough points to pass. Careful though, the red ones drop your health if you hit them. Sport Hunt, I think, wound up being the rarest of the adventure mode races because I only really remember playing it twice. Dropped into a track, you have to hunt down and destroy more of the targets in the arena than your opponents, and the targets in question will either be dozers or raptors, depending. I thought this was fun enough. It was a great mode to keep things varied. And lastly, you've got my favorite of the available modes, Turbo Dash. Man, it's so simple and yet so fun. Grab a power cell and don't let your finger off that turbo button until the relic is charged enough to fire. Once it does fire, it will target and possibly destroy one of the enemy vehicles on the track, which of course means you'll have to watch your back because they can fire theirs after you too. After every power cell you charge enough to fire, you're given a defensive decoy to save you from one potential hit, but after that, your power cell is at risk as it's being charged, and if you don't have either of those, then you better find one or you're history.
Ooh, he was tarred and feathered on that one!
And that's it for the available race types in Jak X's Adventure Mode, but there are 2 more in the game's Exhibition Mode, which I want to talk a little bit about before we get to those. Exhibition Mode allows players to choose from a multitude of different racers and vehicles and pick whatever game mode and track they want while going head-to-head against a friend in split screen, or 8 other players in the game's online mode back when it was still running. The online servers for Jak X were discontinued in 2012, but there are still ways to make it happen for those who know the way. And with that covered, let's talk about those 2 Exhibition exclusive game types. The Assassin game type is just standard deathmatch with a twist. One of the other drivers will be marked as a target, and points are awarded to whomever can kill that target first. Lastly, the time trial mode is more of a practice mode than anything else, as you race alone on a course to try and beat either your time or a leaderboard back when you could connect to the internet to play against the world. It's cool and a great way to improve your skill overall.
Step aside, boys! The Speed Twins are in the building.
One of the coolest parts of Jak X's new vehicle focus is the different customizability options on our different cars. As we race, we earn Precursor orbs to spend on improving a specific car's performance, and by winning races, we unlock new body parts to swap out and make each vehicle our own. Not to mention that each car has 2 color patterns to tweak to your liking. This feature really took me back to when I was a kid and spent hours just tweaking my car in Need for Speed Underground 2, which was a favorite game of mine back then. I love choosing between different fenders, spoilers, hoods, and even tires. It really does make every new race feel all the more rewarding when you see that personalized ride out there on the track. And there's no shortage of cars to modify either, as the base game will slowly drip feed you 12 different cars to deck out to your liking. The unlocks are divided across the first 3 championship cups, giving the player 4 new vehicles to unlock per cup and allowing them to play with whichever ones they liked the most in the 4th and final cup. These are referred to in-game as vehicle classes. It doesn't end there, because it turns out that different vehicles are really better suited than others depending on which game mode you're playing. Something smaller and more speed-focused will obviously be better for circuit races or death races, whereas bulkier vehicles are going to be the move for artifact hunts and death matches. The 4 Class 1 vehicles are the Roadblade, Basher, Dragonfly, and the Howler 99. They each have their strengths and weaknesses, but each of them can also be upgraded to make up for a lot of potential shortcomings. Class 2 features the Street Grinder, Hammerhead, Firebat, and the Roadhog. Then lastly, Class 3 gives us the Javelin X, the Anvil RTX. No, that kind of RTX didn't exist back then. The Boomer. And then the Havoc V12. All said and done, my 2 favorites were the Roadblade and the Javelin X, because they had that cool rice poser look to them that I just can't get enough of in games like this. There are also 3 bonus vehicles, 2 of which are unlocked via buying them in the secret shop, and the last of which requires the player to have a 100% complete save file from the PSP Daxter video game on their PSP and connect it to their PS2. By doing this and running a scan, the player will unlock the Daxter Mobile. The other 2 unlockable secret vehicles are the Naughty Dog and the Sand Shark from Jak 3. And of course, there is one more massively important thing I have to talk about before we wrap up with this one: the music. The soundtrack of Jak X marks a massive departure from anything the series had seen before by featuring a hybridized alternative metal soundtrack composed primarily by Billy Howardell, a name fans of the acclaimed band A Perfect Circle may be familiar with, since he writes most of the music for them. Yeah, I couldn't believe it either, but after hearing it, I gotta say it really makes sense. Most of these tracks have a lot of what feels like exaggerated versions of the kinds of riffs one might hear when listening to The 13th Step, for instance. And although most of the tracks here are very radio rock in nature, sometimes they'll turn pretty heavy out of nowhere. I mean, just listen to the breakdown in this track called Turbulence. One track in particular that wound up being my favorite song out of the entire franchise breaks out of its verse into this incredibly emotional hook that feels like it embodies Jak's character and his struggle between his light and dark powers in such a powerful way. In addition to Howardell's primary composition responsibilities, the OST had several other notable musicians involved in varying capacities, including Troy Van Leeuwen from Queens of the Stone Age, and reportedly even Wes Borland from Limp Bizkit and Blacklight Burns. Speaking of Queens of the Stone Age, 2 of their songs are featured in the intro of the game as well, really nailing down that alternative rock sound for the game from the get-go. The more traditional and cinematic orchestral pieces heard across the game's cutscenes were all composed by Larry A. Hopkins, who's been doing sound engineering work in Hollywood for decades. For fans of post-rock instrumental albums like me, this OST significantly amplified that edgy, high-octane combat racing experience.
Now that I've finished working on this sweet ride, it'll really fly, thanks to my vehicular expertise.
Right. Did you put on 2 coats of wax or just 1?
1. But that'll make it go much faster.
I adored my time with Jak X. Yeah, the circuit races started grieving me at one point, that's true, but once I figured out they were so brutal because I was pushing so hard, they got way easier and I enjoyed my time a lot more after that. I also do still think that over 10 hours worth of racing gameplay is kind of brutal just to get through a storyline though, even if those races are relatively varied. Even so, the story told across those 10 hours is genuinely fun and compelling, not to mention right in line with the tone of Jak 2 and 3. We didn't get any explanations for the weird out-of-place Jak and Ashlyn romance in Jak 3, sure, but at least Torn got his girl back and Jak ended up with Kira in the end, so all is right in the world. Oh yeah, and of course, how can I forget, there's another little GTA reference in the form of the unlockable hot coffee cutscene that pokes fun at the San Andreas hot coffee minigame controversy from back in the day that shows Tessa and Daxter are still an item.
What?
From its story and characters to its cars, racetracks, and weapons, all of it is just a total blast and easily one of the coolest racing games I've ever played. It has its flaws, of course, but I'm still more than satisfied following my time spent with it. Jak X might not mark the end of the franchise, but it is certainly an excellent epilogue to the epic storyline told across Jak 2 and 3.
Dry your tears, gorgeous! I have returned.
Often regarded as one of the greatest PSP video games ever made, Daxter is an action-adventure platformer starring the titular Otzel himself in a daring adventure that's as fulfilling to play as it is quirky to experience. It's also the first game in the Jak and Daxter series to have been developed by a studio outside of Naughty Dog, and the first to be developed for a console other than the PS2. The studio taking the helm of this new portable spin-off game was called Ready at Dawn, and featured a good number of former Naughty Dog employees, which did offer a layer of familiarity with the project they were taking on, and I really think it shows. Considering this was a brand new studio, and the fact that Daxter was their first project, I gotta say how impressive it is that they nailed it as well as they did. After playing through it for the first time, I can confidently say that the hype I've heard around it was all accurate. This game is legitimately fantastic.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
Hey, watch where you point that thing.
Now, the first thing to point out is that Daxter is obviously far more limited in its scope than the other games in the series, but that said, it still manages to embody the spirit of those games in an impressive way. Of course, it plays very much like the first 3 games, but it is a bit more simplified overall. Instead of the 12 weapons we got in Jak 3, or even the 4 from Jak 2, Daxter is only packing 3, not counting his zapper melee weapon. Instead of the diverse range of zoomers to play with and fly around in, Daxter really only has free access to a single scooter stuck at ground level outside of a few mission-specific vehicles he gets to drive here and there. And of course, despite taking place in Haven City, the massive open world players might remember from the second and third games has been stripped down to a significantly smaller version of Haven split between 2 visitable, much smaller but equally recognizable hubs. Although we can still freely explore those 2 hubs at will, and that is fun. Due to the game's smaller scope, you'd think it would be a relatively short adventure, but it actually took me a bit over 8 hours to complete, which is impressive to be honest. Although I was going hard on the game's collectathon aspect, trying to grab those Precursor eggs for the Easter egg minigames that I'll get to in a bit. Also, a lot of that length can get a bit repetitive at times. That said, the game's story is very simple, and second in simplicity only to the first game of the series, but it does still have a narrative worth experiencing here. Let's talk a bit about that.
You ready to party hard?
Daxter's story is actually a prequel to Jak 2's main story, as it dives into what Daxter was up to in the 2 years between the first and second game, and shows what went into finding and freeing Jak from Praxis's grasp. And since it was developed after Jak 3 had already released, it also ties into that one a little bit too. The game opens on that critical moment when Jak and Daxter first entered the future through the portal they had found at the end of the first game, but this time when Daxter runs away, we follow him instead of Jak.
Don't worry, Jak! I'll save you before you know it!
What was that? Where'd he go?
Huh, where'd who go?
That little crazy orange? Whatever he is, I'll show him.
From that point, we fast forward about 2 years and see that Daxter has been spending his days telling stories in the local pub, presumably living off of scraps. An older gentleman named Osmo introduces himself as the owner of the last remaining exterminator shop in Haven City and offers Daxter a job since he needs his help to rid locals of growing infestations of bugs across the city. Though Daxter is hesitant.
Forget it, buddy. I don't know nothing about exterminating, and I hate bugs. Although, I could always fake it.
Hey, what? You take it. Wonderful. Meet me at the shop tomorrow. And welcome aboard.
This exterminator job will take up the majority of Daxter's story, with rescuing Jak acting as a sort of underlying subplot throughout. So Dax makes his way over to Osmo's shop, which will act as a kind of home base for the game. He takes Osmo up on the job, and Osmo readily equips Dax with his first weapon of the game.
In my day, we hunted bugs with style and class. A more elegant weapon, or a more civilized touch.
Yeah, I just get used to the pop culture references, as this game is loaded with them. So Dax knocks out a job or two before finding himself in a nearby construction site to cleanse it of its bug problem, where he meets the femme fatale of this game.
That ain't no bug!
And you're too scruffy to be a creeper. So, what's your game? Speak up before these barrels become both ends of the conversation. Who are you?
I could ask you the same, sweet cheeks.
This is Taryn, and her role in this game is strange. She helps Daxter out with a few things, and even gives Daxter his main weapon of the game, the spray gun, along with some mods for it later too. But I have no idea what she's doing in this game. When we meet her here in the construction site, she's fighting against the bugs around the area, but this is the only time we see her doing anything that seems connected to a motivation of her own. She doesn't play a role in this game's narrative in any way, nor does she impact the plot beyond giving Daxter his spray gun and its upgrades, and then one tiny little detail later where she repairs a vehicle for him off-screen. Her inclusion is bizarre, and I've got two major theories about her that I'll bring up a little later, but for now, she helps Daxter finish his mission to rid the construction site of infestation by operating a crane to move him around. Once Daxter finishes his cleanup job at the construction site, we're shown a conversation between Osmo and an ornery businessman named Caden, threatening that soon he'll be purchasing Osmo's shop once it fails and must shut down. Keep him in mind.
I promise you, Osmo, I will eventually run you out of town. You'll be bug bait soon enough.
What insect crawled up his butt?
We're in trouble, Daxter. If we don't start completing jobs soon, I'll lose the business. The bug alert! It looks like something big. To the hangar!
A good job offer comes in just in time, which sees Osmo put Daxter on a specialized zoomer before sending him through a warp gate to clear out a host of metalhead bugs out in Haven Forest. I liked these missions a lot for some reason. They were just satisfying to play, super well made. Although once the job is complete, Daxter crashes the thing back into the hangar.
Oops.
He quickly throws the pieces under a blanket to trick Osmo into not knowing its condition and offers to clean it later. After that, Daxter is sent on a mission back to the local pub where he runs into Taryn again, seemingly waiting for him. Somehow. There was no communication between the two, so I have no idea how she knew to wait here or how long she was waiting. She tosses him a pressure boost upgrade for his spray gun and sends Dax into the lower levels of the pub to clean it of the metalhead bugs and restore pressure to the taps. After this, the story kind of pauses for a good minute and we just work our way through a variety of exceptionally well-designed levels, including an underground transit area, which I loved, and where we get our first boss fight also. I don't think the idea that Haven City had a subway ever occurred to me while playing Jax 2 or 3, but this game delivers it in such an incredible way that I almost lament that we didn't see it in those prior games, though of course we couldn't have because this game came out after both of those were already out. So we do some different exterminator jobs and complete some simple collection tasks to help out a few of the locals in a way that actually reminded me a lot of how we would help locals in the first game for power cells, except now it's part of the progression and Daxter's employed to do it. Still cool though. Daxter has settled into his new life and job rather nicely, it would seem.
Keep thinking I've forgotten to do something. You know, something important. I can't help but think... Jak! That's it! Hang on, buddy!
Yeah, Daxter straight up forgot about Jak for like 2 years. Hopping on his scooter, we get to chase after this Crimson Guard Hellcat to try to free Jak, although we obviously know this doesn't work since we know when Jak finally gets rescued later, but it's a good effort on Daxter's part. Of course, it doesn't work out, and Dax gets himself in a little bit of a bind.
Oh, sorry, buddies. Didn't your mom tell you to stay out of the street?
So this is Osmo's son, Zyman, with an X. Zyman flies Daxter out of there and tells him there's a big job waiting for him out on a tanker at the port, which is where they're headed. Meanwhile, the mysterious man we saw in Osmo's shop earlier is back.
Why is that last exterminator company still operating?
The owner, Osmo, has proven difficult to discourage.
Well then, help him down the path of despair. I can't have this Osmo interfering with my plans.
You remember Core from Jak 2, I'm sure, and Kaidan here is working with him to shut down all Haven City exterminators to make it easier for the metalhead bugs to infiltrate the city. Core makes it clear that unless Kaidan gets that shop shut down, then his neck is on the line. Daxter, on the other hand, is dropped off at a big tanker over in Haven Port. We do some exterminating in what I think is one of the more memorable levels of the game, and it's also where Daxter meets his sidekick for this adventure, Tick.
Hey, little fella.
And it sounds like a Zach Hadel character.
You know, I've always wanted my very own sidekick. From now on, I'll call you... Tick.
Kinda odd that he wears the tick in his fur, but there he is. The actual plot comes to something of a grinding halt after this for a couple of hours actually, as the next several missions are just a series of Daxter completing extermination jobs across various locations and acquiring the last 2 attachments for his spray gun. There are cutscenes throughout this, don't get me wrong, it's just they don't pertain to this game's story at all. He talks to Zyman and helps him out with some jobs, gives some more of the locals a hand, and also does some work for Terran again, which is how he gets those last 2 attachments for his spray gun. Eventually, however, Daxter realizes that the only way he's going to be able to find Jak is by infiltrating the palace of Baron Praxis, and we even see a few familiar faces across this mission.
You! Over there!
Hang loose, dude. Watch the master work his magic.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Right. Glad you asked. We are the best extermination crew in Haven City. Someone call about a bug infestation?
What? I haven't heard about any infestation. Who called you?
Your boy, you know, Captain Zyman, Rupert Tickjackmos.
Nice try. That call didn't happen. Captain Rupert Tickjackmos is on leave this month. He couldn't have been the one.
Ah, well, you see...
I actually like the writing in this game because it's so stupid. The way this series always manages to incorporate silly humor like that is so satisfying to me. Also, having Errol make a cameo or 2 in this game helps tie it into the story of Jak 2 even better. The palace level itself is another favorite from this game, and even feels a good bit like the palace from Jak 2, albeit a little bit different in a few places. I was kinda disappointed that Praxis himself didn't make a cameo, but I'm sure it was just a budget issue with this game probably not having enough of a budget to afford bringing Clancy Brown in for a cameo line. We do see old Count Viger make an appearance in one scene though, where he and Errol are arguing about how to save the city from the metalheads.
Light eco is the key. If we can find the secret of the precursors,
The secret is fear, and turning our warriors into weapons with dark eco. We'll need something powerful to defeat the metalheads.
It will be your downfall. These eco freaks will not save us.
I really liked this little addition. Despite being the 2 main antagonists of Jak 3, Errol and Viger never directly interact in that game, and both of them had 2 totally unrelated, arguably opposite ideas of how to save the city. Well, Errol didn't want to save the city at all at that point. So this was such an interesting scene to experience for fans of Jak 2 and 3. It's also here that Daxter finds the clothes he ends up giving to Jak at the start of Jak 2, which was a fun little detail. Once Daxter wraps up and gets the information he thinks will help him get to Jak, he heads back to Osmo's shop where he walks in on something sinister happening.
Well, your best isn't good enough. Look, there are bugs even in your own establishment.
Tick?
That's how it's done. And you're next.
Yeah, Tick is in like 3 cutscenes before he's killed there. Rest in peace, Tick. You were a very tiny sidekick.
Now you die!
Osmo!
Everything I've worked for, gone.
Don't worry. I'll get that blowhard metal bug for what he did. But I gotta go save my friend Jak. I'll just need a plan.
So Daxter gets Simon to fly him over the fortress where Jak is being held captive with a Mission Impossible reference thrown in there, and we're on our final level. It's pretty good. Lots of stealth and sneaking around, great platforming, a little bit of puzzle solving. It's an overall good time. We get another cutscene with Core confronting Kaidan on his inability to kill Daxter, and Kaidan swearing to take care of the Otso once and for all before Core reconsiders if it might be in his interest for Daxter to rescue Jak after all. We see him formulate his plan to impersonate an old man to win over Jak and Daxter's trust like he does in Jak 2, as Kaidan resolves to destroy Daxter. I also got stuck on this part because it took me like 30 minutes to figure out what to even do. I didn't want to look it up because I was sure the answer was right in front of me, and it was, but man, my brain was struggling to recognize what I was supposed to do here. In hindsight, the devs even tried to make it a little bit obvious with this eco-orb's position, but I'm pretty sure it was late and I was just tired. And so after walking into the end game, Daxter is finally able to confront Kaidan himself as we have our final boss battle.
Do you like killing metal bugs?
Well, there is a certain top of the food chain satisfaction to the whole.
Why don't you pick on a bug your own size?
Well, technically, you are actually a lot bigger.
This is actually one of the better boss battles of the entire series, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I've been praising these games for their incredible quality for the better part of a year, but their boss battles have been, well, they've felt bare minimum in most regards, with a few standouts that I think were a bit easier, but I think I only genuinely really liked one or two of them. This one was actually great though. It was challenging, it felt huge in scale, it utilized all of Daxter's abilities that we've been mastering up to this point, and it's spread out across multiple phases. Not to mention the boss himself is massive and imposing. I don't know, I just really liked it. Great boss battle.
The city will be ours.
Whoa! Gnarly! Excellent work, dude!
That's right. Heroes always find a way to get it done, no matter what the hardship.
Yeah! Well, the map here says this door was open all the time. You could have just walked in. Oh, and you left behind your sidekick's threads.
I knew that. Now I must be off for my date with destiny. Fare thee well, my fine fan. Parting is such sweet...
Oh, now that is a heroic exit.
And that's how I saved Jak.
So obviously Daxter has a very simple plot, but I do think it serves the game very well. It's not trying to be anything it doesn't need to be, and delivers just enough of a fun and cohesive narrative to enjoy your playthrough while giving you a reason to press on. That said, roughly half of the game is just filler missions where Daxter rids various areas of metalhead bugs, and I mean the real star of the show is the gameplay, because it really is just a ton of fun to play. I would find myself 2 hours into playing it and not even feel like stopping, just because the simplicity of the gameplay loop was so satisfying. Oh yeah, and so what's up with Taryn? She's a character who shows up, gives Daxter his spray gun and upgrades along with a few missions to complete, but neither she nor the things she has you do play any role in the actual plot. Also, she doesn't ever directly interact with any of the game's characters besides Daxter, which is where my theories about the intention of her character come in. My first theory is that maybe she is a member of the Resistance and is trying to help Torn and the other members keep the metalhead bugs at bay, which a few lines of dialogue do seem to support. But my other, more fun theory is that she doesn't exist. The end of the game shows us clearly that everything we just played was a story told by Daxter to the rest of the gang at the Naughty Otzel on that night we saw at the end of Jak 2 once they'd saved the city. And something we've learned about Daxter in this series, and something the game even makes a point of reinforcing near the start, is that Daxter heavily embellishes on his stories to make himself sound better. We do see Taryn at the pub with the rest of the gang right before it ends, but she's in the back and winks at him. I could just be reading too deeply into it, but whatever. I'm going with the idea that Daxter made her up to make him seem more cool and suave.
And don't forget to clean the back.
Yeah, I got it. Just point and shoot. Sweet.
Where the game really shines brightest, though, is when you're just playing the levels. Daxter's action platformer gameplay does great justice to the high-quality experiences we've come to love about this franchise. The movement, combat, and equipment all feels incredibly dialed in and responsive to playthrough, and the level design accompanying it is downright fantastic. It's just so much fun. I actually couldn't even believe how much fun I was having. I thought it was gonna just be an entertaining spin-off game, but it's legitimately really good. I'm not sure what it is about the simplicity of these quirky platformer games, but man, are they a blast to just sit down and enjoy. Carrying you through the game's different levels are two different weapons at Daxter's disposal, the electric bug swatter and the spray gun. Now, the bug swatter is just a tool Dax uses that grants him some melee attacks. He's only got one real combo to speak of, but I always found it satisfying to nail a couple of bugs with that massive ground pound splat. The real star of the show this time around, though, is the spray gun, which can be used for both platforming and combat. It's got 3 different modes, 2 of which the player acquires via weapon mods throughout a playthrough. The first mode fires off a gaseous form of green eco that can kill metalhead bugs. With a pressure upgrade, Daxter can then use this gas to levitate and cross gaps that otherwise would be uncrossable. The second mode is a straight-up flamethrower that deals more damage and boosts Daxter even higher when using it to hover. Depending on how high you need to hover, the player will need to swap between the flamethrower and the green eco spray to achieve their desired height. And lastly is the ultrasonic attachment, which fires a blue sphere that then explodes and takes out whatever is in its vicinity. I didn't use this one as much since it takes so much of your eco charge and you don't get it until later in the game, but it's still cool all the same. And believe it or not, that's pretty much it. We've got a very small arsenal to play with here, but the overall gameplay loop is just so fun and satisfying that I didn't even care.
Oh yeah, let's see what's on the tube tonight. Boring, boring. Seen it. Rerun. Hated it. Boring. I was up for that part.
And of course, we see the return of the mini-games, and while they are all pretty much just different reskin variations of the same timed button press idea, some of them are really entertaining. The ones we encounter through the main game are fine, but forgettable. But back at Osmo's shop, we can head in and have Daxter take a nap, where he'll then have dreams of himself in various scenarios, riffing on actual movies that were popular at the time. This one, where he sees himself as Neo fighting a bunch of Agent Smiths, was one of my favorites, because the fact that they thought to use Gaul, one of the 2 villains from the Precursor legacy, not only makes so much sense for Daxter given the chronology, but it's also just such a great callback to that game. There's others like this one too that reference Braveheart, where Daxter sees himself as William Wallace, this Lord of the Rings one where he sees himself as Gimli during the Battle of Helm's Deep, this Indiana Jones one where obviously he's Indy, complete with the whip and boulder of course, and then another Matrix one riffing on the I Know Kung Fu scene, and another Lord of the Rings one where he's Gandalf taking on a Precursor robot version of the Balrog. They're all just quick time event minigames with cool skins though. These minigames are the reason I was collecting all the Precursor orbs I could find though, since they only unlock as you collect more and more orbs, and I had to know what each of them was. Like I said earlier, Daxter is well regarded as one of the best games on the PSP, and I can totally see why now. I do think it's a little long and even a bit fillery every so often, but its biggest strength is its own sheer simplicity and the quality execution of those simple ideas. It even adds a bit of fun intrigue to the events of Jak 2 and 3, seeing these things happen and giving us some potentially embellished context to what Daxter was getting up to before Jak was freed. Also, games with unreliable narrators are just an interesting thing for me anyway, and this is a great example of it, because if you're not paying attention, then you might not even consider the fact that half of this stuff quite possibly either didn't happen or was not as climactic as Daxter is making it out to be. Overall, it's just a great game and adds a lot of value to the Jak and Daxter saga as a whole. It's fun, it's funny, it's challenging, it's satisfying, and for fans of the franchise or even just action platformers, it's all but a guaranteed good time.
Once more onto the breach, dear friends. Once more.
Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier is kind of an odd game, and an anomalous outlier within the series it resides in. The game's tone is whimsical and lighthearted, making it more similar to the first game than the sequels, and its gameplay is stiffer and harder to deal with than any of its predecessors. Its setting is very far removed from the universe we'd come to love, and its returning characters are all shells of their former selves, except for arguably Daxter. Then, of course, the narrative is so deeply trope-ridden and cliche that I feel like it became the exact kind of game that the latter games in the series seemingly tried to rage against. All of the edge and angst has been siphoned out to leave us with a title that both looks and feels unmistakably like a Jak and Daxter game, but without any of the bite or charm that made those previous games stand out. And of course, it was also late to the party, coming out over 4 years after the last entry in the franchise had released, dropping on both the Sony PSP and PS2 in November of 2009. The Lost Frontier went on to be the worst performing game of the series, selling just a little over 600,000 copies in total, which might sound like a lot, but that was actually really low numbers for a Jak and Daxter game, especially considering Daxter had sold over 2.3 million on its release as a PSP exclusive. There's probably a lot of reasons why it didn't sell like the previous games did, but the point is that this was by far the least purchased and least played game of the series, and as such, it's remained a bit of an enigma to a lot of players. Honestly, there's probably a few of you out there even asking, what is Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier?
This is amazing.
What? Let me see.
The Lost Frontier entered development under the working title of Jak PSP shortly after Jak X Combat Racing wrapped up its development, and was being developed simultaneously with Naughty Dog's new PlayStation 3 game, Uncharted Drake's Fortune. Don't worry, we'll get there. The team at Naughty Dog was able to develop multiple cutscenes, some concept art, and even lay down a good bit of their gameplay ideas before the sheer magnitude of Uncharted's scale and the complications of making games for Sony's new PS3 hardware simply overpowered the developer, and they chose to shelf The Lost Frontier after roughly 3 solid months of development, so they could shift all hands to focusing on their new IP. After that, the game would remain on the shelf for a few years before Naughty Dog finally handed it off to another studio to finish it, called High Impact Games. High Impact announced their helming of the new title on April 1st in 2009, although it wasn't an April Fool's joke, and they went on to finally release the game in November of that same year.
Everyone, cross your fingers.
You know, I've never been able to do that.
The Lost Frontier plays really similarly to most of the other games in the series, with a back and forth between level-based action platforming sections and vehicle sections, only this time all of our vehicles are sky-based, such as airplanes or jet fighters. Gone are the Zoomers, Leaper Lizards, buggies, and cars. It's all sky combat now. Also gone is Jak's iconic morph gun, now being replaced with a gun staff, for some reason. It functions literally the exact same as the morph gun and features 4 weapon types just like the base morph gun from Jak 2. It just looks different visually, it's a different shape, and it even looks way less cool. What was the point of this? I guess they wanted to replace the morph gun so players didn't miss all of the weapon mods from Jak 3 since they're resetting us back to just 4, but I do not like the visual design of this gun staff at all. Granted, that's just my opinion though. The melee combat is about the same as it's always been, but with a few available upgrades that actually are kind of cool. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but I gotta say they really missed an opportunity to give Jak a sword as a melee weapon here. I say that because this game brings with it a brand new theme and aesthetic in the form of Sky Pirates.
My Duke! Sky Pirates!
Now, this is a very niche kind of setting that I've only seen a few times across media, but that I assume probably made a few very specific kinds of people very happy, because this game really goes all in on the whole sky pirate thing. Our main hub that we spend the most time in is a literal pirate ship, but in the air. We visit a pirate alcove repeatedly and get into tavern fights. The big antagonist faction are a kind of empire-like colony with bigger and better ships. There's a town assault scene. I mean, the main villain's name is Duke Skyheed. Duke Skyheed. I mean, look at this. We even get a pirate ship battle where the 2 ships are parallel to each other, exchanging cannon fire and sending across boarding parties. If it wasn't for the character names, eco powers, and the odd precursor element here and there, you wouldn't even know this was a Jak and Daxter game. I mean, it's cool, I guess. I tried to just allow myself to get into it for what it was, and once you can relax and embrace the whole Sky Pirate thing, then it is actually pretty cool. I mean, when I said they went all in on this pirate theme, I meant it. Although the place where the game really falls the most flat is on its story. As always, this is your warning that spoilers are ahead, as I'll be going over the entire game's plotline.
Okay, fine, we'll go on another adventure.
Now, this game was received moderately well on release, with its main points of criticism being directed at the camera being screwy, which is true at some points, and the dark Daxter sections, which I think are totally fine, but we're getting there. Somehow or another, the single weakest part of the game managed to get out of criticism unscathed. Now, this is clearly a game aimed more towards younger audiences than the last few entries were, and so with that in mind, I'm sure it gets a lot of leeway, given you wouldn't really take super seriously the narrative of a children's video game. But here on this channel, I take the narrative of children's video games super seriously, so buckle up, because we're going in.
Dax, get on the gun.
Aye, aye, sir.
The story opens on Jak, Dax, and Kira flying in on a plane to find the brink of the world in search of more eco as the supply of it has seemingly dried up and the eco vents are no longer flowing. As they're flying, a group of sky pirates comes in to attack them as they board the plane and attempt to requisition our heroes of their eco. Kira informs the rogue that they have no eco, as no one has eco anymore. The pirate then has a brief conversation with them about how the lack of eco is why the world is tearing itself apart. Jak tries to tell him that they're going to try and find the problem and get the eco flowing again, but the pirate mocks him as the last of the heroes before telling him it's every man for himself. Then he tries to kidnap Kira. The two then begin fighting on top of the plane, and it's actually kind of cool, I'll be honest.
No, Jak! Eco is too unstable!
You're one of them.
Oopsie daisy.
What happened?
Those crazy pirates must have shot us. Yeah, that's what happened.
Like it or not, we're going down. We've run out of eco.
Worse than that, we've run out of world!
Brink.
With that, our heroes touch down so Kira can repair the plane as Jak and Dax go out to investigate the area in the game's first mission. So there's a few things that I actually really like about this opening. Dax, in this setup, and really across the whole game, has retained his bravery that he found in the last few games. He's still funny, but he's no longer fearful, which I love. Keeping characters feeling like themselves without losing the arcs they went through is a huge plus in sequels for me. The idea of the brink being the edge of the world where the precursors had simply stopped building is also an incredibly cool idea for a location. The design of the waterfalls pouring off into nothing, and the floating islands. Honestly, this game really does feature some of the coolest world design of the series. Every location is cool, except that if this is the edge of the planet, does that mean this planet is actually flat?
Dude, that's completely flat. That's 100% flat,
I know, that's
dude.
what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
After getting the plane back up and running, a massive ship called the Behemoth radios out for help as they've come under attack by sky pirates, and Jak comes in to help by blowing several dozen sky pirate ships out of the sky.
Do a barrel roll. Try a somersault. Anything.
After assisting the ship, Jak docks in the hangar bay and is thanked by a man identifying himself as Duke Skyheed, the leader of the European people. Skyheed thanks our heroes for assisting them and claims that the pirates have increased their attacks on the Europeans ever since Skyheed had prioritized locating the so-called Eco Core, a mythical source from which the entire planet's eco flows. Kira almost reveals that they themselves are searching for a way to restore the planet's eco, but Jak stops her as he wants to play things a little closer to the chest here. The group is then taken to Europa itself, the city where the Europans live, and we're free to wander around this little hub. I actually really like the design of this city visually speaking. It feels so new and mystical and reinforces that feeling of being in some far-off new place in an incredible adventure. Although the area itself is pretty small and there's not much to do or see. Because it's freely explorable and they'd put so much effort into it, I really figured I'd be coming back here more than once across the game's plot, but that doesn't happen. This is the only time you have to come here until the very end of the game, and then it's not even the same hub, so this was the only time I really saw this location. I feel like this was a huge missed opportunity too, because not only do they have such a neat little hub area here that they could have done a lot more with, but it's also easily the most visually unique of the hubs we get, and the one we visit the least. But it does have a lot of these little challenges for you to do, and you can technically come back here whenever you want on your own, but there's just no reason to do so for the story, so I didn't. Jak, Dax, and Kira link back up with Skyheed, who is now joined by Chancellor Ruskin. This Chancellor is immediately very suspicious of Jak. They ask why the trio has come to the brink, to which the trio reveals their mission to find a new source of eco. Skyheed reveals that they possess a precursor artifact called an Eco Seeker that could lead them to the location of the mythical Eco Core if they could make it work. but they can't, and they are hoping that Jak might be able to given they have heard of him before. Apparently, tales of Jak's adventures and his dark and light powers have traveled from Haven in Crass City all the way to Europa, and so Skyheat hopes perhaps he can make it work.
I can't do it. Too much power. Darkness everywhere.
If you don't mind, I'd like to study it. You see, I'm training to become an eco-sage.
Very well. I will grant your request on one condition. That you prove to us you can protect the Seeker Orb at all costs. Agreed?
Agreed.
So there's two subplots I should touch on really quickly here. The first and more important of the two being that Kira has decided she wants to become an eco-sage, which is paying off a promise made all the way back at the end of the first game in this line here.
And Kira, without your help and ingenuity, none of this would have been possible. Perhaps we've found another sage, now that Gaul and Maya are lost.
Yeah, when I said this game really feels like more of a sequel to the first game than the other ones, I meant it. Kira's quest to become a green eco-sage is a prominent subplot across the game's runtime. The other subplot is Jak's inability to transform into Dark Jak. I'm gonna go ahead and spoil this subplot now actually because it sucks. Jak can no longer transform because his dark eco form is too unstable. And that's pretty much it. We don't ever learn why it's unstable, nor does he ever resolve this. It's just kind of thrown out there, brought up once or twice, and that's it. Also, his light Jak form is just gone. We don't even hear about that. The game kind of implies that the lack of eco in the world and the eco core's instability is the reason his dark form won't work, but this doesn't make any sense at all because we use all of the other colored eco powers and there's tons of other dark eco transformations in the game. The devs clearly just wanted to bring back the colored eco powers and ditch the light and dark ones, so this was their excuse. It's weak if you ask me. Speaking of dark eco transformations, as Jak and Dax are wandering through the city streets of Europa, Daxter accidentally trips and falls through a sewer grate where he finds himself doused in a wave of dark eco.
Ah! Give me more!
This transforms Daxter into Dark Daxter, which gives us a series of brand new sections unique to this game that I'll talk more about the gameplay of later, but right now I just want to talk about the story implications of this. I'm not sure if this was intentional or not, but the Dark Daxter subplot also pays off a throwaway line from Jak 3.
Don't touch it, Daxter. Who knows what more dark ego would do to you?
Well, now we see what it does, and it turns him into a big monster. The importance of Dark Eco comes up a ton throughout this game and is directly related to the main plot, but Daxter himself turning into Dark Daxter doesn't really matter to the story beyond just being a fun subplot. That said, I actually really liked it, personally. I think it's cool to see Dax all roided out and smashing things. I loved this, even though a lot of other people apparently really didn't. But it also further weakens that stupid idea that Jak can't transform because of the eco instability in the planet's eco core, because here's Daxter raging around in his Dark Eco form no problem. I wasn't kidding when I said this game's story was its weak point. All of these games have featured plot holes and inconsistencies, but it's only ever been inexcusably egregious in this one. Once Daxter finds an elevator back up, he reunites with Jak and Kira as they meet with Skyheat and Ruskin to be given the Eco Seeker.
Hey, Jak! You won't believe what just happened to me!
Dax, not now.
You have proven yourselves truly worthy. As our ancestors warned us, Dark Eco is a dangerous weapon not to be trifled with. I hope with this, you can find the more fair Light Eco.
My Duke! Sky Pirates!
Hey!
Thank you all for your kind assistance.
Kira, no! Kira! I'm going after them. Come on, Dax!
Well, Kira's been kidnapped, and that pirate has the Eco-Seeker, so Jak springs into action to catch them, which leads us into a climactic chase through the inside of a volcano as Jak pursues the pirate leader. This section had the potential to be infuriating, but luckily, the vehicle controls are tight enough that it was actually just fun, so I am thrilled to tell you that this sequence is actually pretty good. Once we make it through the volcano core, Jak flies right into a trap where the pirate claims he's showing Jak mercy by having his squad take out Jak's engine so he has a chance to crash land and survive. And so crash he does, which strands Jak and Daxter on an island. While exploring this island, Jak finds an old Precursor totem that grants him one of his eco powers back, but instead of his dark and light eco powers from Jak's 2 and 3, he now has eco powers related to the colored ecos, similar to the Precursor legacy. This first ability he's given is called the Eco Amplifier, and it fires out a ball of red eco that can then be shot to rupture and create an explosive shockwave. It can be used to attack enemies or destroy certain destructible elements in the environment, which I do think is cool, but also way less cool than his Dark Strike power from Jak 3. The primary enemies on this island are a series of rogue robots and machines that are taming the flora across the landscape. They seem to be very hostile towards anything living, and as such, force Jak and Daxter to take them all out. While searching the island, our duo of heroes stumble upon a large tree house of sorts, and we are shortly thereafter greeted by a quirky old man.
Just as I thought. You have been touched by the darkness.
Oh, how did you...
I know Dark Eco when I see it, son. And I could see that you saw what I saw when I said I saw it.
Huh. Okay.
Jak asks the old man if he knows anything about the robots currently overwhelming the island, to which the old man reveals that he made them all to help him before they suddenly turned against him. He also reveals he doesn't know who he is or how he ended up stranded on the island in the first place, just that he's been trying to survive down here for a while now.
Well, if you're good with mechanics, I mean, my ship could really...
Listen, son, I took a look at that ship of yours. The fusion rods are shot to Shiloh without a little juice. Well, you're stuck here with me.
Oh, please tell me you can fix the plane.
The old man tells Jak that if he can acquire a Volonium battery from a massive rogue robot somewhere on the island, then he can repair his ship for him, and so Jak agrees and sets out to find that robot. While he's doing that, I need to talk about Jak's characterization in this game, and now is a great time to do so. I've already brought up how much I dislike the direction they took Jak here earlier, but it's just so not Jak. The biggest change is obviously the massive difference in his voice. Like, you can clearly tell just by listening that this isn't the same character, but you know, scheduling conflicts and other things can make it difficult for developers sometimes, so they have to make do. The voice of Jak across the series up to this point, and technically after if you count PlayStation All-Stars, has been handled by Mike Irwin, who lent a gravelly, jaded, matured interpretation to the character's voice. Handling the helm this time is notable voice actor Josh Keaton, who is a fantastic voice actor in his own right, and actually handled the voice of Peter Parker / Spider-Man in what is arguably the best adaptation of the character we'll ever get, The Spectacular Spider-Man. He is easily my favorite VA for Spider-Man 2, by the way. Here's the problem, though. I don't think the studio gave Keaton very good direction here, because he's not even trying to emulate Jak's voice from the previous games at all. He's just doing his regular voice, and winds up making Jak sound more like a Spider-Man-like hero than the dark hero he really is. And the reason I blame the studio for this is because it's not just the voice that's the problem. It's Jak himself. This is not how Jak acts. I don't really know another way to put it, but this Jak acts like a generic hero template dropped into the place where the real Jak should be. For reference, let's look at a few lines from Jak across the series.
I'm gonna kill Praxis! You look like a reasonably smart man. I want information.
Your men should be able to take care of themselves, but I wouldn't mind taking out a few cruisers if that's what you're getting at.
You need to work on making a better first impression. Yeah, we thought we'd hang out, catch some rays. I'm through saving the world. Dark, dirty, dangerous. I'm beginning to like this war. Yeah, right into the hornet's nest. This is gonna be fun.
Well, if you're good with mechanics, I mean...
Now, you could argue that after the climactic events of Jak 3, he relaxed a little bit and became more heroic and less dark. Except we saw in Jak X that while he did mellow out a little bit more, he was absolutely still mad edgy.
Tell you the truth, I'm probably dead already. But that doesn't mean I can't take a few scumbags with me. The death threats and bounties don't bother us. We're not afraid to die. If you're listening, Mizo, your days are numbered. We'll win, or we'll die trying.
Well, if you're good with mechanics, I mean...
Yeah, nah. Jak's growing up having killed hundreds of living things and people has only made him colder.
You get used to it.
The point is that they character assassinated our dark hero, and the generic stand-in we get in this game is a massive disappointment. Anyway, back to the story. With the old man having repaired Jack's ship, the two track down the pirate's sky galleon and shoot out the ship's engines to stop them in their tracks. Once the vessel can no longer travel, the pirate captain becomes impressed with Jack's determination and graciously invites Jak and Daxter on board while commanding his crew to stand down. After boarding the ship, Jak marches straight to the bridge to confront the rogue and rescue Kira, only to get gut punched. Literally.
Kira, are you alright?
Phoenix, don't!
Phoenix? What, you're on a first-name basis now?
You shouldn't have come here.
On the contrary, now this monster has a chance to see what he truly is. And this little orb will show us the way.
No! Both of you! Stop! We have to go get it back. And I want a truce between you two until we do. A truce. Now! Shake on it. Now, let's go get back the only hope we have.
Yeah, this isn't anything like the Kira we know either, as I cannot fathom her not taking Jack's side intensely and immediately after all they've been through together at this point. But she cold shoulders him to be ambiguously romantic with Captain Phoenix here for pretty much the entire game. It's really weird. The two end up racing one another in a bid to find the Eco Seeker before the other, and Jak winds up being granted the yellow eco power of Iron Man jet thrusters. I liked this idea, but it felt like a way worse version of the Eco Flight from Jak 3, making it the second weaker variation of a cool power we'd gotten in a previous game. Oh yeah, and because I forgot to talk about it earlier, the green eco power allows Jak to summon massive crystal structures for platforming purposes, and a few select combat occasions. I liked this one actually, and it is admittedly pretty unique. Jak, of course, beats Phoenix to the Seeker and claims victory in the race. Upon hopping back into their plane, they discover that the old man they'd met in the woods has stowed away on their ship and used them to get off the island, so they agree to take him to the pirate vessel with them. Upon seeing the man, however, Phoenix seems to be wary of him.
Anyway, he seems pretty good with mechanics, and I think he could help us.
Do you know who you are, old man?
Nope.
The old man asks to see the device that they believe he may be able to help them with, and after examining it, tosses it behind him before claiming that the Eco Seeker is trouble waiting to happen and that he's been trying to avoid that kind of trouble for a while. Saying this sparks a few vague memories of him inside of a warehouse somewhere filled with enormous vats of dark eco. After a little more pushing, Kira manages to charm the old man into unlocking the device for them as he warns them that he'll do it for her, but that he still thinks it's trouble. The Eco Seeker seems to be low on energy though and is pointing them over the brink into some very dangerous territory, and so the gang all decides together to load up on supplies and prepare to face the danger head on.
Set us on a heading for Fardrop. We'll need supplies for the long voyage. Once again, dear friends, into the breach.
So let's talk a little bit about the Phantom Blade, that being the big pirate vessel belonging to Captain Phoenix and his crew. This will actually act as the primary hub that we'll be revisiting the most throughout the game, as Jak, Dax, and Kira are now allied with the Sky Pirates. It's a very small hub consisting of 4 rooms and 1 exterior area that only matters one time later in the story. The bridge is where the captain and steering wheel is, and then the back room is where we can always find Kira to handle our upgrades for us. I'll talk more about that later. There's the big open main area where all of the crew hang out and walk around, and then lastly the hangar bay where we store our various planes as we get them, and also where we can upgrade and customize each plane. I'll talk more about that later too. Arriving at the location called Fardrop, Phoenix tells Jak that he'll need to be the one who goes down and gets the supplies from their contact, as both he and the crew will need to remain aboard to fix the engines and damage Jak caused earlier. Pulling into the city of Fardrop, I have to say that the visual design is once again breathtaking. Built in an enormous alcove, we see hundreds of buildings all over the place, with many of them built to hang from the ceiling itself. This is not only really cool, but also very in line with the whole pirate vibe this game seems so desperate to capture. At least I can say they very much succeeded in pulling it off. After touching down and entering the small pirate town, the duo is greeted by an old lurker named Barter, who notices how capable they appear and offers them all of the supplies they need for the Phantom Blade in exchange for Jak and Dax killing a horde of dark eco-infected mutants who have been rampaging across the city city and destroying things. I really like the following level where we fight through various parts of Far Drop to kill these mutants and protect barter shops and goods, but for some reason the camera in this stage and in a later stage here in Far Drop is where it freaks out the most. I'm not sure why, but the camera doesn't handle this specific location very well. I'd be willing to bet this was also the source of a lot of the game's camera-related criticisms. This is also where Jak gets his time stop ability back, and it's literally the exact same as it was in Jak 3, except now it's associated with blue eco instead of light eco. I did end up using it a lot more in this game than in Jak 3 though, as they put more platforming bits that needed it, and it was just useful for combat overall. There was also one particular physics-based platforming section in this level that was so insanely stupid hard for no reason. I spent so long trying to make this work, and I don't know why they put this here. It sucks. Even if it is a skill issue, this is just obnoxious platforming level design. Eventually, once all of that is handled, Jak and Dax wander into Barter's tavern, where he tells them that he's already loaded up all of the supplies they need and offers him a little something extra if he'll liven up the crowd by starting a bar fight.
I could use some exercise.
Hey, knock it off, you big bully! That's it! It's go time, baby! Oops. He did it.
And so our boys wipe the floor with the patrons of the tavern. We can't use our weapons here, by the way, so it's all melee attacks, which makes it super silly that they didn't program Jak to put his staff away, ever. Jak 2 and 3 would have Jak put his weapon away when he wasn't using it, but this game never does, and it looks mad silly in scenes like this where he's literally told to put the gun away, but it just disables the gun and he keeps holding it. I just think it's funny that he runs around holding this thing at literally all times. Also, you can come back here and start a brawl whenever you want to grind out some parts for customizing your planes, and even donate parts to build up the town, although this feels like a half-baked mechanic that was supposed to be bigger, and I forgot about it after this one interaction. Back on the Phantom Blade, Phoenix tells Jak that he's now an honorary pirate thanks to his contributions and their new alliance.
As a special member of this crew, you are now my official helmsman. Feel free to enter coordinates and steer the ship as you see fit.
Sorry to rain on the celebration, but I've got some bad news. The Eco-Seeker doesn't seem to have enough light eco to operate.
Then we're in luck. I know of an old research station used by the Europans. It's abandoned now, but we did pick up some faint readings for light eco there long ago.
Why didn't you just go get it? A stash of light eco could fund this little pirate band of yours for 100 years.
Phoenix is vague about why they hadn't tried to get the light eco they found, but the decision is made all the same that they'll have to go and try to get it now, and so Jak plots a course to the abandoned research rig. Now that we're able to helm the Phantom Blade, we can come and go between the various small hubs of the game at our own pace, which is another really cool little mechanic of this game. Since there's a handful of different hubs that house the various levels across the game's progression, being able to fly to them with our big pirate ship is an awesome feature. Once we get to the research facility, Kira goes out ahead of us to see what she can find and calls it back in.
Fascinating. There's an excavation here that goes deep into the planet. I wonder if... Ah!
Kira! We have to go save her.
With that, Jak powers through a series of ships and punches it straight into the research facility. This is quite possibly the best level in the game, and if you're a fan of platforming and puzzle games, then you'll probably love this one. After getting into the building and doing some old school Jak and Daxter platforming, which is great, Jak is given another new eco power, and this one is both the most unique and coolest power in the game. This power grants Jak the ability to teleport and switch his position with different Precursor statues after locking onto them. This single ability raised the game an entire digit for me because of how cleverly the puzzles around it were implemented. Seriously, I cannot emphasize enough how much better the game is just from this one level and how much fun it is to solve these teleport puzzles. Anyway, back to the story, Jak finds a bunch of test tubes loaded with these massively experimented on beasts inside of them that break out and attack him. Shortly after taking them down, Jak stumbles into a familiar looking room that begins to illuminate exactly what our heroes are dealing with here.
Injection cycle complete.
Someone's been experimenting with dark eco. Whoever did this should be destroyed.
Man, that was almost just like the Jak we knew, but the delivery just isn't doing it for me. I don't know, something about this doesn't feel quite like how the real Jak would react. So Jak and Dax fight their way through the rest of the facility and find Kira in the control room waiting for them, and she's totally fine. I actually have no idea what that radio call out was about earlier in the game. I guess maybe it was meant for something they ended up cutting? I'm not sure why she was screaming for help and then when we find her, she's fine. Either way, she is fine. That is until a horde of those dark eco-mutants come through a door and attack us, which Jak fends off with ease while Kira finishes extracting the light eco she needs from the terminal so they can wrap up and get out of there. Of course, on their way out, Daxter gets distracted by what he thinks is a vending machine that he starts messing with to try and get a snack before things suddenly go awry.
Wait up! What the? Hey! Don't mess with the fur! Okay, that's it! Who wants some?
And Daxter's back in his dark form as we get the second of the game's 3 Dark Daxter sections. Again, I'll talk about these later, so all you need to know is that he fights his way through a series of areas and finds an elevator to take him back up to where Jak and Kira are.
Ah, I'm back. I'm me again. Thank the Precursors! Or curse them! Their stupid stuff keeps doing this to me.
Daxter! You okay, buddy?
Glad you asked. This whole being tall, dark, and gruesome is a lot harder than I thought. Look at my claws. I need a manicure. And the hangnails, not to mention the headache. I think I went through the wall noggin first. Hey, are you listening to me?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, Dax.
Dude, this Jak sucks. He lost his best friend in a tunnel, and it doesn't even seem like he was looking for him, but rather just stumbled across him like it was a pleasant surprise, and then immediately started ignoring him the second he started talking. There's just no way the real Jak would treat Daxter this way. These two are lifelong friends. He would at least ask where he was and what happened, but he's too distracted by the cool new jet plane he found in the hangar, which, to be fair, is the best vehicle in the game. It's super weak compared to the other vehicles, but I just did a few of the bonus challenges to earn some points and upgraded it to close the gap a bit so I could fly it exclusively, because look at how fast it is. Love this thing. Docking with the Phantom Blade, they all gather on the bridge to charge the Eco Seeker with the light eco they found in the facility.
Now what? It's pointing to an area near Fardrop, and another target the other way. The Seeker is missing 3 parts. Perhaps it's trying to repair itself.
Yeah, and Kanga rabbits are gonna fly out of my fuzzy butt. The thing is broken!
No. I think it's pointing to its missing pieces.
Which direction do we go first?
Let's head to the point near Fardrop. Prepare
Why not the other direction?
Are you questioning my authority?
No, I'm questioning your judgment. The second location is closer.
I will defer to Kira. Whatever your heart desires, my sweet.
Jak, what do you want to do?
Finally, she backs Jak up instead of playing neutral between the two. So, the Eco Seeker needs 3 additional pieces to function, which will require our ragtag band of pirate heroes to hit up 3 locations in order to acquire those missing parts. Now, obviously I chose to go for Jak's suggested location instead of Phoenix's, which sees the duo back on land as Jak finds another Precursor statue giving him the Eco Shield power, which can be used to fend off attacks and roll across water and dark eco rivers. Arriving at another facility, the old man seems to know the code to let them in the gate that they otherwise wouldn't be able to bypass, which leads Jak through a labyrinth of more facility hallways and mutants to fight through. But it's fine, because the game is genuinely fun. Despite having the worst combat of the series, it's still a genuinely high-quality experience to play through. At the end of this level, the team does secure one of the parts they need, along with a big reveal as the old man discovers something about himself. It turns out that he's a dark eco-sage, and it was him that built the facility and ran the experiments to create the dark eco-mutants. And then when he realized he'd gone too far and made a mistake, he fled the facility and tried to build a robot army to overthrow the building and destroy what he had created.
Who did you do this for? He built them for me. For the Europans.
You son...
Jak, wait! Hear him out!
The blame is mine. I was once the commander of the European Air Forces. I was put in charge of a secret weapons program to make a new class of warrior. You see, we were fighting a terrible war, and we were losing.
And so you put people in the chair?
No, I refused. When I realized what they were doing, I tried to stop the program, but Skyheed wouldn't hear of it. So, I took the only option before me. I kidnapped the program's chief scientist.
So Phoenix kidnapped the scientist, and in the scuffle to abduct him, the old man took a blow to the head that knocked his memory out of whack and gave him amnesia, and then Phoenix dropped him off on the island to hide him away from the Europans. Speaking of the Europans, Phoenix claims that every one of the Europan citizens is now infected with Dark Eco, and that it's all part of Skyheat's grand plan, which is why he's an outlaw now to fight back against the Europans.
I swore to destroy them. Destroy what you are!
Wait, Phoenix, please! Jak isn't a monster!
I've seen what he is.
No, Phoenix! If you care for me at all, you'll spare him. See, I need Jak. More than anything in the world.
You can't run from what you did, Phoenix. And neither can I. You can't kill your way to forgiveness. But together, we can repair the damage we've done.
How?
We've got the secret weapon. A warrior that proves Dark Eco can be controlled, or at least managed.
Hey, what about me?
No, you're a certified crazy monster. But we may be able to help you fix that someday as well, son.
Jak, will you join me to stop the Europans?
Let's go put the Europans out of business.
Well, that's all nice and interesting, except for the fact that Jak can't control his Dark Eco powers in this game, because he can't even transform. I really thought they were building up to this cool finale where he gets his dark powers back, and it's this incredible cathartic fight after being reminded about how he's a dark monster but can't transform. But I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it for you now, because that doesn't happen. In the meantime, Jak and Dax have to head back to the pirate alcove called Far Drop, where they're supposed to meet with a contact about acquiring the second of the 3 pieces they need to repair the Eco Seeker. The person currently in possession of the part we need is this pirate woman who Jak tries to convince to part with it.
I think you have something I need.
Oh, not much for small talk, are you?
Okay, listen, I don't have time, and I'm not in the mood. How much for the sphere?
Cash don't interest me. Beat me, and it's yours.
And if I lose?
When you lose, I get the orange runt as a fur coat.
That's right, he's gonna kick you. Hey! Wait a minute.
Deal.
No, no deal.
Done.
Jak really needs to stop wagering Daxter's life on every other bet he gets offered. Confidence is one thing, but come on. This ended up being the second most challenging combat encounter in the game, actually. Like, back to Jak 2 levels of difficulty spike. But of course, with some patience and our handy eco powers, Jak overcomes the roguish femme fatale and gets the part he was promised. Outside of the tavern, on the way back to the Phantom Blade, a bunch of the locals talk about Kira being Phoenix's new girl in an attempt to hammer in that love triangle subplot, which I'd call forced at best.
That Captain Phoenix is the best. I hear he has a new girl. Ah.
The third and final part we need is located in a place beyond the brink called Sector 0, and upon arriving, we see it's a literal ship graveyard scattered around an enormous green eco maelstrom swirling around chaotically. There's no way around it, we've got to fly straight into the heart of the vortex. Again, the scale of what we're doing here is incredible. The music, the visuals, the set piece itself, it's so grand and epic. I simply will not allow the awesome work of the team to pull this off to go unrecognized. Unfortunately though, the second we begin flying through the vortex, we end up having to fight our way through a horde of ghost pirates. You heard that right, ghost pirates.
Ghost pirates.
This is stupid, doesn't matter to the game, and doesn't come up again. Once again, the game handicaps its own potential with its stupid writing and insistence on being a pirate game. They're even green and ghastly, like we're fighting the Flying Dutchman from SpongeBob. But like, flying through the center of a giant green eco maelstrom in the sky is really cool, so it's kind of annoying that they threw a bunch of ghosts at you that never come up again. At the end of the tunnel is the part our heroes need, and so they grab that and bail out of there. We're coming up on the end of the game now, if you couldn't tell, and the finale of it all. The Europan capital ship called the Behemoth that we saved earlier comes flying in to destroy us before we can find the Eco Core. This one battle is kind of dragged out across multiple sequences, and it's actually super cool. It's like genuinely such a fantastic climax to a game. First, we have to fly around the ship and take down its defensive turrets to weaken it and keep our ship, the Phantom Blade, safe. Once that's done and the Behemoth's long-range weapons are damaged, the thing opts to fly right alongside the starboard side of the Phantom Blade, which leads to a spectacular pirate ship battle where we fight off boarding parties and use different types of cannons to damage the Behemoth's hull and take out a series of attack ships. Dude, I know this game is kind of panned by the fanbase, and with good reason, but when it gets good, it really does get really good. Once the ship is defended and we scare the capital ship away, we rejoin Kira and Phoenix on the bridge. Finally, they can assemble the Eco-Seeker and see where it takes them, which turns out to be the research facility we've been to a few times already. Turns out the Eco-Core itself has been hidden beneath the facility all along, and they never knew because they couldn't manage to penetrate the surface below the rig. Deciding it must have been built on top of an ancient Precursor building, the team heads back and takes an elevator deeper into the facility.
Jack, I need a little eco-energy for this control board. That woke something up. The Eco-Core.
They've managed to find the core, but it's still very unstable, and Kira said the prism in the center of the core that splits the eco-energy into its colors isn't working correctly, although after some working she manages to begin correcting it. But they're interrupted in the process.
Clout, good show, man. You captured Skyheat.
Just some old-fashioned parlor work. A little muscle, and something that talks louder than words.
Yes, something much more persuasive. There are many more where that came from, Clout.
Like I said, I'm old-fashioned. And when a captain's gotta go, he's gotta go.
Phoenix is very unhappy about his right-hand man betraying him as he and Skyheat exchange some insults and accusations before the game delivers us some more of its lackluster dialogue and writing.
Kill them! But leave the monster to me. I want Jak. Steady.
You're the monster, Skyheat.
In every war, there are worthwhile casualties. Join us, Jak. Accept your fate, as I have. This is the future.
Never!
Pity, Jak. You could have finally realized your true potential. Kill them all.
Leave the monster to me. No, you're the real monster. Join us. I'll never join you. What happened to this series? I want to make it clear that I have absolutely nothing against this style of generic, self-serious writing, by the way. In an adventure game like this is trying to be, it fits right snugly like it's meant to be there. In the grander scheme of the franchise, however, this is the kind of writing Jak 2, 3, and X seem to stand against by being darker and more vicious, with humor kind of interjected and cut into there when appropriate. I'll get more into that later. Right now, our team has regrouped on the Phantom Blade to analyze their chances, when Phoenix announced that the Europans are now sieging Far Drop, and so we have to head back there again to take on the Behemoth once more before landing and fighting off a horde of dark eco-monsters assaulting the city. I like it as a kind of penultimate action platformer level, although, like I said earlier, the camera is particularly frustrating on the Far Drop base levels for some reason, so it's a little wonky to get through. With Far Drop trying to rebuild after being desolated, our heroes regroup to formulate a plan for making one final push against the Europans. Apparently, there's a warp gate they can use to let them into the city of Europa, and an unknown source has just sent them the code they need to access it.
Looks like our secret admirer just sent us the code.
Ah! With that code, you can drop right on Skyheat's back door before his scanners can say incoming.
Sounds like a trap.
Well, it's all we've got. To all freedom fighters, converge on the Europan barracks.
So with that, Jak, Dax, and Kira lead the way as the last of our pirate crew enters the warp gate so they can begin their own assault, but not before Daxter gets separated.
Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Don't eat me!
I'll eat you!
Hey, Dax. Putting on some pounds.
Welcome to the other end of the food chain. I broke this one. Still hungry? Time to find some more meat snacks.
Dax, chew before you swallow.
That just doesn't feel like a Jak reaction to me. Like, that's not the same character from the other games. I'm just not buying it. We get another Dark Daxter section to play through, though, and when we get back to the warp gate, Jak and Kira are waiting for him as Jak is making up his mind to go back and find him.
I've got to go back for him. I've just got to.
He was, like, huge. Daxter, or whatever he is, can take care of himself.
All right! Cut it off! Cut it off!
Ha! That'll keep the rest of them out. What the heck happened to you?
Oh, nothing. I just turned into a huge, slobbering, dark eco-monster who has even worse BO than I do! How's your day been?
Great! Now I've got 2 monsters to worry about.
Comes with the territory.
Then the final land battle begins, and again, the scale and visual design is great. Literally so cool. The city of Europa we were in before is now in flames, as the Europan citizens have all transformed into dark eco monsters for us to take on, while the pirates are bombing the place and taking revenge for the desolation of Fardrop. We get some platforming, some combat, and plenty of chances to play with our eco powers, so it's a really great climax for the land levels in every way. Until we get to this boss that is by far the single hardest enemy in the game. Seriously, this thing is harder than pretty much any enemy I've had to fight across the entire series, and he's not even a named character or anything. It's literally just a pre-boss battle that happens directly before the true boss battle, which ends up being way easier than this one. It's twice as fast and strong as you, and took some serious patience to overcome. After finishing the thing off though, Jak ascends up to face down Skyheat as the maniacal leader absorbs a bunch of dark eco to transform himself. He then gives a speech about his intentions to rule the world and turn everywhere into his own Europan empire.
Enough! This has gone too far.
You fool! You're only just beginning to see what Eco can do to us!
Ruskin, you were the one sending us messages.
I'm the spy. Don't make me kill you, my Duke. There is still a chance to undo this madness. Yes, I helped them. I cannot live with what you have done to us all.
Then you will die with them! Now, it is your turn!
Do something, Jak!
Time to tame the beast.
Can you imagine how much cooler this sequence would have been if Jak had transformed into Dark Jak here? They had such potential for one of the coolest one-on-one Jak Unleashed hand-throwing boss battles of the series, and they didn't go for it. Instead, we have a more standard fair boss battle where we avoid his attacks and then hit these missiles to knock them back into him. A lot of some of the boss and mini-boss battles from Jak 2 and 3 were like this, so I guess it makes sense. It's not over after beating him though, and before he loses, Skyheat jumps into his ship with Jak chasing after him.
Oh, great. Smart move, Jak.
This game wants to be Uncharted so bad.
Hey, hero. Need a ride? Phoenix is getting good at catching jumpers.
What happens next is one final pursuit as Jak hops into his fighter and chases Skyheat through a series of Precursor tunnels, and it's appropriately climactic actually, but it doesn't take long for Skyheat to escape, and Jak has to regroup at the Phantom Blade for one really truly final assault for real this time. They kind of spread this last battle out over multiple climaxes, but I'm not complaining since it is pretty cool actually. The Phantom Blade chases Skyheat and the Behemoth back to the research facility where we face the capital ship down in one final sky battle, and it's really well done. This skirmish took me well over 20 minutes to complete. Skyheat has his ship siphoning all of the power out of the eco core so he can use it for his plan to create an army of mutants to take over the world, and the time is ticking down to stop him before it's too late. But the fact is that there's simply far too many of these Europan fighters for Jak to handle, and their ship is eventually blown up as Jak and Dax have to abandon ship.
Looks like you boys need a lift.
Phoenix, what are you doing?
Sorry, old boy, but we can't have Skyheat double-dipping from the eco core all day. Besides, if I don't show you up, who will?
Phoenix! No!
There's no other way, my dear. I started this, and I damn well can finish it. Jak, it was great flying with you. Keep Kira safe, will you? Now, Skyheat, or whatever you become, see if you can take a blade to the heart! Ha ha ha!
Phoenix!
Well, pluck my whiskers. He did it! The Behemoth is damaged!
Which means it can be destroyed. Here I come, Skyheat. This is for Phoenix.
And so ends the story of the pirate Captain Phoenix and his ship, the Phantom Blade. He was a cool enough character, and I like that they relegated his role to this game alone and let his sacrifice feel justified. Using a heavily modified version of our first plane outfitted with a super laser, Jak takes out the rest of Skyheat's forces and finally destroys both him and his gargantuan capital ship for good. We watch as the ship splits into pieces and all of the dark eco he stole is restored to the eco core, which brings it back to balance once more.
Everything's in the green. The prism is aligned and the core is channeling energy. Soon eco vents around the world will start flowing again. If only Phoenix could have seen this.
He was a good man.
He certainly was.
Phoenix sacrificed himself for us all.
My readings show a huge reduction in storm and quake activity in all directions. And the instability is dropping fast. Whoa!
Kira, you just...
Channeled eco-energy.
You may be turning into an eco-sage, my girl.
Big deal. When I get really riled up, I can turn into a massive 15-foot monster.
It's more like 8 feet, but I like you short and orange, pal.
And so do the ladies.
Castaway, what is your name?
People called me Tim.
Alright, fine, have your Holy Grail reference. With the Eco Core back in sync, the safety of the world restored, and Kira's Eco-Sage powers now in flux, she hints at another area far beyond the brink that has yet to be explored as the team reconciles to have yet another adventure and travel beyond the brink to see what else lies in store for them.
All in favor of going on a new adventure? Raise your hand.
2 to 1. Done. You lose.
Whoa! Whoa! You're lucky I didn't go monster on you just then. That really got me upset. Okay, fine. We'll go on another adventure.
And that's the story of Jak and Daxter, The Lost Frontier. It's fine, it's workable, but it's also way too safe and lacks any real bite. This protagonist is not Jak. This is generic hero template. This is insert personality later. This is pre-built video game protag. This is the exact kind of character that Jak intentionally wasn't. Jak was the hero the world needed, but not the one it wanted. Jak was tortured and didn't flinch at killing people, unbothered, jaded, angry, heroic by action, but not by words or appearance. This is just generic hero guy. He's relaxed, confident, charming, funny, heroic, but he's not Jak. It's not just the voice acting either, although that definitely makes the problem more obvious. The problem isn't even that they tried to take the character in a new direction, or that they tried to mature him into a more matured version of himself. Honestly, the problem is that they both didn't do that and just stripped him of his pre-existing character traits. I actually kind of felt like The Lost Frontier wanted to be a sequel to the Precursor legacy, but not Jak 2, 3, and X. I don't know for a fact that this was intentional or not, although I suspect it was. There's a few reasons I suspect this to be the case, such as the fact that the Precursor legacy was the highest selling entry of the franchise at over 4 million copies sold. That's roughly double the sales of Jak 2, which was the second best-selling of the series, and with a peak that high, I'd imagine they were trying to get closer to it. There's also the fact that the game is the only other entry out of the series of 6 games to use the Jak and Daxter moniker. Also, the removal of the game's edgy tone and the return of colored eco powers makes it feel way more like the first game than the other games did. Honestly, they probably should have just ported the Precursor legacy to PSP and called it a day if that was the goal, but what do I know? I can see why this is the least liked game in the series, and even with how different Jak 2 was from the first game, this one still somehow manages to feel the least like the other games in the series. It's not the best Jak and Daxter game, and is arguably the worst, actually, which is why I've probably heard so many negative things about it up to this point. Though I think I should clarify something. This game is not bad. In fact, I'd say it's actually really good. There's way more good here than bad, and most of the bad can be relegated primarily to its story. Although, from what I understand, most of the criticisms of this game on release were directed to the gameplay, so let's take a quick look at that.
Wow! Serious piratage!
Alright, here's the thing. I'm really not going to have very much to say about the gameplay of this one because it's honestly very similar to all of the other ones. The hitting, the shooting, the jumping, and the swinging. We've seen all of this before. So I'll really just be touching on what's new here, like the upgrades. One of the coolest new features of The Lost Frontier is the introduction of the new upgrade system. As we collect Dark Eco, we can take it to Kira and have her convert it to a colored Eco that we then use to upgrade different abilities like health, attacks, Eco power usage, and other things of that nature. Sometimes upgrades in games like this feel so minimal in the way they affect the mechanics, like you're just wasting your time, but in this game you can actually feel it. Like you can tell that your character is getting a bit stronger and more resilient after every upgrade. So using the upgrade system is a genuinely fulfilling experience to interact with this game, which is a major plus. And another massive positive about this game is, of course, the planes.
Slow down, Jak! You just left some of my short fur behind!
There's 6 total planes that Jak can acquire over the course of the game, 2 of which are kind of hidden. The first airship that we start with is the Hellcat, a heavily modified Crimson Guard Zoomer turned into a vehicle capable of taking Jak and Kira to the brink in search of a solution to the eco problem. The Sky Raider is just a version of the same airships that the Sky Pirates use, so if that's your style, you can main this one if you want. I didn't really like it though. The Bomber is a bulkier, slower plane that does exactly what you think it does: bombs. Being a heavier artillery kind of airship, this one is better suited for a few specific missions, but can be customized to your liking if you want. The Interceptor is my favorite ship in the game because it goes real fast. This one is an European ship intended for extreme flying maneuvers, which is what I used it for, of course, and I found this one made the flying gameplay so much more enjoyable than it otherwise would be. The Gunship is a bonus plane that can be purchased by a pirate on board the Phantom Blade for scrap, but is totally optional. It's pretty cool looking and is kind of like a tank variation of an airship. This last one is a hidden plane that can only be attained on a New Game Plus playthrough, i.e. Hero Mode. Tim, the Dark Eco Sage, will inform Jak after he stows away with him and say if Jak goes back to his island and finds the 5 parts of the plane hidden around the place that he'll assemble the plane for him. This plane is the Jaguar, and it replaces the Hellcat in the hangar if you go and retrieve the parts. Tim had built it to escape the island, but didn't finish, so if we get the parts he needs, then we get the plane. And of course, all of these planes can be deeply customized via this menu where we can change out what guns we want to use, primary and secondary, and even input different mods to accommodate our playstyle by making our plane stronger or faster, or a myriad of other interesting things. For a game intended to be played on the PSP, this is insanely cool. I didn't own a PSP growing up, so I didn't play games like this, but if I had, then I can assure you I'd have probably poured some hours into this game getting the scrap I needed to deck out my planes and try out the different weapons and mods. It's super cool, and flying around the different aerial hub worlds, shooting at planes, and completing challenges is easily one of the most redeeming aspects of this game. It's just fun, and it's also super unique to the series at that. We've had plenty of vehicle sequences across pretty much every game, but Jak X introduced vehicle customization, so getting to customize our own plane and then flying it around freely in the open hub worlds is a different kind of fun, I'll say that much. The only way they could have made this better is if they'd have given us some kind of visual personalization on the airships, but the way they look is the way they look, and that's fine with me. Now, we still have to talk about those controversial Dark Daxter sequences. Other than the camera angles, these Dark Daxter sections were the primary recipient of the game's criticisms. Built out like a kind of minigame, the player is put in control of a Dark Eco transformation of Daxter where he navigates these linear levels, takes down various monsters and enemies, solves simple little puzzles, and tornadoes around the environment, recharging his power by smashing into eco crystals. The reason these sections weren't received super well, from what I can tell, is that a lot of people just found them to be out of place and unnecessary to the game. If you're curious as to what I think of them though, I actually really liked them. Yes, they're kind of out of place and unnecessary, but they're not by any means frustrating or anything. In fact, I had fun with them the 3 times they popped up across the game's runtime, which is another thing. You only have to play 3 of these, and each one can be completed in well under 10 minutes. Realistically, we're talking about 20 to 25-ish minutes of playtime being spent in these minigames across the Lost Frontier's nearly 8 hours. I also thought they were a creative and fun way to add something a little bit different to the standard action platformer gameplay of the typical Jak and Daxter formula. This isn't the only thing Daxter does in this game either, as a new mechanic lets Jak fire Daxter onto enemy planes to initiate a button-pressing minigame where Daxter rips apart different parts of the airship, collects scrap, and in some cases, even brings back special airship mods. When this was introduced, I didn't expect I'd ever use it, really, but I actually did end up doing it more than I thought I would because it was just kind of fun and broke up the gameplay loop a little bit while sometimes rewarding me with new parts for my planes. In my opinion, I loved these new Daxter sequences and think they were great additions to the game that make it feel unique and offer fun little charming experiences that you can only get from this game.
Hey, we're the Demolition Duo, remember?
As for the score, this game easily features the biggest, most bombastic, movie-like orchestral soundtrack of the entire series, and the reason for this is that they hired someone with tons of experience working with major Hollywood composers to handle it. The soundtrack this time around was composed by James Dooley, who is credited as having contributed his work to help some huge named composers orchestrate the scores for some massive films. Some of the films he helped work on include Gladiator, Pirates of the Caribbean 1 and 3, Black Hawk Down, and more. He also worked on multiple video games as well, such as Infamous, Epic Mickey, and even Dead to Rights 2. It definitely leans really heavily into the whole Sky Pirate vibe overall, but I gotta say that the quality and creativity of the score was very noticeable and in a good way. was overall just a stellar soundtrack, and I'm shocked that more video game studios aren't hunting this guy down to try and get him working on their game. It's not just the music either, the whole game is super solid through and through. I know I've been relatively critical of this game overall, but I feel I've been pretty transparent that all of my major criticisms center around the writing. It is still a really good game, it's just arguably the worst of its own series. Which, I mean, let's be fair, its series siblings are some of the best out there. So yeah, it's a little bit of a black sheep and falls short of the heights that came before it, but the flying, the exploration, the eco powers, and the puzzles are all still fantastic. Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier did see the series end on a low note compared to the other games in the franchise, but compared to a lot of other games and sequels out there, this one is still really good. But one thing I just can't get over though is why the story is so lackluster and generic. I mean, supposedly it was Naughty Dog who drafted the concepts and worked on the early builds of the game before turning it over to High Impact, so why is it so weirdly not good? It mishandles its characters, its plot is bland and boring, its villains are super one-note, and at its best, this game only manages to skim the surface of excitement due to the incredible art direction, music, gameplay, and scale. But the narrative and characters are the worst they've ever been in the series, and I just can't... Oh. So obviously, I think these games are great. That last entry is a little bit flawed, but overall, these are some of the highest quality video games that the PS2 has to offer. And it's a little bit of a shame that The Lost Frontier was the way the series ended, but believe it or not, there were actually plans at Naughty Dog for a real, genuine Jak 4 for a while. And I'm not talking about the original unrealized vision for The Lost Frontier that later got handed to High Impact Games, I'm talking about something else entirely. A real Jak 4 pitched around 2010 for the PS3 with newer graphics and a radically different, far more realistic art style. There isn't much to say about this Jak 4 proposal because it really didn't get very far. After running through some ideas and concept art, the team quickly realized that they would be making a mistake to revisit the old universe. A quote from a book called The Art of Naughty Dog reads, quote, "There were already so many firmly established relationships, character personalities, and character motivations, it became tougher to feel engaged by the prospect of making a new Jak and Daxter. If we stuck to the constraints of the already established world, would we be happy with the type of game we were about to make? If we diverged too greatly from those constraints to tell the type of story we wanted to tell, were we actually making Jak and Daxter anymore?" Ultimately, the team decided they would be doing the fans a disservice by pursuing this title and opted not to. I'm thinking that was probably a good idea, because I'm feeling like they wouldn't have done justice to the series at that point, and perhaps they were right to leave it alone. This artwork is interesting though, and I can feel my brain scanning through the possibilities of what we might have seen in this world, but still, this is one project that simply wasn't meant to be, and I'm thinking that was for the best. Now, one really quirky little attribute about the Jak and Daxter series is the fact that they're so tonally different. Jak 2, 3, and X are kinda similar, and then the Precursor legacy, Daxter and The Lost Frontier, are also kind of similar, but if you play them in release order, you might get a little bit of tonal whiplash. In a weird way, as I was playing, I kinda came up with the idea that this series is split across two different trilogies. I affectionately refer to them as the Light Eco Trilogy and the Dark Eco Trilogy, but it's really more like the Edgy Trilogy and the Wholesome Trilogy. If watching this video has made you consider the possibility of going back and replaying the games again, or even playing them for the first time, then maybe consider this really strange, unorthodox, wacky progression that I've come up with that I think would make them the most satisfying to play. And of course, this is just my idea for how to play them, so if you disagree, that's totally fine, but if I was going to go back and replay them again, this is the order I would do so. If you only want to play the best of the series, then just play them in order and skip The Lost Frontier, and you're good. But if you're determined to play all 6, then here is my order. Start with the Precursor Legacy. It's the template, smooth gameplay, introduces the universe, and is a ton of fun overall, not to mention not a massive commitment since it's pretty short. Then skip all the way to The Lost Frontier. Technically, this is the last one of the series, yes, but it's the closest to the Precursor legacy in tone and intention. And also, I think it's a neat tease to Jak's dark powers. Also, it's the shortest game of the series, if you just play straight through without stopping to do any bonus challenges, which you don't really need to, and you can knock it out in about 4 or 5 hours. I know it seems strange, but this really is the best place to play this one in my opinion, and I'd prefer it here before you experience the game's tonal shift. It also avoids leaving the series off on a somewhat disappointing note. Then I would probably recommend just going ahead and playing Daxter. This is a little bit less of a set recommendation since you could really play Jak 2 then Daxter or Daxter then Jak 2, but the reason I say play Daxter first is because it is more similar in tone to the Precursor Legacy and to the Lost Frontier, and again, once you play Jak 2, the tone shifts and it will stay that way through 3 and X. The only reason you might not want to play Daxter before Jak 2 is that there is a little bit of a spoiler with who Core really is, and it's shown at the end of the game, but if you've already played the series before and you know that already, or if you watch this video to this point, then you've also been spoiled on it, I would say play Daxter before Jak 2. And after that, just go ahead and play Jak 2, then 3, then X, which is the best note to leave the series off on. And that's it for the Jak and Daxter series. I loved it. I really loved playing these games. Obviously, my favorite was Jak 2. It is the longest, it's the best, it has the highest quality writing, the most consistent portrayal of the universe, the most to do, the best iterations of the characters. It's just the best, man. Jak 2 is top-notch Jak and Daxter at its highest. I know the Precursor Legacy is a lot of people's absolute favorite, and I totally get it. That game is really good. Super high quality, really great gameplay, but it's a little bit light on the plot for my liking, a little bit too short. I like the edgy, angsty tone of Jak's 2, 3, and X. I really do. So that's kind of my preference to the series. I lean more towards 2, 3, and X. And that's not nostalgia talking, because I never even played these games until this year, so that's just what I like. That isn't to say I didn't like the other three. Obviously, I thought the Precursor Legacy was phenomenal. I really liked Daxter as well. I mean, I did nothing but praise it in my coverage for it. The Lost Frontier, I liked it. I did. The story was not there for me. You guys know that I really put a high emphasis on storytelling. I have a bachelor's degree in English with an emphasis on literature and creative writing, so like that's kind of my thing. That's what I'm really looking at when I play video games, is the plot, the story, that kind of thing, and The Lost Frontier had the weakest of them. The Precursor Legacy may have been light on a story, but the story was still good. It was still well written, but The Lost Frontier was just, I didn't care for the story. The gameplay was great though, so it wasn't a bad game. That's it for my coverage on the Jak and Daxter games. I generally just overall loved them. Make sure you leave a comment on what you thought of my coverage and what you thought of the games as well. Again, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. I'm on that road to 100K right now. Every little subscription helps, and I appreciate the support. And after setting myself on this path with these Jak and Daxter games, I think I might still be in a bit of a Naughty Dog mood. So maybe there's another Naughty Dog series I can look into after this. Thanks again for watching, everybody. I'm so psyched to have made this video. I hope you liked it, and I'll see you in the next one. But until then, that's all I've got for you.